evidence
It's
a hypothetical.
Yeah, you heard that
The
right.
globe
Evidence
is
only hypothetical.
hypothetical. There it is.
We're
The
using
globe
a
is hypothetical, boys.
to make analogies to
Thank
reality.
you.
No,
That's
because
This is
with
just
you're not
hypothetical.
caring about
analogous.
the evidence.
It's
You're
useful to
more
make
worried about the
axioms that
consequence,
we can
right?
use
Okay.
in our conversations, that like things that we can all agree are true, like without trying to prove
Okay.
those particular things.
I don't
like,
agree anything you say is true.
work to providing the evidences of those things when it becomes apparent that the evidence is necessary.
Untrue.
Well, now this character, I don't know, DMOC, hold on a second. This guy, a couple weeks ago, very explicitly told Nathan Oakley that the Earth is measured flat. So I agree with him on that.
In our vicinity, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so everybody's vicinity, the Earth is flat, so it's flat everywhere.
Yeah, so in whose vicinity is it measured flat?
Each of ours.
But each
Okay,
of us
so we're
is measured
all on flat ground, so that's a flat Earth.
If it's measured flat in all of our vicinities and not measured unflat anywhere in nobody's vicinity, what the fuck are you talking about, brother?
I mean, I'm willing to figure it out with you guys. Like, I want to know the truth as well.
I don't think you can figure anything out.
I don't know.
But
No,
like,
he's not trying to figure. You're not trying to figure out. You want to
willing
tell us
to
the
think,
consequence.
and I'm willing to walk through thought. But you always revert back to what to think. Like you
reality, and not imagining.
No, you just brought we're talking about a topic now. You brought us into it. Like you're now have a topic on us individually as individuals. We were talking about a topic about, let's see, how to get distances to the stars.
Let's get back to the topic.
No, that is a topic. But every time we pin you on the topic, we're saying what you're saying things are untrue or the consequence would be impossible. You go back and say that you're just not thinking of it the right way.
No, it's not exactly. I mean,
no, because I asked you specifically about how they get in the globe model, or the globe reification, how they get distances to the stars, how they get the distances to the sun. And this is the measurement. That is how you measure the physics in reality. And that is the nitty-gritty which you have to get down to. And that is something you say you do not care about.
I mean, at this stage of the conversation, I don't feel like it's important. Like,
so at this stage of the conversation where we're asking for evidence, you don't think evidence is important?
I mean, it's not that the evidence isn't important. It's that there's quite a bit of information in between understanding the evidence, and why such evidence is very difficult to provide.
You just sound you're full of shit. You're just full of shit.
You don't understand the evidence. Sorry, stop. So you don't understand the evidence.
Sure.
Okay.
But
sure. What's sure? Yes. Does sure mean yes or no?
I mean, sure. I don't have a very good understanding of exactly how.
So you don't understand the evidence, but you're telling us that we don't understand the evidence, and the evidence isn't important because you don't understand it. Is that right?
What I'm trying to say is that you're making early conflations in the context.
Okay. Well, stop trying to say something and just say it. How about that?
You're conflating ideas and you're asking.
I've been listening to you on silent for the last half an hour.
You are willing
I've been listening to you on silent for a half an hour, and you haven't actually said anything yet.
Because
you haven't said anything. Nothing. Like zero.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so can you get on and actually say something?
We can use things like trigonometry.
You can use trigonometry to the stars, can you?
To the sun and the moon a little better. It's very difficult.
Can you?
But
can you show me that?
It's okay. So it's not that we're using trigonometry to get a precise.
Okay, so now you're not using.
Holy shit!
We can use trigonometry to the stars. Oh no, maybe to the sun and the moon. Okay, show me. Okay, maybe we're not using trigonometry.
Anything I say, you jump to a wild conclusion, and it's just impossible.
Because you're full of shit. That's why you're full of shit.
You're bullshitting.
I'm just thinking out loud, guys.
You're not
It's
thinking
allowed.
at all. You
I
haven't
am.
said
You're the one
anything.
not thinking. Look, okay. The distance precisely to the sun. All right.
Yep. Great. Let's
What
start there.
we can see about the movement of the sun and the moon across the sky is that they're
Yep.
a lot
Okay.
closer.
So
They appear to be a lot closer than the stars.
awesome. So how did we get the distance to the sun? Go. Let's start there.
I don't know.
You don't
Holy
know,
shit.
but you're going to start telling me about how they got the distance to the sun.
So-
Yet you don't know.
Not exactly. So this started from.
Oh my
I
god!
said
You're the
that we
biggest weasel I've ever
experienced
spoken to.
We experience. I said.
Yeah,
I
he's a
believe
sack of
that I
shit.
experienced that the Earth is spinning. This is where this started. And yes,
I
I
know.
said
And
because
then there
the
was
sun
claim
is
stacking like crazy, and so we
Oh,
decided to land on the distance to the sun because
But
you
you
brought it up.
tangenting wildly, and I'll say anything, and you'll jump to this wild conclusion without
Yeah,
figuring
the
out.
wild conclusion that I'm going to right now is, can you tell me how they got the distance to the sun?
Parallax. Parallax is one of them.
Incorrect. That is incorrect.
You better
How is that
stick with
incorrect?
I don't know. I don't know was a way better answer.
I understand that parallax is one of the ways that people have used to figure out the distance to the sun and the other planets.
Okay, great. If you know that, if you understand that, go ahead and get us a citation that told you that and reinforces that, and we'll go from there because I know that's not it. Or you can just say I'm bullshitting and I don't know.
I'm not bullshitting though. Like I'm not trying.
Terrific. And get us the source and the citation that tells us that parallax determines.
To bullshit. I'm not trying to bullshit.
So
I'm just bullshitting without trying.
This dude double speaks every chance he gets. It's up, down. It's lockstep moving. It's
multiple things
little.
can be true at the
It's
same
far
time.
close.
So let's try to figure out how these multiple things can be true, rather than say
it's false true.
Okay, so can it just be?
true.
Can it be completely flat and a globe? You said it could be true, right? So it's flat and it's a globe, right?
Yes,
We
it's
measure
flat in your vicinity, but because of the size of the ball, it feels flat to you, but it's really just a massive
the size
ball.
of the horizontal. Everybody locally measures. If we all held hands everywhere, horizontal.
It's
no differential of horizontal means horizontal, brother. Go ahead.
Yes, horizontal means horizontal.
So where's the ball at? Where's the arc?
It's very, very big.
How big?
The arc is very, very big. So can you stand on it and take a picture?
3,000.
Take a picture if you want.
959
water
miles at the radius.
In diameter? No,
at the radius.
diameter.
So the diameter is something like, what is the diameter?
Where's water?
Nearly 8,000.
Isn't it? What is it?
Diameter is nearly 8,000.
39 twice, brother. Yeah.
8,000, isn't it? Diameter of Earth.
Don't Google it, just think it.
Why not? I can't be off doing maths in my head right now. I can just Google
you just said, the problem was, you just said it looks flat because it's so big. So
yes. But you're
given us
big flat.
that has been measured to a degree that I believe to be accurate enough. 7,900 miles. So yeah, 8,000 miles. I'm thinking in kilometers.
Yep.
Cool.
Great. So right, if you had a stretch in a line over 10 miles, how much drop would you have?
I don't know.
Holy shit.
66 feet.
66 feet. And how do you come to that?
It's what the geometry dictates, dude.
It's our claim now, I guess.
So is it from your feet or from eye level?
It's from your feet in every direction.
And does your eye level change anything about the distance that might
eye height? 6
no.
1 foot eye level. Distance to the geometric horizon will be 1.22 miles.
Okay.
Yeah. So where is that? Where do we see that?
That distance from your perspective.
Yeah, we don't see that anywhere.
You see the consequence of it. You see.
No, you don't. You don't see that.
Around.
Nope.
I'll post it.
Dude, cut
Oh,
the
so if I
bullshit.
showed you,
let me
if
go.
I showed you the horizon at 10 miles from a 1 foot observer height, what would you say there?
I'd say that's interesting. What parameters and what measurements have you taken from it? And
Oh,
what
you
do
would be
believe
interested then,
it
would you?
shows? What do you believe it shows? Like, yeah.
Well, it shows that geometry that you just told us that you got is inconsistent with observation. That's what it would tell us.
Go on. I'm willing to hear it out. Why is it inconsistent? What about it is inconsistent?
Because the geometry of the ball dictates that the horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That means a 1 foot observer height should see a horizon at 1.22 miles.
Okay. And is that not true?
Well, you tell us. If we put an image in the side chat that shows you the horizon at 10 times that distance, what do you think we should come to the conclusion in that scenario?
I mean, there's many conclusions to come to. Go on, put the thing in the chat. Let's have a look at this.
All right. Well, Jedi has posted something with the same, type of observation. So, there's that. We've got this.
So
1 foot observer height. Where's the horizon?
So, what do you think about the link I posted just above your ones?
I don't see anything that you've posted. Oh, what is this?
A Reddit link.
Okay, what about it?
What do you think it shows? Like, it's as valid as your.
It shows a horizon that's flat. What do you think it shows?
It shows the tops of buildings.
And
the horizon moves.
So why do you think that zooming in would bring the bottom of those buildings back into view?
So then you agree that the horizon is apparently not a geometric tangent point, and therefore the Earth is not a globe? That's what you're showing me?
That's not what I said at all. So,
okay. So you see the tops of buildings. Why do we see the tops of buildings in this particular observation?
Because of the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, okay. So the curvature of the Earth is blocking these buildings. Is that your claim?
The consequence of the curve is what's blocking the buildings.
Why do you say consequence of the curve? Why don't you weaselly motherfuckers just say this is Earth curve?
Because it matters. It matters to be precise about what you're saying. You believe.
Now that you've said that, can we go back to the images that we were talking about? Because this will tie into what you just posted. All right.
Yeah, go on.
Are you able to do that? Because we originally wanted to talk about the images that we posted, and yet you thought, oh, I'll throw in an image, and then I'll get them sidetracked and talk about that.
Well, not exactly. Like the examples.
Well,
are
not
the same,
exactly.
Right?
How about you shut the fuck up and listen then? Because I'm sick of you not exactly, because that means you've said not exactly in about 10 times in the last 5 minutes, which means you struggle to make decisions.
No,
that's what it means.
You keep misframing the argument because you don't understand.
It means you never commit to anything, and you just say not exactly because you don't want to make a decision. I know people like you, and you're a fucking weasel. Let's talk about the fucking images before I get pissed off with you and kick you out of the room.
Let's talk about the images before you blow a valve or something, man. Come on, let's talk about the images.
Shut the fuck up then, all right? You fucking try-hard posh git.
You're a grown adult and you're getting off on telling off another adult.
Yes,
this is
you're a
weird sadistic behavior.
That's what you are. You're trying to be posh and trying to make yourself into a pseudo-intellect. and you're an arsehole. That's all you are.
You think that, like, I'm flattered, but like that's not my. I'm not trying to do anything but describe
arsehole,
to you
be
what
quiet.
I believe to
All
be
right?
true.
Now we know that you can't make decisions, and you're a try-hard posh cunt. Now can you listen?
Come on, let's hear it.
All right. Images in the chat.
What about them?
Bottom one. Where's the horizon?
It's I don't know. The image is very blurry and low resolution.
Do
I have that?
A, B, C, or I'm coping. Which one?
It's somewhere between them. It's hard to tell because of the bad quality and just the atmosphere that is in the image.
What about
Okay, do you know what a horizon
Somewhere in
is?
between them, he said.
Yeah, the horizon just describes the theoretical point at which the sky meets the ground in your vision.
Yes, an apparent place, right?
Yes, exactly.
Great. So in that picture at the bottom that says who posted, where is the place where it looks like the sky apparently meets the ocean?
I'd say somewhere between B and A.
All right, you're an asshole.
Why? I'd say that's what I believe. It's somewhere between B and A. What's wrong with that answer?
Obviously, I'm hoping.
So, in reference to those two aurics, would you say the horizon's in front of them, between them, or beyond them?
I mean, there's a lot of optics to consider, but it's yeah. I'd say
based
that it's
on the picture. Just give a straight answer. Here, I told him he can't make decisions.
It's probably at the no. It's just unclear. I'm unable to make a precise statement about what I'm looking at.
What does it look like?
How inaccurate it is.
What does
it looks like?
like?
It's at the base of. It looks like B is probably the horizon. All right.
Okay.
So why would you see a line behind B then?
Image to consider.
Why would you see a line of
information to consider about this image, like the atmosphere,
just be quiet for a second, all right?
The temperature, the time.
Right. So if the horizon is B, then why is the horizon behind? Because B is the line that the back platform habitat is sitting on. Why is the horizon behind platform habitat if you say it's at B?
I don't understand the question. Say that again. What's behind what?
If B is the horizon, then why is the horizon behind B? Oh, never mind.
I can hate pricks like that.
Really?
Well, you guys can talk to him. I'll mute. You guys can talk.
So, Jesus, if B is the horizon, then why is there a horizon line behind B?
Just asking what's A.
Okay, so if you look at A is like that top line that is behind the further tower, the further rig. And then there's like the line that is that rig. I thought that was B, but B is actually the line of the front rig. So like I said originally, I believe the horizon to be somewhere between B and A.
Okay, so let's see if you answer the question this time. Let's see if you can account for the discrepancy within your interpretation concerning this image. If B is the horizon, then why is there a horizon line behind B?
I'm now going back to my original statement that the horizon is somewhere between B and A, and it's basically the line of the further away tower, probably somewhere close.
So would you another instance, even if it is an A? Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to get to the end of this point. So would you say the horizon's behind the furthest oil rig then?
It's about the base of that oil rig.
Okay, so that oil rig is 9.4 miles away.
Okay.
Awesome. You understand if the Earth was a ball, the horizon should be 1.22 miles away from this 1 foot observer, right?
If it was a perfect like geometry situation, yes, sure. Like there'd be some things to consider about that.
Okay.
But within reality, there are many other variables that cause sort of optical effects that
Of
we can
course.
see here.
Yes. So the horizon would be an optical phenomenon, then, wouldn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
Awesome.
sure. It is an optical phenomena. Yes.
Awesome stuff. So
That's
not
what the
physical
horizon is.
curvature. So not physical curvature of the Earth, like the top of a hill, for your buildings to hide behind that you posted earlier.
So you're making a conflation about this information. The horizon, yes, is an optical phenomena. Okay,
Yeah.
it's the description of it is the optical phenomena of where the sky seems to meet the ground.
Yes.
All right, that's relative only to the observer. To you,
Yeah.
it's different to me. That's what the horizon is. Okay, it makes no assumptions about the curve,
Yes, it does.
except why.
In the globe Earth math, it does. It does when people turn around and say, I can't see those buildings because the physical curvature of the Earth is in the
Because
way.
of the consequence of the curve.
What do you mean by consequence?
So, because there is a curve, we see that there is a consequence.
So, because there is a curve, where's that then?
It's all around you.
Okay, but that's kind of ambiguous. In this image, or images that I posted where we've got a horizon out to sea, where's the horizon you're saying is Earth curvature that we're seeing the consequences of?
It's somewhere between B and A.
So we don't see it? No,
not exactly. We don't see it. It's very difficult to determine.
No. The horizon, if geometric, should be at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. The observer's 1 foot. Dude, I'm going to start acting like Timbo in a minute if you keep interrupting me. And I don't want to. I'm trying to help you. So if this was Earth curve, it should be at 1.2 miles away because that's what the math says. You said the actual horizon somewhere between B and A. That's the apparent horizon. If it was geometric curvature, the Earth would be the size of Jupiter. You understand this, right?
The thing is that we're not on a perfectly mathematical. We don't exist in a perfectly well. We do, but to a specificity that you require here. There's many variables in taking place in this image, and a question that I'd have from here is why do these black swans always occur within a very sort of small range? They're never any further, considering
what do you mean? I can give you one that's 1,000 miles away if you want.
Yes, but the observer height is also much higher, and I believe the one you're going to show me has already been debunked many times, but I'm willing to see it.
No, it hasn't. But okay, if that's going to be your... I can give you many ways to do this, dude. I can give you microwave...
Why are your images true and my image is true? How is that possible that both of those things have occurred?
All that you've demonstrated is the horizon, the limitation of your view across the surface of the Earth.
But why are the top buildings visible?
You interrupt me one more time, I'm going to kick you from the conversation.
Saying
Fuck
nonsense.
You.
Let's have this conversation.
Trying to answer your fucking question, but you keep interrupting. You've asked me the difference between your photographs and our photographs. All I'm trying to tell you is that's another demonstration that the horizon moves, dependent on the optic that you use and the atmospheric conditions of the day. The horizon will move around. That's what your picture shows us. That's what our picture shows you. The horizon moves. It's not the top of physical Earth curvature now, is it?
So that's all fine, but where's the rest of the building? Why is the top of the building still visible? So if the building was the full, if you could still see the whole building, it wouldn't be a matter of perspective or angular resolution. That's not the problem here, because we can see a very large portion of the top of these buildings. But there is obviously a lot more building missing. It's not about the angular resolution. It's that the building is being obstructed.
It is because of the angular.
You wouldn't see the thickness of the top of those buildings. That's the problem here.
What's the resolution to you chatty little git? What is it?
The angular resolution is basically the size of something depending on the distance, I guess.
How much you can resolve of something due to how it, how you observe its angle.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, awesome. So you can see the tops of these buildings because they've gone beyond the horizon, which would be your limitation of view because of your angle when looking across a horizontal surface.
So where
Now,
have they gone?
they're still there, but they're in such a tight angle that your eye can't resolve them, which is beyond the horizon.
But my eye can resolve the tops of them. And if the
Yeah.
rest of the
Do
building
not
was there...
listen to what I said.
Yes, but it's not making sense.
Dude, what's the horizon? What did I say the horizon was? Now try and listen. What did I say?
I can't remember. It's the extent of your vision or something.
Yes. So the limitation of your vision across a horizontal surface based on your angle at looking across this surface. I've posted a video in the side chat. This is a vertical observation up the side of a skyscraper, which is vertical and straight. As you notice that when the camera gets very close to the concrete of that structure, whilst looking up, it can't perceive the entirety of that structure because the angle is too small. You will notice that there's a horizon that develops, the limitation of your view across the skyscraper, where the surface of the skyscraper appears to meet the sky. This is right in front of the observer. You're asking me why I can't see the bottom of the building? That's because it's gone beyond the visible horizon and sits within an angle that your eye can't resolve. And then we're talking about distance, so we can talk about the atmosphere and how the bending of light might have something to play. But ultimately, it's because the object is far beyond the angular acuity of your eye on the surface.
If it's flat, why then is the bottom of this building not visible?
He just answered your question.
No, he didn't.
And watch the video.
So I've watched the video.
Cool. Can you see to the top of the skyscraper?
I mean...
Can you see to the top of the skyscraper?
I don't know how flat this is.
The answer's no.
Well, there's nothing sticking out from the top of it that I'm able to.
I'm giving you a horizon on a non-flat surface. You've asked me why I can't see the bottom of something beyond the horizon. I've tried to explain that to you. It's because it's gone into an angle that your eye can't resolve. 0.02.
So what is this building?
It's a skyscraper in London, dude.
Okay, do you know what it is, and do you know its dimensions?
Yeah, it's fucking tall and it's fucking flat up the side. We're just looking for a known flat surface and demonstrate you're very low and close to that flat surface and looking horizontally across that surface, you can't resolve the entirety of that surface. It's because the angle's too shallow.
Were you told this in advance?
So that's the third or fourth time Jedi's answered your question. Are you going to repeat the question or are you going to move forward?
There's a lot of information to consider that is not available.
He's wrong.
Another question that wasn't asked to you.
Wrong. Jedi's just wrong.
I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying he's wrong. Okay, what I'm saying is there's a lot of information that to be considered that just is not available to us.
Present your information.
So let's see if you engage the question directly. That's the third or fourth time Jedi answers your question. So you're going to repeat your question or you're going to move forward?
We can move forward because we're not going to be able to come to a conclusion on this.
No, we can. We really just did come to a conclusion on this. Which
If
is why he repeated his answer at least. Hang on. Just hang on. We did come to a conclusion on this point. You may not acknowledge it, but we did. That's why he repeated his answer to your question at least 4 times. So let's move forward.
Okay, let's move forward.
You see where I tagged you? can't miss that.
Can't
It's gonna be a big yellow box on your screen.
It's a bowl. Has to be a bowl.
I suppose you do see that on your screen, yes, Jesus?
Yeah, I'm reading it. What about it?
So you affirm the proposition the Earth is a ball true, correct?
Say again, sorry.
You affirm the proposition the Earth is a ball is true, correct?
Yeah, oblate spheroid, sure.
Oblate spheroid, right? A ball, very simply for our convenience. So you have a dilemma. You have a logical dilemma by implication that your proposition faces.
What is that?
So if the horizon is an intrinsic aspect of visual perspective, then the horizon is not the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean. If the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean, then we observe farther than what would be possible on a spheroid, your oblate spheroid. And the horizon is not the fixed summit of the ocean. If the horizon is an intrinsic aspect of visual perspective, so either the horizon is an intrinsic aspect of visual perspective, or the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean. Therefore, the horizon.
Hang on, you're jumping ahead.
This
is a conflation of information. So the first part, if the horizon is an intrinsic aspect of visual perspective, and the horizon is not the fixed summit, true, of the convex surface slope of the ocean. Yeah, the horizon isn't fixed.
Right, necessarily implying that it's not the fixed summit of the convex surface of the ocean, therefore implying that this is not a ball. Let me say it this way.
Oh, but you see the consequences of a bowl.
Right. If the oceans, especially, are wrapped around a humongous sedimentary geoid, right, then the horizon, when we look out at the ocean, would be that fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean.
It's not fixed.
We know it's not fixed because it's not the summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean.
Okay.
Right. So if the Earth were a ball wrapped in water and gas, and we look at the horizon, then the horizon would be the convex, the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean, and we would not be able to see beyond that point. We would not be able to, especially with technology, be able to zoom in beyond that point and see something on the surface of the water, because if it's not visible as it sails beyond the horizon, apparently, quote unquote, then we wouldn't be able to bring it back into view when we zoom back in. But we do. Therefore, it's not the convex surface slope of the ocean.
Yes.
Right?
There are
Therefore,
examples.
the oceans don't wrap around a ball.
But this isn't an absolute conclusion. Like,
but it obviously is.
Why is
the
it?
modus ponens is a deductive argument.
Insert excuse. Go ahead.
No, it's not excuse. It's that there's
dropping those excuses.
Wait for the
help you out. Let me help you. You see the two horns above? You see the two horns? The two horns of the dilemma, first horn, second horn. You see those two?
I don't know what you're on about.
The two syllogisms above the paragraph that begins with "so." Can't miss it. It's right under the title "Spherical Earth Dilemma." You can't miss it. Do you see those two arguments?
Okay. Yes.
Right. Okay. So here's the first horn. Right. If the horizon is an intrinsic aspect of visual perspective, then the horizon is not the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean. The horizon is an intrinsic aspect of the visual perspective. Therefore, the horizon is not the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean. Rule of inference, modus ponens.
Fine.
Okay. So here's the second horn. If you would still insist the Earth is a ball, necessarily implying that the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean, then if the horizon is the fixed surface slope of the ocean, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon. We see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean.
So that doesn't follow. Like, it's not that you can't see past the horizon. Like, the horizon is just where the sky meets the floor or the ocean. We can see past.
That doesn't refute what I just said in the second premise.
So we can see past the horizon.
Right, which necessarily entails the consequence of the conditional, right? It necessarily entails the consequence of the conditional premise.
That is...
Necessarily imply, excuse me.
What is that?
Yeah, so the second horn, the first premise is a conditional premise, right? It's a material conditional premise. If and the if then, right? So if the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean, then we can only see to the horizon, right? If A then B.
No, that doesn't follow. No. The summit of a mountain, okay, it's not the as far as you can see. If there was something propping up behind the mountain, you'd be able to see past the summit of the mountain. And you can see past the summit of a mountain, but there's nothing there to observe, to focus on. It doesn't mean that you're not seeing past it. So the summit of the ocean on the horizon is not the extremity of your vision. It's just what the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. You can see further than that, but the things past it have to stick up higher than the summit.
You misinterpreted the argument.
Okay.
You misinterpreted the argument, right?
My bad.
What's my argument? What's the first premise? What's my point with the first premise?
He doesn't listen.
I'm trying to make sense of it, but...
Well, just listen and stop trying to make sense because you're not making sense.
I'm trying to...
Listen. So go ahead and answer my question, right? Let me help you. What is the point of my first premise?
If the horizon is intrinsic, the visual, the horizon is not the fixed summit. Okay, the horizon is not the fixed summit of the convex surface of the slope of the ocean. The horizon is an intrinsic aspect of visual.
No. The first premise of the second horn.
If the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex, which it isn't, surface of the slope of the horizon, then we can only see to the horizon. So yeah, there's a massive assumption being made. If the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex surface slope, it's not.
Okay, it's not.
Okay, thank you for your concession.
Okay. So what?
What is it?
So that's not critical.
You just conceded to the argument. So you're stuck in the dilemma.
What's the dilemma then?
I just said it to you. So if the horizon is an intrinsic aspect of visual perspective, then the horizon is not the fixed summit of the convex surface over the ocean. If the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex surface over the ocean, then we observe farther than what would be possible on a spheroid, and the horizon is not the fixed summit of the convex surface over the ocean. Either the horizon is an intrinsic aspect of visual perspective, or the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex surface over the ocean. Therefore, the horizon is not the fixed summit of the convex surface over the ocean.
Why can it not be something in between both of those?
What does that even mean?
So
it's not intelligible.
Not the fixed summit, and it's not the extremity.
Okay, what is it?
That's not an in between. That's just a negation of both premises.
Don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the fixed summit of the. So why is it not the fixed summit if we can see beyond it?
No, that's
for the exact reason you just said in your question. Given that we can see beyond the horizon, it's not the fixed summit of the convex surface of the ocean.
That doesn't make sense. If it was the summit,
that's just an appeal to incredulity fallacy.
We don't only see the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore,
we don't only see to the horizon.
We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Sure. Therefore, the horizon is not the fixed summit of the The horizon is not the fixed summit. You're going to have to simplify this. This doesn't make any sense.
Okay. If we live on a ball,
yes,
right, then we cannot see beyond the water hill. You go out to the ocean, supposedly the oceans wrap around the ball.
So this is what I'm saying. Why can't we see beyond the water hill?
So, you just asked me about the uniformity of nature. Why can't you see through non-transparent bodies of water?
We can see beyond the water hill.
Right. Necessarily implying that it's not the fixed summit of the convex surface over the ocean.
Why does
It would
that
not be possible if the Earth were a ball.
No, that doesn't automatically apply. Like,
okay, you're just negating the premise without any good reason.
Because this question is making conflations. It's not making any sense.
What question? What do you mean? What question? I didn't ask you a question.
The premise, the dilemma, whatever you think this dilemma.
I mean, that's just an appeal to incredulity again. You're just saying it doesn't make sense. It's not a refutation.
Okay, it doesn't. I'm asking for more clarification.
I just gave it to you. Like, it cannot be simplified. Like, you're obviously just willfully ignorant and invincibly ignorant. It's not because there's a flaw in my argument.
We shouldn't be able to see past the water hill. Is that what your argument is?
Just let me finish. All right. So let's stop going in circles. Let me just cut to the chase. You're obviously invincibly ignorant, right? In spite of the logical soundness of my deductive arguments, exposing the logical dilemma, the unverifiability and necessary falsity of the proposition the Earth is a ball, you just keep saying, "Oh, I don't understand. Please simplify. It doesn't make sense. Well, that's not necessarily implied. It's just wrong. You haven't said any. Just stop. Just stop. Right? Just stop. You're just being disruptive now. So you're obviously invincibly ignorant and willfully ignorant. You don't have a reputation against the argument. You just keep going. Just stop talking.
My reputation.
Just stop. Just stop.
Why? Because you don't want to explain yourself. I'm more than willing to understand.
I'm trying to moderate. He just won't listen to me. So I need moderation.
Oh, you're just dishonest, man.
Let Greg get it out. He wants to, so just let him get it out, and when he's done, you can go for it again. Just let him get it out, dude.
Just
so we've been through the circle. Okay, he's still talking.
He just asked you to let me get it out. Who there was you saying that to? What was the point?
Gregory, give him a chance to get it out.
Who? Give who a chance?
You. Jesus. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So, is your claim that we shouldn't see past the water hill if it's flat or if it's a globe? What is the point there? So, can you answer that? Should we not be able to see past the water hill if it's a globe?
Answer. Engage my answer. Don't just talk past my answer. What is the second premise in the dilemma that I spelled out?
I'm trying to define what you think this premise is saying. Like, it's a lot to read.
What does the second premise in the dilemma say?
If the horizon is the fixed summit, it's not, of the convex surface slope of the ocean, then we can only see to the horizon. No, this just doesn't
the
make
dilemma.
sense.
No. The dilemma.
Okay.
It begins with so.
So, if the horizon is an intrinsic aspect of visual perspective.
Second premise. Give it to the second premise. Second premise. Read the second premise. Number 2.
Okay, what's the second premise? So number 2 after so?
Yes, it's right there. Number 2.
If the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex surface of the slope of the ocean, then we observe farther. If is the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean, then we observe farther than what would be possible on a spheroid, and the horizon is not the fixed summit of the convex surface of the ocean. Either the horizon is an intrinsic aspect of the visual perspective, or the horizon is the fixed. No, this is what I'm saying. This premise is just entirely just false. It doesn't add up to what
stay an argument
reality is.
So just let's be clear. This is the point where you say an argument. Go.
Okay, so the horizon is a theoretical point of the extremity of our vision. Okay, on the surface of the Earth. So not the extremity of our vision. Sorry, the extremity of how far you can see on the surface of the Earth, where the sky meets the ground. But we can still see past that point. And when there are things. Okay, what do you mean though?
You're literally conceding to the argument.
The summit is the horizon is not the summit, and we can see past it. So
Thank
both
you for
of
your
them.
concession. Thank you.
Okay, what do you think that means?
Exactly what I've been saying. The horizon is not the fixed summit of the convex surface of the ocean.
Okay, and we can see past it.
Right. Which is not possible on your spheroid. Falsifying your spheroid.
Why is that not possible?
Okay, so why are you do you really not understand why you cannot see through non-transparent objects?
I'm not saying we can see
That's
through
an
it.
enigma
You're
to
saying
you?
we can't see past it. You're saying we can't see past it. I'm saying we can see past
Right.
it.
Right, because it's an obstruction. Right?
Jedi,
2
you're hot
seconds.
micing.
Yeah, I'm trying to come in. I do apologise. So 2 seconds, gentlemen. Gregory, if the Earth was a curved surface, we would be able to see things beyond it, like the top of a building, but the rest of it would be obscured, right?
Right.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Right. You're appealing to why can't we see the bottom of the building? Right? Which is to lead us to your conclusion. We can't see the bottom of the building because it's obstructed by a water hill. Ocean. That's the whole point. It's very simple. Just resisting the argument, just refusing to concede. That's all you're doing.
No, I
You
think we
understand
agree here. This is where the confusion is.
the way you were arguing earlier. Just let me finish. That's why you were arguing the way you were arguing earlier. Not being honest now. Resisting the obvious refutation that I'm saying to you. So once again, you're obviously appealing to bottom-up disappearance and interpreting that as bottom-up obstruction by the water hill that is the ocean. That's why you're saying that. So you already know full and well that given that we can see beyond the horizon, we can zoom in to the object that's supposedly obstructed by the water hill, but it's not really obstructed by the water hill because it ain't there.
You haven't provided an example of this bit.
Okay, let me show you right now. Give me 10 seconds. It's very simple. Someone already showed you with the black swan. Let me show you something else.
Okay.
5 seconds. 5 more seconds. Right? Right? These observations are not your spheroid. If these observations are not possible on your spheroid, then the Earth is not a ball. These observations are not possible on your spheroid, therefore the Earth is not a ball.
No, so the first part of that was just nonsense. Like, why should they not be?
Okay, that's just an appeal to incredulity fallacy again.
Why should they not be possible?
Dude, you literally argue we don't see the bottom of the buildings, or we don't see the bottom of a fill in blank, because it's obstructed by the water hill that is the ocean. So these things should be obstructed by the water hill that is the ocean, but they're obviously not. Falsifying the premise that it's the summit of the fixed summit, falsifying the premise that the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex surface over the ocean. It is so obvious, dude. It is so simple.
So this example of this boat zooming in, this is a much smaller target. And yes, the angular resolution of this is going to change a lot. But what we can see, the amount of building...
Hey, what do you want your name to... What do you want to be called?
ILS.
ILS? Okay. ILS, this isn't an insult, so I hope you don't take it this way. But you remind me of like an educated guy that we know called Ro riding on eggshells. Like you're kind of like you have enough knowledge to be able to kind of articulate a point. The issue is you're confused about what Gregory's saying. I know that you what you're saying, you think you've got it, right? You think you're knocked out of the park. But that's only half the conversation. You're missing Gregory's half.
I'm trying to understand Gregory's half, but he's making statements about things that just don't follow. Like the whole premise, like we mostly agree, I think, but his premises just don't follow because they don't negate each other. And so the confusion is that I don't know why he's making it so complicated. Like, and then these examples that he's posting, this is an angular resolution thing mainly, and the width at which these cameras are zooming out to. But these boats, the way that these disappear and the way that the buildings are still visible in my example, is there's a massive size difference. And it makes sense that these boats will disappear due to the angular resolution. But the thing with these buildings is that there's still a lot of the building, and we can still see a large sort of size of the building, the top sort of cube of the roof. And there is clearly a lot of buildings still missing that is there. We know the building is there, but we cannot see it. And so
okay, that's not irreconcilable with my position. Like, that observation does not strongly indicate your position is true. It's a weak inductive appeal. And just let me finish. Your appeal is not strongly indicative of your position, right? Your appeal to that bottom fraction of the building being supposedly obstructed is not at all strongly indicative that the water curve of the ocean is blocking the bottom of the building. It doesn't. You can see that on a horizontal surface. The part that's not visible is simply at an angle that's too acute to resolve. The part that is visible is at an angle that is that is visible. It's simple as that, dude.
It's not simple as that, because that means like 3/4 of the building is being squashed into this angular resolution, and then the top quarter just isn't.
No, you're just distorting the issue. It's very simple. The part that's not visible is simply too close to the ground to resolve. That's it. The part that is visible is elevated above the ground, the floor, far enough to be visible. It's as simple as that, dude. So appealing to that is not at all strongly indicative of your position, and it's not irreconcilable to my position, nor does it falsify my position.
All right, Ilis. In the side chat, I posted an image of some windmills. The one that is larger is farther away than the one that is smaller. Can you tell me on the globe why the windmill farther away, though seeming to be obstructed, is larger than the ones in the foreground?
Optical lensing or something.
Okay, so why would it be impossible for that optical lensing effect to be occurring in your particular example?
I don't know. I don't see the difference.
Okay, good. So just because you're using this example of, no, but this giant part of the building is, you can see it, it's not an angular resolution problem. Hey, that might not be the case. But it doesn't mean that there's earth curve. So you're affirming the consequent, just like you were at the very beginning of our conversation when it came to stars moving across the sky.
So what are you doing that isn't that?
I didn't make any claims. Do you have a claim that you'd like to accuse me of affirming the consequent? Go ahead.
So affirming the consequent isn't necessarily incorrect.
Of course it is. It's a logical fallacy. If A and B, B therefore A, yeah, that's incorrect.
No, not exactly. Like, there's more.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to weasel your way out of this one, too. You can't affirm the consequent and expect that to be okay.
There are many consequences that all tie into a very similar conclusion.
Yeah, how wonderfully vague. Stop affirming the consequent with the observations that you drag in here.
Okay.
Your observation that you're appealing to is either induction, like I just explained, right? Or an invalid modus ponens. If we don't see the bottom of the building, then it's obstructed by the water curve that is the ocean. We don't see the bottom of the building, therefore it is obstructed by the water curve that is the ocean. No, that doesn't necessarily follow. You can have bottom of disappearance on a horizontal surface and see the top part of the object, while the bottom part is not visible because the angle to the floor of the bottom part is too acute to resolve, while the part that is visible is not too acute to resolve and it's visible. All right. And then lastly, like Sezu just explained to you, all you have to do is just reverse premise 2 and 3. The oceans is obstructing the bottom of the building by our water curve. Therefore, did I butcher this? If we don't see the bottom of buildings, right, but we do see the top part, then it's obstructed by water curve. It's obstructed by water curve. Therefore, we don't see the bottom part of the building, but we do see the top. That's affirming the consequent. If A then B, B therefore A. Right? So trilemma for you.
It's not necessarily that I'm affirming the consequence. It's that this ties into many other consequences.
Dude, you're just obfuscating. That's obviously affirming the consequent that I just said.
It's only that I'm willing to accept the.
You're willing to affirm your biases, even at the risk of committing many logical fallacies.
It doesn't matter about. Okay, I'm not going to say that.
Dude, we can hear you struggling to talk past these refutations. It's very conspicuous.
You twist information up, and it makes it very difficult to argue.
Words that are bringing in these observations of buildings, which you say are some sort of consequence of a hump of Earth in between them, and yet you have no evidence for that. Yeah, it's on our end. Yeah, we're the problem. Right.
There's lots of other information that just ties into.
And what would that be? What would that other information be? We've been asking for it all night, and you just kind of—I mean, someone called you a posh cunt, I think, and I think that's about right.
Oh, I'm sorry that I sound this way, I guess.
No, I mean, never mind that. So you keep applying with that sentence as though it falsifies our position. And it's obviously a vague truism that has no bearing on our position.
What? What do you mean?
A vague truism that has no bearing on our position. There's other information that we have. We mentioned all the relevant information in the argument to falsify your position. You're just ignoring that.
What am I ignoring?
It's the fact that you haven't really been specific.
So this is obviously regressing. Like, we're not moving forward, just going in circles with you. We say the arguments, and you don't say any argument to falsify any of the premises in the dilemma that we've articulated to you.
When
you haven't done anything that's necessary to falsify the refutation against you. You have two deductive arguments, one modus ponens, one modus tollens, and the logical dilemma spelled out for you right there in the open chat. I tagged you with a big yellow block in the open chat for you, and you haven't said a single argument that refutes any of the premises.
Okay, fine. I don't have enough information to be able to do that to a succinct level that you require.
All right, fair enough. That's that. That's the end of that.
I think it's also that you kind of should require when critically engaging in information, right? That's supposed to prove one way or another. Then it's probably more for you to think about, because up until now or recent history, you probably haven't and thought it was that ridiculous because of, don't want to be rude, but a bias that you've got.
But why is it not a bias on your side?
Because we're talking about direct observations with the particulars that are involved, held to a model that is supposed to make predictions, and when we look at those predictions, they don't add up.
What predictions don't add up?
Right, so how far we should be able to see across the surface of the Earth before the Earth curve gets it. That is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we make observations from certain heights, and the prediction is the horizon should be here to block things beyond it. But what we demonstrate is the horizon is more often than not, depending on atmospheric clarity, further away than it most definitely should be if we're on a ball to denote physical Earth curvature. It's never there.
Yeah, it is.
What's never where?
The horizon at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Like, you keep saying this, but what I was trying to say earlier.
Be specific.
There are many more. There are more variables also in play. We don't live in a perfect geometric reality.
Be specific.
I mean, we do, but not.
To be specific, dude. I'm going to ask you. Okay. So, what are you talking about? What other particulars? What do you mean?
I just that these C2FAR examples, they are not unreasonable. They don't necessarily fall outside of what I would expect of reality.
And why is that? What is reality doing? Is it doing something?
It's doing billions of things.
Okay, so this is why people are getting frustrated, because you're becoming very ambiguous. You're not being specific. Do you mean like when we look at something, maybe the path of the light is being moved in a certain direction?
It's definitely an aspect, sure.
Okay, so that's called refraction. You should have said that about 10 minutes ago.
It's also that refraction is also.
He's afraid.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm just. I don't care to agree to.
Don't care.
Stand by the globe, dude.
I don't care to stand by the globe. That's the thing. Like, that's why I'm here. I don't care to stand by the globe.
Okay,
Like,
then. So why are you fighting this? Why are you? If you
I'm
don't,
interested in wondering how these things.
Dude, if you're interested and you don't care, then why not bring up things like refraction instead of being really ambiguous and vague and not really addressing anything that's been said to you apart from ambiguity? Just saying, no, it doesn't. We need to consider more things, but not being specific about those things. If you don't care but you're interested, then you should want to know about these things, right? We're not scared of them. So what is it about observations like the Black Swan, where the light might be refracted, that helps you live on a ball? Because the atmosphere is going to deviate the light whether the Earth is flat or a ball, because it's the atmosphere above the surface that is doing the bending of the light.
Not true.
So
you
it's not the that the light's passing through?
It's the shape of the atmosphere. The shape of the atmospheric gradient that makes light curve upward.
So the shape of
curve around the surface, yeah.
Yeah. So the atmospheric gradient that lays horizontally is curving to remain parallel with the surface.
It lays with the surface. That's what makes it curve.
Yeah, before you interrupted, that's what I meant.
Okay.
So it curves around the surface of the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it didn't, if it was just flat and like a layered cake, then no, it wouldn't curve anyway.
Okay, so that would be a presupposition on your behalf?
No.
Yeah, well, the Earth
That's
is
just how light works.
So the Earth is a ball, no question about it. And because the Earth is a ball, where we're not going to have any questions about it, the atmosphere is going to wrap around that curved surface. We're not going to have any questions about that either. This is the very thing that we're trying to...
What alternative is? What other alternative is there?
Well, the Earth is flat, and the gradient lays horizontal. No, see, you asked for an alternative.
That's not what a presupposition is. I'm saying if the Earth is spherical, the atmosphere would be spherical as well. It can't be flat. You're saying it can somehow.
But we're trying to what? Prove that the Earth is a ball?
Yes, I'm saying refraction.
At the moment, all we're seeing is flat. That's
the
point. You have to
My point is we wouldn't have refraction if the Earth was flat.
Yes, we would, because the light is being passed through the atmosphere.
I mean, isn't a mirage on a desert-like road, isn't that the same refraction, and things are floating above the...
I'm not sure if that would be considered refraction, but...
It is. It's one of the 5 types of refraction. Mirage in superior and inferior, as opposed to the other 4, towering, looming, stooping, and compression.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about the Black Swan, I don't think we're talking about that type of refraction, right? We're talking about light. We're talking about light going through different mediums of air, different densities of air, curving towards the surface continuously. We wouldn't see that on a flat surface with a flat atmosphere, right?
What we would see on the Black Swan is what we would see on a flat Earth, because the horizon isn't where the geometry dictates. It's at least 9 miles from this position. The horizon should be at 1.22, and the horizon is clearly beyond the 2 oil rigs at a safe estimation of 10 miles, could be further. So we just see a flat Earth. You have to invoke curvature afterwards to backwards engineer your observations to fit your model.
No, because we don't see it. We don't see a flat Earth, because if you look at the Black Swan on different days,
where do you see curvature?
If you look at the Black Swan on different days, you can see that the horizon is obstructing the oil rig.
Yeah. So thank you for pointing out the horizon moves. Yes, the horizon moves on different days because of the atmospheric conditions. Again, not Earth curvature.
How is the horizon blocking anything?
Pardon me?
That's curvature. If the horizon is blocking something, that's indicative of Earth
anything in the
curvature.
black swan. That's the thing.
Look in chat. That's the black swan. On different days, it appears that the horizon is.
Does the horizon move?
Apparently, yes.
Yes, and why is that?
Because of refraction.
Yes. Now, where's the ball bit? Where's the ball bit?
The ball bit is in the second picture.
What
compared to the first?
So, when the horizon is in front of things and blocking your observation of the bottom of the object, that's physical Earth curvature at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in V. Is it?
It's not as simple. It's not as simple as saying a number. But that's curvature.
If we're holding it to a model, you're saying that this is physical obstruction, which would invoke the geometry of the Earth to cause that obstruction for the observer at 1 foot, geometric horizon 1.22 miles away. You have to invoke no atmosphere, don't you? For light.
Okay, here's something you can point to.
Pardon?
Would you agree? In the first picture, you can see more of the horizon than in the second one.
Can you see more of the horizon? What do you mean?
Sorry, more of the land.
More of the land.
Would you say you can see the same amount of water? Are you looking at my picture or no?
Yeah, I've seen the videos with these.
Well, there's two different photos, so it's important.
Yeah. So we have a slightly different view.
Yeah. So if you look at the first one, where you can see the second oil rig, you can see more water, right? More distance of water.
Well, no, less distance in the second one because the water ends before you.
So you see less in the second, more in the first, which means there is difference in curvature. No, you could imagine
difference in how far you can see depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day.
Sure, but what you can say, and this is true, is that if you were to assume this is curvature, there would never be more curvature than the geometric curvature of Earth. There would never be more. That is something you can point to confirm.
Would be more.
You would never have a day on the Black Swan where you would see even less of the horizon than the geometry would say you should. Does that make sense?
So you saying you would never see the horizon in a position closer?
Yes, correct.
Well,
so that's indicative of refraction.
Well, it's not, because you don't have a geometric horizon in the first place for it to refract around and to measure from.
Sure, dude.
So
you can say that.
That second picture you've got takes the Earth's radius out to 60,000 miles. So they're both
the
black
second
swans.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, but what I'm saying from my perspective, the real black swan for globe Earth is if you can find a picture that has less distance, the horizon has less distance than the geometry of Earth should say it should have.
Yeah, it's called a foggy day, you dumbass.
Yeah, right.
Okay, dude, but you can't see the actual horizon though on those days. Right?
Oh my goodness, dude.
You can't see where the land meets the sky.
Say, if you're very low to the surface and you're just using your eyes, I doubt that you're going to be able to see more than a mile. If that.
Yeah, well.
Using an optic though, like a camera, like this is, then you're going to be able to zoom in and see further. This is why the camera is important, dude.
No, but let me just make it clear. I'm just saying if you were to use a Earth curvature calculator and you calculated how far you should see, if you ever see less than you should based on that calculated, that would be a real black swan. That would be very alarming for a globe.
All right, that's interesting. Okay, so on the image on the right-hand side, at what distance is the horizon?
I'm not sure.
Huh.
But I
submit to you it's closer than the alleged geometry, and I rest my case on that. How about that? Do you like that?
I don't know how you'd calculate it, dude, but come on.
Well, how did you calculate anything else, dude? You have no idea the range it is to that horizon whatsoever.
Well, you could put like a post between you and a certain distance. If you knew the distance between you and the oil rig, you could figure it out, right?
We do know the distance between.
Yeah, so let me ask this question. If you don't know the particulars of this image on the right, Why are you posting it as proof of anything?
I'm not. I'm just explaining a concept. Refraction.
Okay, so let me explain the concept to you. Let me explain the concept to you. You ever heard of a tidal bore?
No.
Okay. Do you know where this image came from?
No.
Do you know what day this image was taken?
Nope.
Do you know whether there was or was not a tidal bore that day?
I don't know.
So then how can you tell me what you're looking at is actually a true horizon and not just a tidal bore shelf? By the way, what a tidal bore is when it's when the tide has an ambient shelf height that's greater than normal. So as a matter of fact, friend, it's well known that this image was taken on a day of a tidal bore. And we know this because Dr. Bob and Ranty did an episode together on this very image, where Ranty live brought up the chart for the day and time that the photo was taken and proved to Bob that there was a 4-foot tidal bore that day. So there's no way to determine whether this image is of a horizon at all.
All right, well, I got nothing for that.
It's important to understand the particulars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because what you're also saying, what you said before was, so when you say the horizon, you mean things disappearing from the bottom up, yeah?
When I say horizon, I just mean the amount of surface you can see.
Yeah, so if we showed you an image of something disappearing from the bottom up at a closer distance than there should be any Earth curvature, then you said that that would be a problem for the globe, didn't you?
Yes, absolutely.
There's a problem with the tidal bore theory. Tidal bores happen in rivers.
Did you hear me?
There's a problem, sir, with your
conversation. Or no? Obviously not.
They're on rivers, not oceans. So you're false.
Okay.
Excuse me?
You're gonna wait. Can I just finish?
Okay, dude. While he's finishing, you're gonna go find the evidence that tidal bores are exclusive to rivers and present it. Thank you.
Yeah. So, as a matter of fact, the person who took this video, was that your video AI? With the no, that wasn't the radio-controlled boat. No, that wasn't yours, was it?
Indios. That's from Sky Free.
It is too. So
But I have done these short distance observations before and posted them. So yeah, I've done similar things.
Yeah. So there, would you admit, if we post them, would you admit that there is a problem with the globe then?
Yeah, if it was true.
Yeah. All right. Cool. I'm just gonna go and fetch it, and I'll be back.
Right.
Easy being a flat earther than a globe earther with regards to this argument. Because no matter where the horizon is or what we see, we just go, the earth is flat, and that's what I can see today. Depending on optic, height, atmospheric conditions, time of day sometimes as well, nighttime. When you're on a globe earth, you see as far as you can see. Because it doesn't match your model, you have to backwards engineer using light refraction for it to fit your model.
No, we're not backwards engineering anything, dude. We know this is how light works.
Yeah, we understand that light can be deviated from its path because of the atmospheric density, its constituent parts like moisture, and maybe even its temperature. We understand that that gradient density also rises and lessens out with altitude. Okay, cool. And that doesn't mean that the surface is curving. And for you to invoke that the gradient is also curving to fit your model would be a presupposition on your part, like I said. You would be begging the question from this point on.
It wouldn't even. I don't even need to say the surface is curving. All I need to say is the
posted it in the chat for you, dude.
The atmosphere is turning irrespective of the light ray. So that's all I need to say.
It's turning irrespective.
Yeah,
of the
it's
light.
not the same density. You're not looking through the same medium. If you were, there would be no refraction.
Not true.
Carter, I just posted the video of something disappearing from the bottom up when there's not.
I don't see it.
Not at a distance. Not really. Reset. There. What did he deafen?
I don't know.
Maybe he's reading something.
Hopefully it's that video that I sent. Alright, who's the other idiot in the chat?
Right down the bottom.
Oh, that explains it all, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Alright, you're up. I don't know whether to call you Darl or Love or what.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Great. So the person who said tidal
I
bores,
think I'm going to call you mate.
Just a real quick wiki search
buddy.
on Wikipedia debunks the tidal bore claim. The image is legitimate. There is a phenomena that's happening here, captured on camera, and you can't you can't justify that now. You tried the tidal bore thing. So now the justice. I'm not done talking. I'm not done.
Okay,
I'm
so
going to finish and listen
that
to you.
image
Gotta let me finish.
takes the Earth's radius out to 60,000 miles.
Okay, whatever.
So is that how big
Talk over me,
the
Timbo.
Earth is then?
So I'm referring to the picture, the justification.
Okay, so that would take that image, the Earth's radius out to 60,000 miles. Do you agree with that? Right.
This person has been muted. I don't know if you want to get a response and unmute him, dude.
Yeah, anyway, the incoming tide and the outgoing water, right, when there's too much of the ambient shelf height, which is usually caused by a shoreline, which has a deep ridge and then a shallow ridge at the top. So the incoming water has to defeat these two things. And if you look at the tide charts from the day that BLMSB, the other guy went out there, as was demonstrated on Ranty's, he showed that the ambient tide height was an additional 4 feet. Right? So while that is technically not a tidal bore in the sense that that happens in a river, it's the same type of phenomenon. So even if that were thrown to the side, you'd still have no way to validate the image that's on the right. All that you see is water and something behind it. You have no idea whether it's a tide, whether it's a wave, whether it's anything. You've got no particulars about the image at all. But you see, we've all had history with the image. A lot of us were there when Randy and Dr. Bob had that live stream. Versus now, don't get me wrong. Maybe there's a video or something out there that might give more input on a different image. But for example, the one from BLMS B69, he shows a zoomed out image. He shows where he is on the side of the beach. He walks up to the water. He places the camera down onto the ground. He zooms in. Yada yada yada. He tells you what day he went. Tells you where he is.
So back to the picture. That's definitely the horizon. It's not a tidal bore. So now there's justification here to believe that the Earth is a spheroidal geoid. How do you debunk that now?
Not at all.
The claim of the tidal bore.
Why would I debunk your assertion? It's an assertion. I can dismiss it.
So no. The picture provides, I guess empirical evidence, and then you just make the analysis. Like the guy that posted the picture gave the analysis. And I heard there was some debunk happening, and then the debunk got debunked. There's no tidal bore happening in this image. At least admit that. At least in this image, there's no river in the image, so there's no tidal bore in the image, right?
Did you listen? Did you listen to me earlier? Did you listen to me earlier when I was speaking?
Yes or no? Is there a tidal bore in that picture? Yes or no?
Oh my God, you're dumb, dude.
Yes or no? Answer the fucking question, please. It's a simple question, and then I'm happy to hear any response that you have. But just admit it, right? You gave a debunk that was debunked. Just admit it, and then we can move on.
Right. You didn't debunk anything.
Is there a tidal bore in that picture? Yes or no?
The tide is risen by 4 foot.
Yep. There you go.
I'm sorry, I didn't get an answer to my question.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. There you go. Now what?
Yes. Is that an ocean or is that a river?
It's the tide risen by 4 foot.
Is that in the picture? Is that a river? Are those two oil rigs on a river?
Has the tide risen by 4 foot?
Or are they in the ocean?
Is the tide risen by 4 foot?
They're in the ocean, right?
Is the tide risen?
So they're in the ocean. You can't answer my fucking question. Is that a river or an ocean?
So what?
So what? So I've already explained why. Is that a river or
you didn't explain anything. You're just asserting. You're not
it's a real simple thing here. Is it a river or is it an ocean?
It's your mom's tears.
Right.
For how you turned out as a child.
Thank you.
Tide's risen by 4 foot, though.
Yeah, but before you came in on the mic, I already explained the terrain features around the area that gave rise to the phenomenon, right? But you just ignored that, right? Because you Wikipedia'd something, and in the sentence it said tidal bores occur in rivers, which they do.
Yeah, solely. The phenomena is the tide pushing on land a tidal bore. So you have to get a picture of a river.
Solely, right?
Tidal bore.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
The things that you described do not.
Hold on a second, dummy.
It's you.
You got a citation,
Timbo. I guess,
you got a citation. You got a citation where it says solely.
Exactly. So you're just trying to evade. You're trying to force me to do some citation on some other.
Oh, so you don't have a citation.
You just need to admit your error. No, I'm going to hold your feet on the fire until I get muted. Is that an ocean or is that a river?
I told you already. It's your mom's tears for how you turned out.
Right. So you're the one who's evading right at the moment right now. Gotcha.
Hey, let me ask you this question. If it's the case that the terrain features...
No, answer my question first, and then I'll answer your question.
You already answered me.
And that's equaling to running away. You're going to have to mute me.
No. There you go. You want to be a martyr? Now you get to be one. How many points did you earn for that martyrdom? You should ask your mom if she approves of you now. Okay, so for example, let's say your argument follows that the name tidal bore only applies, which you didn't prove, by the way, to rivers. If that's the case, it doesn't change what happens when the tide comes in and the tide goes out, when there's a shelf that's very high and then a very shallow slope going out to it. And then that raises the ambient tide height by 4 feet for that day. So even if anything being equal, then I just misnamed the phenomenon, right? But the argument still stands, right? So by you saying, oh, you got the wrong name for the phenomenon, doesn't change that the phenomena happened. So what's your point here?
AI, you know the location where this image was taken, right? Where the black swan is somewhere in Santa Monica, California. Is there a river? Is there a river close by on this coast? Do you know?
Don't know for sure. No.
Okay. I'll see if I can find out.
I'm trying to find out as well, but
But the tide rose by 4 foot.
All as I know is that Dr. Bob and Ranty were discussing the image, and Ranty went live on his screen to the local stuff, got all the tide charts and everything, and found out that there was an increase in the tide height, quote unquote shelf. Let's just call it the tidal shelf. Okay, there you go. I just renamed it. Wow, see how easy that was? So during that time that this photo was taken, there's like a peak wave interval, right? And a tide interval. And if you change that by 4 feet, as the tide is coming in, before it reaches the shore, then it slowly starts to fade out, right? Because it hits that slope angle of the ground. So the point was that if you're taking the observation low, and there's this big tide coming in, it's going to be in between you and the image, right? But what does that even prove anyway? It proves that the guys who just point to the picture on the right as if it proves anything without knowing the particulars of the day don't really have a claim, because they have no idea what they're looking at. They don't have the context like in the BMS video where he shows you all the ambient conditions all around. You don't have any of that. So maybe find a more parsed out image for it to be the right hand side image, and just say, "Oh, I see blue water, then I see sky. Therefore, that is the horizon, and it's at a particular distance." Like, how could you possibly make those claims just from looking at the image? You can't. And that was the zinger that Ranty gave to Dr. Bob that very day. By the way, that was the episode where Dr. Bob was asked to come on the Ranty show to present his presentation that the reason why the Titanic sank is because the iceberg was refracted and they couldn't tell where it really was. So they thought it was over there, but it was really over here, so they crashed into it. Yeah, so I'm gonna unmute Spazatron, since we switched the word bore to shelf, and now they have no argument rebuttal whatsoever, since they were trying to exclusively say that a bore must happen only in rivers, which they didn't prove. But now that we switched it to shelf, they have no argument. Let's see what they have to say for themselves.
Here's my response to: you're an idiot, you're a dumbass. Go ahead, mute me again, runaway loser. I disproved you, I debunked you. I don't care that you're trying to redefine.
No, sorry.
Wow, we've really heard this person.
I'll tell you what, when you come back with the particulars of the day, of the photo that's on the right-hand side, to be able to make any claims about it, then I'll listen to what you have to say. How about that? All right, hold on. I need more martyr points, so I'm going to unmute their mic so that they can call me names so I can get more points. All right,
more points coming.
Martyr points, please. Let's roll. Hey, did you know? Guess what, guys? Did you know that refraction only occurs between the boundary of a well-defined medium, which doesn't exist in a non-homogeneous anisotropic atmosphere, and therefore you can't use refraction? True. It's true. It's true.
Cite it.
Yeah, it's called the law of refraction.
Cite it.
No problem.
Cite what a medium is.
Medium, light, glass, or water.
The only defining characteristic of medium is density. So.
Really? What type of density?
That's not true either. Some
How is it
mediums
not true?
some mediums like gases don't have surfaces.
What did you say?
Gases don't have surfaces. Water does.
Okay.
So you're just wrong.
What does that mean? I said anything with a different density is a medium.
A different density, what, like water?
Like air and air.
No, that's not a dividing line.
What is that? No, it's a different density. That's it.
Where one medium changes into another medium. Not a gas gets denser, liquid then has a defining line before the gas starts, or the gas where it intercedes with, I don't know, the walls of a glass container, like a glass or a fishbowl.
Have you ever seen a whammon like disappear over the horizon when it swam away like a mermaid?
Can't understand what you're saying, dude. What's that about a lemon?
I don't know. How do you even communicate with flat earthers? They're like the dumbest, most ridiculous, worthless piece of shit in the entire galaxy.
What? The microphone's
Yeah, the only difference with mediums is their refractive index, and that's calculated using density.
Why do glasses work? You know, spectacles. To help people see. What's that based on?
Same thing?
Refraction of light, right?
Who was the guy that was talking about the Bohr?
AI.
AI. Okay, thank you.
Oh, well, you said you're a bore? I agree.
There's an interesting image that's been posted of the coastline of Santa Monica and a huge shelf that's in the bottom right hand corner. Let's scroll up. Talking about tide coming in. And the information showing that the tide's coming. The water's risen by 4 foot. I don't care what you fucking call it. The water's still risen.
Yeah, I was just looking at it on the US Geological website. There's a huge shelf. There is a river, Santa Clara River.
Oh, there is a river, is there? Okay.
Yep.
So the citation that I read was this happens along coastlines where there's where the river meets the sea. So as the tide in from the sea, it rises up along the coastline, and the tidal bore is what's pushed up the river. But it happens along coastlines.
Yeah, but there are also, so if you, as long as that's the bore, but there's also a phenomenon of the tide pushing in really fast, and it hits
This is all
the shelf.
post-hoc, by the way.
Hang on, and it hits the shelf, and it creates a bulge in the water.
Post-hoc rationalization.
It says narrow bay there too, right?
The water's risen by 4 foot.
Because the river is going to rush underneath all that current. It's going to force that way.
And what you accuse. You guys are doing with this tidal bore thing. What all you accuse the global earth.
Okay, you just take the bore out of it.
Post-hoc.
Just take
rationalization. No, we're not going to take the bore out of it. That was his original argument. You can't just change the vocabulary.
It doesn't matter. Okay, he just said before he might have got the word wrong.
Hoc rationalization.
Now I know why he was. Now I know why he was saying that your mother would be proud of you. Yeah.
Yeah, because Earth curve must be moving her like a snake, like that. You're so awesome with that Earth curve snake math, slither along Earth curve.
Ha! I never actually made any claims. I was just calling out AI.
What did you actually call out though? Think about it.
You all witnessed it, so I don't have to you don't
Yeah,
have to
but
do
no,
this, right?
what was
You
it? It
witnessed
was
it. I
the use
witnessed
of a
it. We
word,
all
right?
witnessed it. He was just
Hey,
narcissistically not going to admit his defeat on that particular point. It's not even a
wrong,
big deal.
wrong,
But it's
wrong,
at the moment now because of the
wrong.
doubling down.
You
It's
see
just
how
funny to watch you
stupid you
guys do the
are.
same
Yep,
things that
yep,
you accuse Globalist
yep,
of doing
yep,
post hoc
yep.
questions,
You're dumb as crap.
lack
So
of
that
Can
doesn't
you
empirical,
tell me.
etc.,
mute this
etc.
Glober dude? He's a fucking
Yeah,
retard.
easy. So what I actually did was gracefully accept that I may have used the wrong word in describing the phenomenon, right? And then I parsed out that applying the wrong word to a phenomenon doesn't negate the phenomenon that is not the phenomenon, which is the word's actual meaning, which is a different phenomenon. So even if I was wrong, which I wasn't 100% sure at that moment, I parsed it out to where the phenomenon I'm describing occurs because of the structure of the shelf that the tide and the ocean is coming in when it meets the land, right? Completely separating it from being about rivers, right? So at best, even if you could provide that the term bores only refers to rivers, which you didn't, then that would just mean that I misnamed the phenomenon. Congratulations, you played yourself. So I'm going to unmute you so we can all hear how proud your mom is of you. Okay? There you go. Make her proud.
They're claiming that they self-muted and therefore won. So
Whatever, small victories.
Oh yeah. Anyways, if you want to show, if you actually want to prove Globe Earth wrong, all I have to show is a picture of the horizon that's less than what the geometric horizon should be. That's all you got to do. But no flat earther can do it.
No,
You
something
watched the video?
less.
I did, and it said it matched the geometric horizon.
No, it didn't. The geometric
God.
horizon. What are you talking about? That's not the video that Timbo posted.
What did it
showed
say?
you should have watched the video.
No, I did, but they said there was 1 inch of curvature, and that's what it showed.
What was the distance?
That's what she said.
What was the distance?
It was from 100 feet to 600 feet.
Awesome. And where should the geometric horizon be?
She said it was 1.5 inches or something.
No, that's that altitude. Talking about where the geometric horizon should be for the thing to go beyond it, to then be caused obstruction because of the curvature. It's done on a small scale. The object disappears from the bottom up on a relatively very flat surface, the water, where the horizon for this observation should be beyond the boat. But it's not Earth curvature, it's an optical phenomenon.
Okay. So you're saying at 600 feet, it shouldn't be obscure. It shouldn't be obscuring it at all.
Nope. So we gave you what you were asking for, and you said there would be a problem with the globe if that were the case. So is there a problem with the globe?
Apparently yes. Maybe, I don't know. Based on what I told you, yeah.
There's also another famous example of this, and it's actually done by National Geographic, where they have a boat go out with 3 bands on it, and you can hear the people say that this boat is going to go out with 3 color bands, and we're not going to be able to see the color band because the alleged curve of the Earth is going to be blocking it. And this can only happen because of the curve of the Earth, because the horizon is going to block the object. Now, lo and behold, they send the boat out. Everybody's watching. The bottom band does seem to disappear, but guess what? The horizon is still beyond the boat.
Wait, I don't understand that.
Does anybody know the name of those platforms in the image?
Hill House. Platform Habitat, Platform Hill House.
It's a secret name.
Thank you.
from the ages.
With that example you gave, I wish it would be like a little higher, like 1.5 inches, and the quality of the video.
It's not good enough.
I'm not saying it's not good enough. It might be. It might be a good example.
That gives you an excuse to go back on what you said. Yeah, that's.
I wish you would
yeah, no
provide like a more conclusive example. You know.
Okay, so that wasn't conclusive enough.
Well, if you provide another example, then it's way more conclusive. Yeah.
No, that's fine because it's conclusive enough for me. So maybe now it's your turn to go out and look for something. Then
it's okay. He didn't see a curve there. It's not conclusive enough to prove he has a curve. It's good. It's all right.
Do you at least understand how that's a problem?
Okay, so you said this is what you said. Right? If you can show me something that looks like a curve before, it should be where it is.
If you show me an example of more curvature,
then you would concede that the globe has a problem. Now you went away, you looked, and we went through it. And I said, okay, does the globe have a problem? And you said, yeah, okay, it is. And now you're coming up with excuses.
because dude, it's like 1.5 inches, man. Like, and then if you look at the video, it's like terrible quality.
Okay, so
and like the water is freaking wavy. Like, it's terrible.
Oh, so water's not wavy then?
Well, like it would be less of a problem if you increase the observer height.
How high? Now,
like just a basic human perspective, like 6 foot.
Yep. Yeah. How far would that be then? So you'd have to see the horizon before 3 miles. How you gonna use a marker for that? What are you gonna do for that? You tell me. I'll go and do it this afternoon.
Okay.
All right. What do you want me to do?
You're not gonna do.
I mean, you don't have to do that.
Come on, be honest with the dude.
Actually, wait.
I am. I'm gonna go and do it.
Yeah.
I'm about to knock off work early, and I'm gonna
go and rake the backyard too, mate. soon. Like I'm halfway there. I'm thinking.
I mean, you don't know me very well, so that's the difference.
You don't know me.
Are you gonna rake the yard before they go to the moon or after? Or are you gonna rake the moon dirt with them? Why don't you just go rake moon dirt? That should take you soon.
Stanley Kubrick.
I mean, you could put you could put any marker you want. I mean, it really doesn't matter as long as you know the distance.
How am I gonna do this? Go. Let's come up with it, and I'll go and do it. Come on, tell me.
Well, why not just the same way they did it?
Okay, so now you're going to accept it if I do it the same way that they did it?
No, you would use larger distances, like I said.
Larger distance. Okay.
Yep.
What
larger
height
observer
do you want
height.
me to do it at?
6 foot. Observer
6
height.
foot, so 3 miles. So if I see the horizon before 3 miles, so what am I using as a marker here?
What did they use as a marker?
Well, the difference is that boat was not at a point where it was supposed to go over the horizon because the width of the lake is given. So you have a distance.
Okay,
Do you see what's wrong with what you're saying?
He's not good at math.
You're saying you're having a problem because you have to figure out the distance?
No, you're having a problem because I asked you to come up with something and I'll go and do it and you can't come up with anything. All you said was just do the same thing as they did. But I showed you what they did and you didn't accept that. So it's obviously not good enough. So
if we're going to use the ocean, what is the issue?
Where's the marker?
How does you can use like a buoy? You can use a lot of different things as a marker.
Point one out. I live in Melbourne. Find me a buoy off the coast in the bay. Let's do it in the bay. All right. And find me a buoy 3 miles off the shore.
I know how to do this. Just look along the coastline, dude.
I mean, practically speaking, any sort of experiment like this is going to be hard to do. But
what do you mean?
Oh my god.
Well,
you could show this guy 10 pieces of proof, he wouldn't change his mind.
Yep.
Who,
It doesn't
me?
matter. Yeah.
What proof have you shown me? You're just asking me a question.
What's the phenomenon
They showed you the proof, but I mean, you already had your conclusion, man.
It was
can't
one
change.
experiment.
I got one for you. Look at the houses across the street from you. Can you see the curve? No,
You're too
that's
funny,
a
dude.
shorter distance. No, I'm not. I'm trying to tell you. Look at the jungle. When you see the first line of trees, can you see the rest of the jungle? No, so you've only seen before you could see for an earth curve. Look at fog. You only see 10 foot in front of you. To quit laughing, I'm showing you how you're defeated every way but loose. On a snowy day, where can you see? Nowhere. You're looking at all white snow right in front of your face. You're done. In a jungle, in the water, 800 feet? 800 1 mile?
I stipulated you should be able to see where the surface meets the sky.
No,
or
brother.
whatever.
You said no. You said if you can see closer to yourself without being able to see further than a certain point on a foggy day, that got you covered, right?
No. If you
on
see
a
less
foggy
of the
day, where
surface, then you should be
do you see the
geometrically.
horizon on a foggy day?
I can
That's
do
what
that.
I said.
Right. So you need to see less of a surface.
Less of the Earth's surface, then you should be geometrically. If the Earth was a ball.
I just said 10 ways, brother. You're not listening.
No, because it's not. You haven't satisfied my
Fog.
stipulation, which is you should
What
see the
stipulation?
surface should meet the sky. That way you can
Fog.
adequately see.
Fog.
No, the fog is obscuring that.
No, fog touches the ground and is the sky. It meets it right in front of you at your feet, dummy. What do you mean, okay?
Does it specifically have to be a surface? I can demonstrate that you can lose the ability to see the entirety of an object if you're looking horizontal but very close to that object, as akin to being on the surface of the Earth, it being flat, and us only seeing a mile or two. I can demonstrate that.
So you're saying on a flat surface, if you are closer to the surface, you'll see less.
Yes.
Okay, well, hey, that's another reason why that experiment is not adequate, because it's really close to the surface. So even if there was curvature, I don't think it adequately shows it.
Yeah.
Or it shows more than it should, right?
When we look for the curvature, we don't find it. We see the Earth extending beyond where that curvature should be. Even if it's 1 foot, 6 foot. Those calculations in the model, right?
Yeah, and I'm positing that it'll always be the geometric curvature, that distance, or greater. It'll never be less. And I think that points to it being that curvature.
You got a tape measure? What? Less than what, though, physically?
Less than the
less surface area. The horizon, in my terms, how I would define it, is just the surface area you can see of the Earth, right? If you see less,
why are you asking for less than the geometric horizon when there isn't one?
Yeah, there isn't an example. Because the issue is refraction makes light curve towards the surface, so it appears flatter than it is. But it should never appear. It should never appear more curved.
So you don't have one then. So how they measure it then? How do they know? Right? How do they know that the geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observer?
I don't know. They figured it out though.
Who did?
I don't know. Scientists.
How? Look it up.
They went to space and they saw it.
They saw bendy refraction from space.
No,
and
what? We're talking about the radius of Earth, right?
What, now refraction's not happening? Well, supposedly it's being refracted to you. But now since you're in space, you're not refracting nothing? It's weird, man.
Oh my
You guys had
gosh.
your cake and eat
He
it
asked
too,
me,
right?
how do you know what the geometric horizon even is? And I'm saying, well, you can just figure that out if you know the radius of Earth.
He's got you in a logic trap, man. You don't even see it. You're just like blind to it.
Oh, he's saying some random thing.
How many feet, brother?
Of what?
I don't know, of earth, dirt, water, crust, whatever you're standing on. How much of it exactly? And then boat's gone. A canoe.
Depends.
For you.
That's why there's a calculator for it.
You do what?
It depends. That's why there's a calculation that you can do to
The
get the
globe
distance.
curve depends. No. I don't think you understand how, brother, a basketball's regulation size. Your globe has a regulation size. Can't be bigger or littler. Can't look little or bigger. It can do all kind. Listen, the measurement of it has to be one thing. Do you understand that? Okay, so where's that at? That's all we're looking for. The official globe size. That's the only thing we want to look for the distance of. Because if we can see closer than that official size, then you're debunked, right, Goofy?
Yes.
Right. So anyway, and it doesn't really make sense what you're saying anyway because you're slow. But
why not?
So where's that spot at? Where's that spot at? Can we get to that spot and put a flag in her? What kind of flag you gonna put in it for us to mark it for us so we can get back and do our experiment, our test, I guess.
I mean, dude, this experiment's kind of hard to do. Like, you need a. Even the person in the video, they don't own that lake, so like, I mean,
You got
it's
the
kind of
math.
hard.
Own the lake.
This
like-
experiment is hard to do. The person doesn't own the lake. Seriously, was that the response?
Well, don't you get in trouble for leaving shit around?
So this experiment is hard to do because there might be a litter problem.
Maybe. Like, what is the issue with just having markers in the ocean?
Why should we take you seriously, dude?
Dude, okay, if that's not an issue, why don't you put buoys in the ocean and do the experiment?
Buoy? Why don't I put buoys in the ocean? You can look at landmarks across a coastline.
You're a dumb shit.
Wind farms, you can see oil rigs.
Okay, well then do whatever you feel is most adequate to do the experiment.
Say that again.
If you think that's correct, then do it that way. It doesn't matter.
I've already done
as long as you've already done it and you saw more curvature than there should be.
We don't know what curvature you have in mind.
Should be. What do you mean by that?
What I mean is anything like when I'm talking about curvature, I guess I mean just like a difference in the horizon, the surface you see. Because if it was perfectly flat, we would see.
Brother. You have to have a reference. You can't just be ambiguous. Go ahead.
Obviously,
if it's perfectly flat. What?
If it was perfectly flat, that would allow you to see the maximum amount of horizon, right?
Maximum amount of
horizon.
Yes.
What does that?
I mean, technically, it'd be infinite because you can always zoom in, right? Is that not correct?
Man? Technically, it would be infinite because you could always zoom in. No.
You could always increase the angular size of what you're looking at.
No.
Why not?
Because there's going to be a limitation based on that optic. If you're going to want to increase a larger...
Yes, I understand. I'm just talking theoretically. On a flat surface, the horizon is infinite.
No, there's no theoretical here. Okay, zooming... When you want to see further, dude, like past the ability of the angular resolution limit you have in your optic, you increase the size of the aperture. You don't zoom in more.
Okay. Well, whatever you do to increase the angular size of what you're looking at, right? If you keep on doing that, you can
Let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. So, the standard atmosphere occlusion rate is approximately 300 miles at a horizontal rate. So that means that at 300 miles, the atmosphere is opaque. So if you had the most powerful optic known to man, you wouldn't be able to see past approximately 300 miles looking straight out.
Wow, that's another thing. How come we can see like a distinct difference with the horizon and the atmosphere? If the surface is flat, then there would be no distinct line. Because because the atmosphere would be obscuring it, like you're saying.
Obscuring it means stopping it from being able to see so far, brother. Not allowing you to see forever. Just like water. Water, you can't see sunlight forever through water to the bottom of certain lakes that are 20 and
when the
10 miles.
yeah, absolutely. So when the sky occludes during daylight, what color is it?
I don't. Sorry, I don't know what that means.
I'll give you a hint. What color is the sky?
Okay, it's blue.
Blue, correct. Now, where do you know that you're going to be able to get a contiguous surface to be able to determine how far you're seeing, quote unquote, to the horizon? The only places I know of are pretty much water, right?
Yeah.
So you have two color fields, right? Both are blue, essentially, and eventually, as you get out, the angle that the top field blue and the bottom field blue transition to each other is just going to be a line that is the minimal diffraction limit you have for your optic, and so that's going to render as a resolvable single line, right?
Yeah.
Well, then there's your answer, dude.
Okay. I mean, yeah. The point is, if you can see more of the horizon, that's normal. But if you see less, it's not.
What the fuck? Backwards, bro.
I mean, what did...
Got it backwards.
I say things kind of funny sometimes, but that was pretty straightforward.
Tim, backwards. Backwards.
How is that
way around,
backwards?
On a ball,
that was my whole premise.
You should see the bottom of the ball. No, listen. I'm going to tell you why. It's real simple. On a ball, when the boat goes out and goes over the horizon, you should see the very bottom of the boat, the part that's supposed to be touching the water. Show us that you on a ball, brother.
Wait, sorry, repeat that.
The underneath part of the boat. Yeah, like the propeller sticking up out of the water, the back part of the propeller has to stick out of the water here as that boat goes around the water curve. Do you have any images of that?
Wait, so what do I show you for a ball?
Not horizontal water. Not a boat going away and getting cut perfectly in half. We want to see the tip of the boat popping up and that boat tilting forward somehow. Like going around the ball somehow. Not being on a flat horizontal baseline.
Gosh.
Stooge, quit laughing. We're
Dude,
looking
you know
for
how subtle that
horizontal
angular change would be?
What, a horizontal line?
The whole point is it's a massive... Earth's radius is massive.
What's you going off the cliff in a canoe? Show us how you do that and show us how there's...
Yeah, when you go off a cliff and it's a 90-degree angle. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, that's what your curve is, dumbass.
It's not 90 degrees. It's not a freaking square.
What? Show us how your boat would react on a curve. Show us.
It would gradually change.
Show us.
Anytime you look at a boat, there you go.
No, put it on a curve. There you go. Not a horizontal flat earth like we have out in reality, Stooge. You'll need a boat to represent your claim. A ball. You'll need a ball and
wait,
a boat.
you're saying its angle will change irrespective of the surface.
A ball in front of you. You're not looking at a ball. So that boat goes away from you and it's a horizontal line forever. That's still horizontal water for everybody. Now, you get a protractor and you can back up and line your top of your protractor arc with the curve of Earth, then we'll be on a ball. Funny way. But if you got to turn that protractor upside down and the horizontal part's the only thing that ever matches, you got a problem. And you got to see something tilt, brother. Something goes straight away from you. Yeah, something goes straight away from me, like you just walking away and we can see eye to eye the whole time. And it just cuts you in half and I can still see straight to your eyeballs. You're not walking away from me on a globe that goes below itself every millimeter. Funny way. I don't think you understand the attribute
we
of a
don't
sphere,
live
buddy.
on a square Earth, dude.
Put your finger on a ball.
Don't live on a square Earth.
What other part of that ball is touching your finger? Only one part of that ball is keeping up with your finger. Everything else is below it, correct, Goofy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what we're looking for, dummy. Some tilt. Do you have any tilt?
What
Dropping
tilt?
tilt
What would that
stuff.
look like on a sphere, dude?
Not a horizontal plane, not tilting. Like flat Earth, not. What you see right now, no tilt, that's not what it would look like, okay? I'm giving you a hint.
It just appears
Reality,
that way.
flat Earth, not a ball. What does? A ball does? A ball appears like not a ball? How fucking weird could a big ball
When you're
not
on the
appear like a big
surface,
ball?
yes, it does not appear that you are on a
Micro
curving
man.
surface.
Micro
If you're
man.
small enough, if you're
How
like an
big are
ant,
you as a surface, sir? How big are you?
then your business.
So where's that big ass fucking tilt? Where are those V buildings
What?
at, Ant-Man? Ant-Man on a dog's butt. You're telling me you can't see the dog's butt curving, little flea? Bullshit.
Oh my gosh, dude, you're funny.
No, it's reality. Where are your V buildings?
I don't know how globe earthers can come in here and not start laughing.
Me either. It's a comedy. It's a comedy show. When we got a building that they made on purpose to show you what a building would look like on a globe. It's called the Leaning Tower of Pisa. You ever heard about it?
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for, Goof Troop. Some
Oh,
buildings
so
that do
it would
that.
be
A whole
tilted
bunch of them.
irrespective of the surface. That doesn't make sense.
No, retard. They're showing you what it would look like if you lived on a fucking ball. Not irrespective. That's what it would look like, respective of a curve. We don't live on a
No.
curve. Look at the other buildings around it, stupid
Yeah.
ass. They're
If
all
you're,
straight vertical. Dumbo, do you understand reality?
I
Now,
understand.
in
If
reality,
you were in space looking at people, they
stop,
would
dummy.
be
Oh, you're going to get a ball. You're going to tilt a building on it, just like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Then you're going to roll that ball slowly away from your camera. Show me when it's not going to look vertical, idiot fuck. Why are you so dumb?
Clearly, just do not comprehend the
I could
scale.
throw that in there, dude. No, it's not necessary.
So show me what you guys are. Show me how I'm wrong. Go get a 12.9 degree tilted fucking building. Put it on your ball.
Why are we tilting it again?
Where's what?
Why are we tilting it again?
Because when you have a tilted object on a ball and you go away from it, it becomes perfectly vertical. Doesn't stay
No.
tilted anymore. It becomes perfectly vertical, you retard.
No, it doesn't.
Now on Earth, when you look at all those buildings and you go far away, that building's tilted and all of the other ones are still vertical. That building should start becoming vertical, retardo.
No. I have no idea what you're saying.
When something tilts that way around the ball and you get closer to it, or you go far away, it stands up vertically in your view, stupid fuck.
No.
Get a ball. Show me I'm wrong, idiot. You scared?
It'll tilt, but barely.
Why are you afraid? Don't be afraid that I'm right and you're wrong. Funny
And
guy.
really, because of observer height, it would pretty much be vertical as soon as you could see it.
You should use. I know I'm right and you're wrong. So we're looking for
Okay,
those.
well, if you're right, show me
we're
that
looking
less
for
than
all-
geometric horizon. Y'all can't do it because the Earth
looking
is
for
curved.
Leaning Tower of Pisa buildings everywhere, you fucking idiot. That would be your proof. Are they
Show
all?
me,
Show you
the
what?
less. Show me the
Something
less
that
than
don't
geometric
exist?
horizon. Do it. You can't do
Hold
it.
on a second. DMOC, he's asking for a geometric horizon. That's not our claim. Are you confused?
No.
No, okay, I understand, and this is related to that. So, what I said originally was, if you can show me a horizon that's less than the geometric, then I would concede to a flat Earth. But no one can do it.
Why in the world would that? You're confused.
Why not?
That's fuck. You
Why
say
is
you
it-
can
what's wrong
see
with that?
forever on flat Earth, but then you're saying you want to see 2 foot in front of your face only. I think you're retarded, brother. I really do.
I said that because
Yeah.
refraction doesn't make light curve away from the surface. It makes it curve towards the surface, meaning there would be no case where there appears to be more curvature than there actually is.
What kind of refraction is this?
Atmospheric refraction.
Okay, what's it based on?
Science.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Do you not,
is this
do you not agree with the scientific
Carter?
Yeah,
Carter.
Carter. He's like a 18-year-old.
Dude, Carter, you're pretty stupid. Like, and I'm being just genuine. Like, I think you should probably bow out, bro. because
I'm not.
You're making it worse for all of the other globe believers. You're making terrible arguments, and you don't understand what's going on.
No,
okay, well. Just engage with it. Tell me how I'm wrong.
So I asked you what the atmospheric refraction was based on, and you said science. Okay, no problem. Yep. Can you give me the observed phenomena that we're going to study?
Different media, light bending because of refraction.
Different media, light bending because of refraction. No, what's the phenomena? You don't even know what a phenomena is.
I just told you light bending because of refraction.
Yeah. What's the phenomena? Media. What is occurring that we're studying?
Light bending between two different media.
When? In what scenario? What's the scenario? What's the phenomena?
When you put a pencil in water and you look at it through a glass.
Okay, so we're talking about Snell's law here, and we're talking about the border between two isotropic media.
Yes.
Okay, so are you trying to create a false equivalence between that and atmospheric refraction, which is not based on Snell's law?
How is it not based on Snell's law?
Okay, get me the citation and what atmospheric refraction is, and tell me all about it. And you can answer your own question, because this is your claim. This is your claim. So I want you to back your claim by telling me how atmospheric refraction is the same as Snell's law dealing with two isotropic media, like water and glass, putting a pencil in them.
Long story boundary. Define isotropic media first.
No, I think I need you to go ahead and show me in atmospheric refraction how it's the same as putting a pencil into a glass of water. Atmospheric refraction is the same as Snell's law at the border of two isotropic media.
Okay, I can explain it.
No, I'm not asking you to explain it. I'm asking you to get me the scientific paper that you're talking about, right? I want to see the observed phenomena, and then I want to see the hypothesis. We'll go through the whole thing. Because you asked me if, I don't like science or something earlier. No, I love the scientific method. I think we should go through it. I think you should give me the observed phenomena and how they scientifically isolated the cause of this thing that you're talking about.
Well, you originally claimed a false equivalence, and so I should
No, I didn't. No. You originally claimed atmospheric refraction. I asked you what it was. Then you went ahead and you created a false equivalence between that and Snell's law. So I want you to show me what atmospheric refraction is, and then the hypothesis and how they came to this conclusion. And then we're going to see if it's the same as the thing that you claimed with the pencil in the glass of water.
That's not how that works, dude.
That's not how it works. So you don't support the claim that you made about atmospheric refraction. Get me the atmospheric refraction that I'm looking for.
Why can't I do that?
Why can't you do what? Get me the atmospheric refraction scientific paper.
Why do I need to cite something?
Because I don't need your baloney. I don't need your BS. I don't need you to make things up on the spot. I want you to go ahead and get the scientific paper with the phenomena and the hypothesis. Can you do that? The reason that you can't make stuff up on the spot, Carter, is because I've already identified the fact that you're retarded, and I'm not going to listen to your retarded BS in here. I want you to get the scientific paper. You talked about the scientific method. I want to see it applied in atmospheric refraction as the cause of what you're claiming.
Carter, you're missing another medium. You only got one. You need one more.
What is an isotropic media? No one can answer this for some reason.
No, we're not going to do that until you get me the atmospheric refraction evidence that I'm looking for.
You, dude.
Okay, because then you don't get to claim it. I'm sorry.
You claimed I was making a false equivalence. I can't even try to refute that, really? Like, why do you think it's a false equivalence?
You have the evidence for the thing that you claimed in the first place. I know you want to figure out a way to get away from it because you know you're hosed. But that's not going to happen. You're hosed. You are making flat earthers every single second you're here. They're like, oh shit. How are we going to deal with the fact that these retards are globe believers and they can't support any of their claims? There's like flat earthers falling out of trees right now because of you.
I'm sure, dude.
Oh, guaranteed.
So why do you think it's a false equivalence?
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we figure it out by you telling me what atmospheric refraction, by using a scientific paper with the observed phenomena and the hypothesis. But you're not going to do that, are you, Carter?
I'll try.
All right, get after it.
We got a break here in the topic. Hylas said it made a claim that it has to do with scale. Do you mind repeating that, Hylas?
Sure, it's massive.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but Flat Earth is dumb.
That's great, buddy. Thanks for coming. What's massive and how do you determine that?
Yeah, get some details.
The Earth is massive.
Okay, is it a massive ball?
Apparently so.
Okay, and how was that determined? How was the size determined?
Many different ways. It seems there were people that
You take a measuring stick and you do a whole circle.
Wow.
There's people that have traveled across the Earth and reported the distances they've traveled, and subsequent people have traveled those same distances and reported the accuracy of them or updated them theirs. And
Hylas, you have the same problem as Carter, bro. Like, you are also creating many flat earthers. Okay? Because no one believes this. You don't even believe what you're saying. That's the hard part here.
I absolutely
You know.
believe what I'm saying.
So who are these people? You very ambiguously and vaguely appealed to some people traveled some distances.
I'm one of them. I've traveled on a plane, and I believe that Google Maps is reporting the distance that I apparently have traveled. And
okay, a distance.
Called my mum when
What does that have to do with the curvature?
I haven't made a claim as to the curvature yet. Not yet. Not in this conversation.
So we're just talking about the size linearly, the distances that you traveled linearly along a straight path. That's determining the size of a ball?
I mean, sure, logical conclusion.
Okay, get me from A to B on that one, bro.
Um,
Because I heard believe a lot in there. I heard believe, like this is a religion.
I mean, belief
he doesn't sound too confident.
have to apply to a religion. It can just be a thing that I don't care to go into much detail on, but I'm confident in.
So you're in a flat Earth server. You don't have a lot of information to back the things that you believe, but you're confident. Seems like stupid, really.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I got your paper.
So you have a belief system. You have a religious belief system.
So do you.
Yeah. So
do I? And what would that be?
That the Earth isn't a ball.
No, that's not my religious belief. You are incorrect.
It absolutely is.
Okay, and then how would you determine that? You've made this accusation.
Physics.
So you just say things. What's the long pause, bro? It should be right on the tip of your tongue.
Every level of physics is tested. The results sort of correlate with earlier.
Give me one. Give me one. Give me one. Stop vaguely appealing to things and give me one.
All right, if I throw a rock, I can know that because of certain forces that nobody seems to have any power over, depending on how hard I throw the rock and in what direction I throw the rock, what distance that rock might travel and what path it might take across that distance. And then I could scale up. I could say, oh, if this rock is this big and it goes this far under this amount of force, then maybe a rock 10 times as bigger under the same force would maybe not travel as far. And then if I apply an equivalent 10 times force, maybe it would go further. And these things, they just keep adding up. And so
you're telling me that I deny the physics behind how far an object will travel if thrown? Why are you saying that?
I'm describing why I believe this information about the nature of our reality to be true from extrapolations of experiments people far greater than myself.
Yeah, that's great. That's your reasons. I asked you a very specific question about why you accuse me of my religious system. That apparently I believe the Earth is not a ball. And you appeal to something where you go, there's this scenario where rocks get thrown, and so other people apply a bunch of math, and a few engineers get out some protractors and some compasses and stuff, and so that's why I believe the Earth is a ball. You didn't even talk about me or the religious system that you accuse me of having. What are you doing? You just made 5 more flat earthers.
So I'm just describing how I believe that the physics that dictate the behavior of the...
I don't care about what you believe. Did you understand? I don't care about what you believe. Did you think that you could come in here and just talk about what you believe? There are other religious channels in this server, okay? No one's interested in what you believe. We want to know what you can prove. So can you prove something?
And I'm answering it.
No, I didn't ask you about what you answered. I asked you a question. You answered something totally different. So apparently there's many voices in your head asking different questions, and you answered one of those. So do you have any evidence for the things that you believe, or are you just appealing to them?
I'm mostly appealing to them.
Okay, then just go on the white mic, bro. You're useless. You're killing the globe on your own.
Fine. You're going to look like the idiot when it's irrefutable.
What's irrefutable? We've refuted everything that you've said according to your beliefs. You just believe them, and we stomped your guts out. What are you doing here?
I'm here to listen and engage.
Okay, well then shut up.
Don't ask me questions then.
No, you have an agenda.
You made a claim. You said the Earth is massive. I asked you why. Basically, it came down to you believe it to be true. That's useless to everybody. The Globers in here are like, oh, great, somebody knows why the Earth is as big as it's supposed to be. And you failed.
Fine. I don't give a shit.
Well, then shut up.
Okay. Stop addressing me.
You asked a question. Or I asked a question because you made a claim. Well, stop making claims that you can't support. You're killing the globe.
All right, I give you a paper. Now what?
No, I wanted a citation. Oh, you got a paper. Okay. And what does this paper say?
Read it. You asked for a paper.
Newton's theory of atmospheric refraction. So you gave me a theory. Okay. Tell me about it.
Read it.
What's the observed phenomena?
Read it.
This is your evidence. Where's the observed phenomena and the hypothesis? Can you at least help me out? You posted something.
Yeah, I did all the heavy lifting.
Okay, what did you post? Did you post the thing that I asked for?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me how. Where in this paper? Let's go through it together, you and me.
All right, what's the first sentence say?
No, let's go with the observed phenomena. You know this really well, right? So where's the observed phenomena?
It's right there in the paper.
Are you just kind of being a douche now? Is this where we're at?
No, but you got to.
Okay, then tell me. This is very simple, Carter. You don't have to make things difficult. You're making more flat earthers. Okay, so where in the paper is the observed phenomena that we're studying, and where's the hypothesis? So we don't waste time.
Hold on, I gotta read it first.
Oh my gosh, dude. How did I know, right? How did I know?
But like, why do we have to stay on this, dude? You know.
This is your claim. That's why you made the claim about atmospheric refraction, and then all of a sudden you're going to be like, "Why do we have to just stay on this claim that I made? Why do I have to prove things that I bring up?"
Let's move on, dude. You know it's true.
Carter, the room moved on about 10 minutes ago and was on a completely different topic, and then you just brought it back up.
Yeah, because it concluded and there was no topic.
No, the topic now is back to you not proving your claim. You have yet to do that. You're obviously just kind of in here wasting time and bullshitting people, and I like exposing the bullshitters.
Why can't we just move on and you can just agree with me because you know it's true?
Why would I agree with you when you haven't proven anything? You've just made a claim and have yet to support it. We're not going to move on. This is what I like to do. You see, Carter, you like to come into these VCs and bullshit people. I like to call people on their bullshit. You want to move away from it. I want to stay here. Just to expose the fact that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what atmospheric refraction is and what causes it. Okay, so what's the cause?
What causes atmospheric refraction?
Yeah, you were talking about the scientific method and that this is apparently science.
Oh, okay. Light traveling through two different medias.
What are the two medias in this scenario?
Air and air.
Wow, bro.
What is an isotropic media? Just define it, dude.
Dude, another flat earther just was created.
Instead of saying, wow, define media.
Well, it's very simple. In the right-hand side chat at 35 minutes past the hour from Walter Bislin, we can't apply Snell's law here because we have no boundaries. If you have no boundaries, you have no differing isotropic medias.
What? No, that's silly.
Yeah. Right
now, he's
The
hand
only
waving.
difference is
25 minutes
density,
past the
dude.
hour.
Oh my
We
gosh.
can't apply Snell's law here
Here's a
because
question.
we have no boundaries. Very simple.
Here's a question. Does light travel through two different medias? Does it travel at a different speed?
What would that have to do with anything?
Do you not know what the refraction of index is? Do you not know how it's calculated?
What would that have to do with what we're talking about right now?
It's directly related.
Don't ask him any questions other than
Just
you
answer
said-
my
you
question.
said, no, your question in the beginning, or your assertion in the beginning, was that Snell's law had to do with atmospheric refraction. Yeah, I wouldn't allow him to bring anything up other than that.
It's directly related to Snell's law, yeah.
Well, clearly he just read from Walter Bislin, right? Which obviously was cited. Andrew Thomas Young, the refraction expert at San Diego State University, not you, not me, right? That Snell's law can't be applied here. So
why?
You didn't give anything, and so with the room moving on, I guess people were just bored and decided to tell you what's up instead of allowing you to find it yourself because you're taking too long.
Why? Because you have no boundary between denser and less dense air in the stratified atmosphere. That's why.
You don't think there's a gradient, really?
Nothing to do with me. That's directly from Andrew Thomas Young at San Diego
He says
State
there's no
University.
gradient in the atmosphere? That's interesting. Why should
He
we
says
listen
there's
to him?
no horizontal boundaries between the denser and less dense air in the stratified atmosphere, is a direct quote.
I mean, it's like saying there's not a straight line. Okay, dude.
There's no boundaries between two isotropic media, so you can't invoke Snell's
What is
law.
important about an actual boundary? Like, what does that even mean? What does a boundary mean in this case?
Thought you knew Snell's law, dude.
I do. I just want you to explain it.
The boundary between two media and the speed of the light changes as it passes through that boundary between one media to another.
Right. So the boundary is just the point at which the light goes to the next denser media or whatever.
No, not.
Example.
You
don't think
where do
it's
you have
related to density, really?
nothing to do with me? I've just dropped a citation for you that states that it has nothing to do with Snell's law, and I have about another 4 or 5 here.
Okay, well, believe it or not, a media and its refractive index is directly related to its density. So
Well,
if there's
you're
a
going to have to go
density
and argue
gradient
with.
in the atmosphere,
You're
then
going to have to go
yes,
argue with San Diego
there's an
State
atmospheric
University and
index
Walter Bislin about
gradient as
that.
well.
You're going to have to go and argue with Walter Bislin at San Diego State University or Andrew Thomas Young
Yeah, he's
at San
silly.
Diego State University.
I'm smarter than
They're
him.
all just silly. So it's just a hand wave dismissal at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you can just think through it logically and come to the conclusion that what he's saying, if that's what he's actually saying, it's not true.
Well, why does it say 2 different ones instead of a change in density of the same?
Sure, yeah, it's an infinitesimal change in density between air and air. It has 2 different densities.
But why doesn't the citation say the density change can create the refraction? Why does it need 2 different mediums? Can you comprehend that part?
Yes, I know. It says the way the atmospheric refractive index is calculated is the speed of light traveling in that medium and the speed of light over the speed of light traveling in a vacuum, something like that. But we know that the speed of light travels slower in more dense mediums, right? So it's directly related. It's directly correlated. So, yeah, the refractive index is related to density.
Does slower mean change in direction?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, well, refraction is a change in direction. So
Oh my gosh, dude, what did I say? I said refractive index. Does that say anything about the direction?
The indexes are not just densities. There's temperature.
Did you not hear what I just said?
Tons of variance. It's not just the one that you're trying to isolate.
So when you have water in glass,
You're arguing the wrong point because again,
this is the correct point.
The denser medium would be from again one media to another. That's what that's referring to. What they're talking about, not referring to density gradient of the atmosphere. That's something that you're saying that you've yet to cite.
It's kind of hard to hear you, bro. Can you speak up a little bit?
I mean, it's
You're
fine.
muffled and quiet. I don't hear you very well.
So yeah, like if we don't agree that there's no density change in the atmosphere,
If
then
he's
I don't know what
muffled
to
and
say.
quiet, then why are you going to talk as if he didn't say?
No,
I didn't say that he did.
No.
I didn't say that he did. I can hear him fine.
Hold on. No. You talking about density gradient in the atmosphere is not what's talked about in your paper.
Okay. What's my paper saying?
Well, he
Did
just
you even
told
read
you.
it?
He just told you.
Oh, you're talking about his paper? Okay.
Well, it's all coming from the same source. Andrew
So yeah,
Thomas.
what does his paper specifically say then?
All right. So you've got a couple of requirements for terrestrial refraction to occur, right? And all you're offering up is a begging the question contradiction in terms. It's very simple. So, from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University lectures, there's some requirements for the atmospheric refraction. The atmosphere is also curved as it follows the shape of the Earth. In the calculations below, we'll adopt a rough radius value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature. To make the calculation simple, we'll also assume the density depends only on the distance from the center of curvature. A pretty good assumption. Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University. So, out of this, we require an atmosphere or sphere-shaped air that's curving around the Earth. Right? According to gas laws, gases have no defined shape. They take the shape of their container, no defined volume, and particles move in random motion with little or no attraction to each other. So you now have a contradiction in terms. We don't have sphere-shaped air. Right? Secondly, you require a measured radius value of approximately 6,400 kilometers, right, for the light and the atmosphere to curve around. You do not have a directly measured radius. So all you have offered is a begging the question of the radius to begin with, and the contradiction in terms in sphere-shaped air. Secondly, it gets worse than that. All right. So again, same lectures, San Diego State University. Some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law to such a horizontal ray of light because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between the denser and less dense air in the stratified atmosphere. In general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of the Earth's surface. But here, we are only concerned with rays that bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth, something you don't have. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we always have a beam of light infinitely narrow. Rays do not really exist. So he goes on to explain that the rays of light do not exist. And if you are unfamiliar with this conceptual fiction, please go back to the Optics for Beginner page. And then lastly, we have Walter Bislin, who says Snell's law cannot be applied here because we have no boundaries. So we have no measured radius to begin with. We have no sphere-shaped air. We have rays not really existing. They're just a conceptual fiction. And we have no horizontal boundaries between the denser and less dense air in the atmosphere. Regardless of all of this, usually this is spoken about with the black swan, there is no type of refraction that can ever push a horizon 10 times further than it should be. And the horizon cannot loom above the horizon. Only objects can loom above the horizon. So there's 4 different citations from 2 different people debunking your claim.
Okay, so almost all those requirements, just like how I was doing it, are all begging the question, right? Like, I need to agree that the Earth is flat before I can even try to.
You're begging the question, and you have a contradiction in terms if you're claiming terrestrial refraction or atmospheric refraction.
The only thing I can even begin to address is maybe the last requirement where it says that there's no boundary, which is kind of weird because he talks about how like a ray is theoretical fiction, but a boundary somehow is not.
Yeah, because the boundary is the boundary between 2 medium that have a different refractive index that is required to change the speed of light. Now you don't know, not a different density.
Why not?
A different media, according to Snell's law. And this is why Snell's law, according to Andrew Thomas Young, cannot be invoked here. You do not have 2 isotropic media. Air is 1 medium. Glass is 1 medium. Ice is 1 medium.
What does isotropic mean?
Atmosphere.
When we say isotropic media,
where is the boundary between the 2 media? Where are the 2 media?
It's air and air. There's
the same media.
There's an infinitesimal change or transition across a boundary, if you want to think of it like that, between air increasing in altitude. That's because there's a difference in density, which is why they have different refractive indexes, and is why that light curves when it goes through the atmosphere. It's that simple.
Well, first of all, you require a radius.
Yep.
So can you tell me who's ever measured the radius?
I am explaining my model. So yes, I'm begging the question.
So then you have a failure in logic from that point onwards.
I'm not here to I'm not here to explain why my model is necessarily correct. I'm just here to explain why why we wouldn't have refraction if it was flat, given my model.
Sorry, can you repeat
So
that?
how are you going to use one model to contradict another model? Shouldn't you be addressing the model itself and debunking it with itself rather than
You're right.
comparing it to another model?
What I mean is if the geometry of Earth
Refraction has
was
to do-
flat.
Refraction has to do with the angle of light.
Angle of incidence
Mhm.
crossing the boundary.
It doesn't have anything to do with whether it's not flat or flat. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
It actually does, because your light wouldn't be changing. It wouldn't be changing in
religiously you're
density
saying
if
that,
there was
but
no
again,
atmospheric
you
gradient
can't
that's
tie it to-
curving.
Religiously, you keep saying that, but again, we've
I
cited.
tried to explain it.
Yeah, but
At the end of the day,
explaining
dude,
your
like I
religion,
said,
we don't really care about that. That's the thing.
all you've presented is an oxymoron, contradiction in terms. There is nothing to answer here. You don't have a radius. You don't have sphere-shaped air. You don't have horizontal rays. You don't have a boundary. You don't have two isotropic media. You don't have terrestrial refraction. You have a bastardized version of Snell's law.
How are you going to tell me about Snell's law when it's not your model anyway? It's not a part of your model.
Snell's law is not a part of our model. So we can't test Snell's law if the Earth's flat.
I mean, yeah, but it wouldn't align with our model of it.
No, what doesn't align with your model is terrestrial refraction, because you don't have sphere-shaped air. You don't have a radius value. You don't have horizontal rays. They're a construct, a conceptual fiction. And you don't have horizontal boundaries between two media. You don't have anything. The conversation is done at that point about terrestrial refraction. We're not going to let you sit here and beg the question and present contradictions in terms.
If you're just being disingenuous, I understand, because you want to be a flat earther. But do you
No,
at least
I'm not being
understand?
disingenuous.
Do you at least
Dude,
understand
no one is-
what I said?
Doesn't matter whether we understand what you said. We're not here to have an explanation on what you believe. We're looking at the facts of the matter, and I've provided about 6 different citations now, and you want to ignore that and then go on to try and just ad hom flat earthers, yeah?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. But
So do you
yeah,
have any evidence of the globe other than sophistry?
sophistry, dude. Just like I'm going to ask you again. Do you understand the idea behind like an infinitesimal change in density? Do you see that?
Go and get some new ones from like Dollar Tree or something.
Do you see how saying there's a boundary there, there's not a boundary there is kind of like
Tomorrow. That's what we're just crawling all over.
it's kind of silly because it's like a continuous gradient.
Crawling all over in it, and I'm
That's right,
just
you
like,
have no boundary. As per Snell's law, requiring a boundary.
But if a boundary is a change in density or a change in media,
It's a
then
change
you
in
do.
media, and you don't have a change in media, and you're completely ignoring the begging the question fallacy that you're presenting in the first instance.
Because it's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's a requirement for what you're claiming. Yeah. Again,
No.
as it follows the shape of the Earth, in the calculations, we'll adopt a rough value of 6,400 kilometers of the radius to make the calculation simple. We'll also assume that density depends only on the distance from the center of curvature.
Here's a thought experiment. Let's say we had
no thought experiments. We don't need thought
They don't want
experiments.
it. They don't
We
want
don't
it.
need
Okay.
explanations or thought experiments. You don't
Yeah, I
have
get
a
it.
radius value. You don't have, again, you don't have a radius. You don't have sphere-shaped air. You don't have a boundary. And you don't have horizontal rays.
The
All
difference
you
between
have is a begging the question, contradiction in terms. We don't have anything to argue here any further.
I am
I think
curious
Jedi, you
about
trying to get in?
No, I'm just laughing, man. That was hilarious.
Dude, the difference between you and I is that I actually like thought experiments. If you guys brought me up, I would listen because
Is a
I
thought
want to
experiment
learn.
science?
Y'all don't want to learn.
Is a thought experiment science because there's a grammatical qualifier there, thought, meaning that you're
Yeah.
only thinking about it.
It's
Can
to
you
help you.
please
It's to help you
manipulate the
understand.
dependent variable so that we can understand what the actual cause and effect is rather than just thinking about it? Because if it doesn't agree with the experiment, then it's not science.
I do have a question that I think might elucidate what Carter is getting at. And is it that you guys are under the impression that air density remains the same regardless of altitude?
No.
What? No.
It does not.
Of course not.
No. So we know that
You
light
have two
follows
media
a
sitting
straight.
next to each other. If it was the case that you had two media sitting next to each other, you could identify where the boundary is, right? If you had air sitting next to a
Yeah.
glass brick, you could tell if
Oh, you're roboting, man.
You're roboting real bad.
if you had air sitting on top of water, you could tell the boundary line, plain and clear.
So is
When you have different densities of air, where is that boundary line? Instead of saying it's infinitely fucking strata, vertical,
It's continuous.
and it's at the bottom and the lightest at the top, you still have to identify the boundary. And you
Why?
can't because it's made of the same material. It's the same medium. You only have air in turbulence, right? Whereas if you had your glass brick, it would be fixed, and the light would then redirect itself from the air into the glass. It would redirect itself from the air into the water because they're two different mediums. The air itself is just mixed.
So does this mean that the density of the medium is irrelevant to whether it refracts or not?
Where's the boundary?
Because
Where are you going
it
to
sounds
call
like
air and identify a boundary?
I don't think you need a boundary. You just need to acknowledge that there is a density gradient, and that changes in density does bend light, right?
But that changes
Okay,
on a
so
vertical aspect, not on a
let me.
horizontal. You're talking about local observations within the same gradient or the same density. You're on the surface of the earth. Yeah, you are. Because you're on the surface and you're looking at something that's on the surface at 0 degrees as well. But your claim is that there's this gradient shift, but it's not vertical, it's horizontal.
It really doesn't matter. I don't know why the orientation of the gradient matters for it existing.
Yeah, I made my point. You guys can chew on that.
So here's
I didn't say
another
anything
here's
different
another
from what
thing.
he was saying.
Hold on. Here's another way to think about it. What if we had like a volume of space, like a volume with 3 different medias evenly distributed in it, right? Like you can see the boundaries. And what if we just kept on adding different medias to that volume evenly distributed, and we kept on doing that? And we kept on doing that infinitely until it's just continuous. I mean, what you would agree that when it's just 3 medias, there's a boundary, right? And Snell's law applies. Does that magically just go away once we hit a certain threshold? Like, because we can't really point out the
What you
individual
said
boundaries?
just makes no sense at all.
Why not?
Because you would have 3 different media with 3 different boundaries. You have no different media in the atmosphere. There is no boundary.
You keep
to
dodging the
cross.
question, but what is
No, that's not
a
the
media?
question
What is
at
a
all.
media, dude? What is
Okay,
a media?
What
Just
is
define it.
He
Just
said you
define
can
it,
see the
please.
boundary.
Just define the
what is a
media.
media?
No, listen,
So it's
Carter,
different.
we're not going to
The
define
media.
it. You
You
even
can't
came
do
out
it.
saying just now that you can see the boundary, but
Yeah.
you can't see the boundary.
Okay. An isotropic medium is a material or medium with physical properties that are identical in all directions.
Sure. Yep. So think about what I said. You have a constrained volume of space, and you have 3 different isotropic medias in there, and then they're evenly distributed. They take up evenly amount of space, and you introduce new medias. You keep on doing this until it's hard to pick out the boundaries between them. As soon as your perception of those boundaries goes away, is there just no refraction anymore
It's
between
called
those medias?
That's called anisotropic.
Did you say that we're contained?
Sure, they can be contained.
Okay, so we're contained. Welcome to contained Earth. You're one step away.
Okay,
from
so you
that.
can see it at the boundary point then. Like, are you going to address that? Because that makes no sense. Like, your ability to perceive boundaries is what dictates refraction.
So refraction has to do with isotropic media, and the air is anisotropic. You were just describing the opposite of what refraction requires.
It's made up. It might be considered anisotropic, but it's made up of an infinite amount of isotropic medias. You can think of it that way as well. So refraction does happen in the air density gradient, because again, the only thing that dictates an isotropic media is the fact that it has a different density than something else. The only difference.
Wow, dude.
It's
So
anisotropic is the opposite. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was saying he admits that he's begging the question. He doesn't have a sphere to begin with.
Yeah, I'm not here to prove the sphere, dude.
He admits, well, you require it for terrestrial refraction, yeah?
Yeah.
Secondly, you don't have the sphere-shaped air. You've admitted to that. And now you've admitted to using an anisotropic medium when an isotropic medium is required. Your whole argument is just garbage, dude. It's
I never
over.
said I never said the entire atmosphere is one isotropic media. I said it's made up of.
You're not listening to Amir then.
What?
Yeah, you're arguing, and everything that of your argument is not correlated to what's actually happening on the surface of the Earth. It's the air is anisotropic. You know that it means that it's different in all directions. So you're not going to get a bending of light that corresponds to any radius, which is what standard refraction purports to be. A standard refraction that follows the curvature of the Earth about the radius of like 4,800 miles.
Can you just address what I originally said? Like, pretty please.
Yeah.
My box example.
Yeah, your example is not comporting to the actual air.
Why not?
Is because it's anisotropic. Do you understand what that means?
Wait, you said in my example with the box that the entire box is anisotropic. Is that what you said?
No, you just described anisotropic medium, something that changes, vectors in every direction.
Okay.
Right. Like, so there isn't. So there's you're talking about infinite boundaries that reflect in angles of incidence in all which way directions, because you're not going to get a single a single angle of incidence that will give you the radius of 4,800 miles, which is what 7/6/r is.
Okay. For a second. Can we just go back to the example where we have 3 different isotropic medias in a container in some sort of volume, evenly distributed? We have 3 of them, and light goes through this space and it bends. Let's say the density from the bottom of the space to the top is there's more density at the bottom than there is at the top. Light goes through the bottom and it bends predictably, right?
No, it doesn't.
Why not?
So, because your refraction, right? Okay, imagine you're at eye level in one side, and then you're looking at something that's a mile away in eye level. The refraction you're trying to appeal to will be going up away from the angle incident is going to go up away from the denser medium, right? It's going to start reflecting down, going back down to an eye level. Somewhere
what are you
on the other
talking
side.
about, dude? I specifically am talking about this example. I just want us to stay on this example. Okay? Do you understand the example I just brought up?
Do you understand what standard refraction is?
I'm trying to explain it to you.
No,
Like,
I'm explaining to you what standard refraction is.
I understand, but I just want us to stay on this example because you guys aren't understanding the boundary issue.
There isn't one.
Okay? Yeah, there supposedly isn't a boundary, yeah.
No, you call it infinite boundaries.
Point to it.
Exactly, point to it.
You said they're infinite boundaries.
Okay, if I have to, I'll explain it again. So we have Three different isotropic medias in a volume. We keep adding more and more, and they take up the same amount of space, right? It's like a layered cake of isotropic medias. When you first start out, there's three, and oh hey, I can see all the boundaries between them, right? When you keep
No.
adding more and more, why not?
You can't see this because this is just a thought experiment. You're
What?
creating a thought. It's a thought experiment, right? 3 boundaries. You're creating 3 boundaries, right?
Yeah, I
These
even said
boundaries
there's
are
boundaries.
just
Like you
they're
shouldn't even be
imaginary.
repeating
Ice,
that.
water, and air.
So they're
3
just
boundaries.
imaginary. Right. There's 3 imaginary boundaries, right?
There's 3 different isotropic medias, and that's the idea of a boundary, right? It's a difference in isotropic media.
What are these
Do you not agree
Water,
with
fresh
that?
water, air. 3 boundaries.
Yeah,
Got 'em.
sure. So you understand, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
So
you're
we
begging the question by saying that the air is 3 different types.
stop jumping
Whenever you keep
ahead,
saying
dude.
I'm
Stop
making
jumping
3,
ahead.
I'm
No,
making
isn't
3 inside of my container appear. Well, then you just did what
no
you see in
Oh
existence,
my
right?
gosh.
Salt
no.
water,
See the
fresh water, air, right?
it doesn't
Where
matter.
in the
It's
air do you see 3?
Okay,
here.
I'm going to explain that to you, but like
No,
you need to
it
get
is
past the
not that we.
idea that the difference between isotropic medias is density, and that is it. Okay, it doesn't have to be a different element. It can just be a different density.
It
You
is
can concede to that, dude.
Then
no.
point
The
to
problem.
one in existence. Don't give me a thought experiment. Give me one that's from existence.
No, because no. Your claim now is that we just don't understand it. See, it goes to
Yes.
what
Oh
we
my god.
right. That's his claim now.
If you
Every
was
time
being
we
You don't
intellectually
understand it, so I
honest
have
with
to
me
make you
right now, you would
visualize it in your
find
head with
an
a thought
example of
experiment.
miraging, and you would.
this is
Okay,
what you yeah. This is where your argument now is at the person. It's at the man. You
So
believe we
apparent
don't
that it
understand what you're saying.
actually shows me.
Why does he keep getting muted? He's a flat earth. Okay.
No. That is your argument now. Your argument is that we don't understand what you were saying. That's your claim,
No,
right?
my claim,
No,
dude, I
your
don't
claim right
care.
now is
I
that
never.
we don't understand
Yes,
what
and that's why I'm trying
you
to help you
believe you're saying.
visualize my position and why I came to that position. I
Or,
too don't see boundaries between the air and the air. That's why I'm trying to make it clear why
You are a
it's not
fucking
needed
nigger. You are
for
a fucking
atmospheric
nigger. The earth
refraction.
is not flat. The earth is not flat, my nigger. You motherfucker,
Okay,
gonna
dude.
murder you.
So funny.
so, anyways,
Okay.
so yeah, I can tell you right now, it is not that AJ or myself or flat earthers don't understand the argument with refraction.
You don't.
You
can't
no, we
concede
do
to the
understand it.
idea that your perception of a boundary is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to the idea of refraction. Your perception of a boundary,
Dude,
It's
your
not our
refraction
idea.
does not care. Refraction does not care, dude.
No, it's
not
not our
our
idea.
perception.
There is no refraction. That is what our contention is. The refraction that you are postulating doesn't exist in the real Earth. It is not that we don't understand it. It's that we perfectly understand it, and we're trying to tell you with arguments and observation.
You
That it
don't think
doesn't
there's
exist.
refraction? You don't think lasers refract in the atmosphere, really?
No, there isn't any 7/6R refraction in reality. Do you understand that? Do you understand what
You don't think
our
lasers refract in
claim
the
is?
atmosphere?
Do you
Can you just say
understand
that?
there's no, I specifically told you what doesn't exist. I'm telling you specifically 7/6R
I
refraction
don't know what that
doesn't
is.
exist. Okay, that's called standard refraction that you are trying to explain to us. Now you just admitted that you don't know what it is.
No, I'm just trying to. The only thing I was trying to explain was the idea that you can have a infinite amount of different isotropic medias, and as long as they abide by some rule, that will reflect light in a predictable manner. You guys can't concede to that for some reason.
Right, it doesn't exist. It's not that we don't understand it.
We're trying to figure out how it's analogous to observations through the atmosphere.
But Jedi,
No,
you understand that there doesn't have to be a distinctive boundary between those isotropic medias for there to be a predictable path that light takes when through that space.
No, see, this is what happens. Now that we've proven the fact that this is not something that we observe, you're trying to prove it in principle, correct? You're trying to prove the principle of refraction.
What don't we see? What are you even saying? We see refraction.
7/6R refraction. Do you understand what that is? That's standard refraction.
I don't know why that's related at all.
Terrestrial refraction, right? This is
That's
the
called
refraction.
terrestrial refraction.
Yeah, you're
This
saying
is-
we don't see terrestrial refraction occurring in nature, really?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know what terrestrial refraction 7/6R is?
No, explain it.
It's not the bending of light. It's the presupposition that the Earth is a ball and the radius is extended, so the surface of the Earth that is curved is bigger, so appears less curved.
Okay.
So
Oh,
it
okay.
does
7/6 R. R is the radius.
Exactly.
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay.
You got it. So we
Sure.
do understand what you're saying. We do understand how refraction works in the real world with lasers and different media and all that jazz. We looked into that. Okay. We even brought up Snell's law and explained to you how it works. When you're trying to apply it to the curvature of Earth, so it magically moves the horizon back and forth, so it magically looks actual flat. That doesn't exist. That explanation of trying to debunk the black swan is not a valid explanation. It is not something that's observable. It doesn't exist in the real world.
What? Okay.
Yeah, so we do understand what you're saying.
The refraction
That's
You wouldn't take refraction as a valid explanation from the perspective of a globe earther to the black swan?
No, specifically. For you to invoke this type of refraction, you're not even bending light.
Why not?
Because you're making the surface of the Earth bigger. To appear less curved, so more flat to the observer, which extends the horizon back, not due to the refraction of light, just specifically making the
No.
Earth bigger.
The light would travel along the surface because it's curving because of Snell's law, which makes it appears flatter.
Not Snell's law. No.
Why not?
Snell's law.
Why not?
Because Snell's law invokes two isotropic.
Oh my gosh, here we go again.
because
It's a merry-go-round.
No, we told you already, and you conceded to this, and this is a
No, I
fact
didn't.
that the air, the air is actually an anisotropic median surface. Is only air. Do you know what the index refraction of air is?
Maybe one. Probably wrong. No, sorry. Maybe a little bit more than one.
Okay, is it closer? Is the index refraction of air closer to a vacuum or closer to water? What is it?
Probably closer to a vacuum.
It's closer to a vacuum, yeah. So you can't impose something that would be the radius of the proposed size of Jupiter. So you can explain how the black swan is visible with a standard refraction that is no more than what a vacuum would be.
I don't know what this has to do with the radius at all. I'm really confused. Like, if we concede that the horizon is apparent, then we can talk about light and refraction and Snell's law. Like, what is wrong with that?
So if it's apparent, it's not geometric.
Yes, that's
Right?
what I just said.
Okay, so we
Then
don't see a geometric Earth curve.
See the geometric sphere.
What?
So we don't see the geometric Earth curve, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so none of your measurements for Earth curve for the R radius are valid, right? Because we don't see.
They're valid.
No, they're not. We don't see it. We don't
They're
see
valid.
it.
And you know how I know?
Hold on.
Okay.
We don't see it. We never see it. We have to backwards engineer all observations to the preconceived model. So 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Because the horizon's not there, we invoke a refraction to make the Earth bigger. But not the refraction of light. We can say it's the refraction of light, but it's not Snell's law. We're talking about an anisotropic media. Multiple infinite reflections, right? It's just going to pass through.
So yeah, if you think it's all BS, again, I said this at the very beginning. Find me an example where there's a picture of the horizon and it's less than the supposed geometric horizon, which you reject. If you can show that, if you can show more curvature, then there's geometrically possible, I will concede to everything, and I'll be a flat earther.
Already did it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Just made a better example, and there you go. I'm a flat earther.
Oh, that's not good enough. All right.
So
the quality was
3.5
terrible.
feet with a distance marker of 11.2 and the horizons beyond that with the radius value, no refraction involved, 94,000 miles. That's not good enough for you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Hey, somebody posted the windmill for you earlier. I remember those.
Are you saying
And
you
that's
should see further than you should? That's not what I'm asking for.
No, I'm saying
He wants closer.
that you've been given an example, and you're saying that you haven't.
Where?
My God.
I don't see the picture you're talking about.
It's official. Carter's a troll.
I don't know what you're talking about. Seriously.
You're Trolley McTrollface. You're
I
turning into
I
him.
gave you guys a clear cut route to making me a flat earther, and you can't do it.
Yeah, I did it. You just deny
Dude,
it.
come
You
on! Like,
deny
look at the pictures.
reality.
It is like 5 pixels. Like, come on.
All right. So you say that the horizon should be in a well, it has to be. If the Earth is a sphere, it should be in a geometric position. Now, you've never seen it there. We've shown you different examples, too far, even too close, which is what you asked for, and you're still in denial about it. This is a you problem, not ours. You go away.
example.
I think you should quit this channel.
No.
Go and have a look, because nothing we give you is good enough. So it doesn't matter what we give you. You're just going to go, I want a better one.
If I do it
So
one more
just-
time, then I will be a flat earther. Just give me a better example of that
We
one
don't. We
thing I
don't
asked
want
for.
you.
Hey, wait, did
we
you
don't
see
want
Lake
you on our
Pontchartrain?
team.
What?
Wait, did you
We
see
don't
Lake?
want you.
Did you see the bridge in the Lake Pontchartrain?
If it's no.
Do you remember that one? Do you remember that? You don't remember that picture where it shows a little bit of Earth curve?
Why don't you just show me it? Like, what's with you guys talking about things in the past? Just show me it now.
Well, that's a claim that the globe Earthers put that they can see the curvature, and it turned out that it was like a lot less than the actual radius. You don't remember that one? I'm just trying to see if I can, if you know
Oh,
which
a
one I'm
lot
talking
less of
about.
the radius. Okay. Oh, okay. Here's the windmills.
The causeway, that one.
Okay, I don't want to watch all the 15 minutes. Like,
Yeah, you're too
what is
lazy.
it saying?
You don't want to know. You've already.
I'll watch it anyway, but I
Fine,
just want to know, like, if it's something worth watching. You know?
Yeah, it's worth watching.
Okay.
Is that you?
Like, why do we
Don't
see
say-
way more pictures of, you know, bigger horizon than there should be, but we never see any pictures that are less?
Who
Kind
cares?
of seems like light's obeying.
Because
how it
if the Earth was flat,
Sorry, light's obeying the laws you don't understand and poorly ascribe to bending it round a curved surface you don't have.
No.
because if the Earth was flat and light is bending, then these things are going to happen. Things are going to disappear from the bottom up. If the Earth is curved and light is bending, then what? You
Then
just
it's
see
good.
further?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we need to go to is the Earth curving?
I mean, in all the pictures you guys send, there's curvature, right?
No.
No, that's not what we're saying. We just agreed. Yeah, sorry, Jeddah.
No, go on. You're fine, buddy.
We just agreed that if you want a flat surface and light bends, it would chop things off from the bottom up. Yeah, because the light that's coming from the object wouldn't reach you. Therefore, the only part of the object that would reach you is the light that is not refracting down. Example.
No.
Right? You can't just say no.
Wait, okay. So you're saying if you look at the bottom of something, the light will be refracted?
That's not what I said.
What are you saying?
Imagine yourself on a flat surface. Boat goes out, right? The
Yeah.
light from the bottom of the boat starts refracting down. So it lands in between you and the boat. So the light that's coming to your eyes is what you see is halfway up the boat. So you only see what is going into your eyes, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So if the light from the middle and the top of the boat is the only part of light that's getting to your eyes, then you are not going to see the bottom of the boat. Therefore, the bottom of the boat is not going to be in your vision.
Dang.
Hey, I also posted the picture of the Lake Pontchartrain that I was talking about. They claim that there's Earth curve, but it's actually, if that was Earth curve, then the Earth would be the size of a county, like one U.S. county.
And above his post, I posted my combination of the distance to the Earth curve from above the clouds and a zoomed in of the Earth curve from that hotel window.
Yeah, what if they're on a local curvature, though?
The Earth is constantly changing size.
You said it would be flat. I mean, you'd be a flat earther if it can show you one picture of it. It showed you.
Okay,
It's
wait,
less-
yeah. Let's
it's-
see.
it's-
But
it's
how do you know
less
the
than-
bridge isn't curving?
You said it was
What about the
less
bridge?
if it's less than the radius, right?
Oh.
It's never not comporting to. It's always more. Isn't that your argument?
Oh, no. I said if you can show me the horizon being less than the amount of surface on Earth that you can see, the horizon. If it's less than what geometrically is possible, then I'll concede. You can't just show me a curving bridge and say, hey, that's the horizon.
You said that's less.
Underneath, which is the boat in the video underneath that's on like some concrete court, and the person drops the camera down to the surface, and then the boat begins to disappear bottom up, and that's less than the required geometric sphere.
You're talking about the windmill?
Not talking about the windmill, talking about the tiny little boat
Where?
in the video underneath
okay,
his.
it's that one.
Yeah, that one.
Well, I think somebody already addressed this. Somebody said if the Earth is flat and you decrease your altitude, you'll start to see things disappear bottom up. So, I mean, if that also,
Well, how are you going to say I want the horizon to be less than the required geometric shape?
I don't.
They give
Yeah,
you one, and then you're like, "Oh, well, that was another topic, and that's another answer." When
I
I'm
wanted
giving
to-
you what you're asking for.
I understand. I just want it to be at observer height. That's it.
Well, you would also, if you were going to make a scaled down version like the little boat on the courtyard, you'd also have to get you a camera with a smaller lens than your eye, right? Because if you're trying to scale it down, then you got to scale down the observer's lens. Also,
Sure. Yeah, so that's another reason why it wouldn't work.
yeah, but it's a regular lens on the camera, same one you'd use to view the horizon off in the distance, and the boat disappears bottom up. Less than the required geometric sphere shape.
And I don't know if what he's saying has to do with the surface being hot, but you can definitely see some of that distortion in the video.
Excuses again. Here we go.
It's
So
not
they just showed-
excuses.
they
Just do it
showed
at
you
observer
what-
height.
Hey, come on, Carter. They just showed you what you asked for.
Just do it at observer height. That's it. Yeah, it's literally, dude, it's distorting the heck out of that boat. Come on. Show me a better example, and I'll concede. Like I've been a globe earther for like 19 years. Like it's not that simple.
There's no example good enough for you, Carter. Just admit it.
It's
man.
so simple. Observer height, and that's it. So
Are
simple.
you afraid of your friends not being your friends anymore if you decided to be
I
a
have
flat
no
earther?
friends. Don't worry.
Oh, that's a lie. There's somebody you care about that you don't want them to think you're a flat earther. And that's what's holding you back, isn't it?
Just show me observer height, dude. It's so easy.
Yeah.
So you're
So
moving the
easy.
goalposts? So now you're
example,
moving the
and
goalpost?
now we change the
No, I just
goalpost.
forgot to stipulate it because I forgot you guys like to be Weasley about things.
Oh, we do. Projection.
Yeah, I know, especially when you admit to begging the question. You admit to your
Because I was
contradictions in
explaining my
terms.
own model, dude. Of course I'm begging the question.
Your own model, yeah? Not the
Yeah.
globe model. Your own model, yeah? Your own
Globe
little
Earth
reality that you
model.
want to give a answer to about.
I was explaining the globe Earth model. Of course, when I'm doing that, I'm begging the question. I'm begging that the Earth is curving. Okay.
Well, no, you're not describing the globe Earth model because according to your own scientists and lecturers and universities, this is all a conceptual fiction that you admit to. And then you
Nah.
want to run off into thought experiments about how it could work.
I mean, that guy sounded like a flat earther, so kind of reject his ideas when I'm trying to talk about
so
the globe Earth
that's cool.
model.
So yeah, everything you've got that syndrome that everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome.
Well, no, if you axiomatically
now
reject my claim, then yeah.
He's actually claiming that Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, and Walter Bislin are flat earthers and rejecting all of their claims.
Oh wow!
Are they flat earthers? I don't know.
Well, the Walter Bislin has a Earth curve calculator, so obviously not.
Hmm.
Have you ever looked at it?
Nope.
I don't think you really care.
Is that the one where they
I mean, I would, but I don't know how I would come across that.
Mount Conahoe from like 273 miles away, and they just slide the refraction all the way over to
Yeah,
make it
it's got
where
the
that observation is unfalsifiable. So if we see a mountain from 273 fucking miles away, like it still fits into the narrative.
Yeah, that's why they say all observations are of a globe.
Right. So at what point does your model become falsifiable? Because according to Karl Popper,
told
if it's
you.
not falsifiable, then
I told you exactly what you need to do. This is something you can observe right now that'll falsify it.
What is?
If you observe the horizon being smaller than it geometrically is possible,
They just
I'll
did
accept
for
it.
you. I did it. They did it. You don't accept it.
No, it has to be
I
at
just
observer
posted.
height.
Wait,
Observer
can you
height
show
has
that instead of just saying I did it, they did it?
Well, you weren't in the conversation, so if you weren't in the conversation, you would have missed
I
it.
don't need to be. I'm pretty caught up on most flat Earth theories, so I pretty much guess what you.
Okay,
Like,
so what did
I don't need to.
All right, what did I do then? Go ahead.
I mean, he's literally telling you to test it, and you're just refusing to.
When?
Right now, you just said you did it, they did it. Can you show that?
Yeah, what did we do?
What my man just said. I mean, I can't repeat everything he said. Carter, can you repeat what you said? Sorry.
Yeah, what did we do?
I don't have perfect memory.
They showed a bunch of pictures that weren't what I weren't what I was asking.
I don't have perfect memory, man. I'm asking him to help me out.
You don't have any memory because you weren't in the conversation.
I just don't have perfect memory. I'm sorry.
Okay, what were we talking about then?
Distances and the horizon, right?
What about them?
Testing if the horizon spreads out whenever you go towards it, right? Where
So you weren't listening, you didn't listen to the conversation, and you don't know what we're talking about.
Hey, explain it so I could catch up real quick. Pretty sure I'm capable.
Sit back,
So
relax.
why'd you butt in and start telling us what we were talking about, and then you were wrong about what we were talking about? Why wouldn't you just sit back, listen for a bit, work out what we're talking about, and then jump in and say something based on the topic that we're talking about, instead of just being a dickhead?
So yeah, if you guys can show a picture of the horizon, not something curving, not an object like a bridge, or not being an observer height of 1 inch. If you can show the horizon being less than is geometrically feasible on the surface of Earth, then I'll concede and I'll be a flat earther.
Yeah, we don't want you on our team. I already told you that.
Well, regardless, it would be the horizon at a greater distance. is what we would be looking for. Now, according to your own model, you have terrestrial refraction curving the light, so we can never measure this curvature because it makes everything appear flat.
The idea behind doing this is that refraction always makes things curve. In my model, I'm helping you debunk my own model, and I'm explaining it to you, okay?
We
If
have
you can,
debunked your model numerous times. You just hand-wave,
no, you
dismiss,
just
and
posit
ignore.
your own model and say you're begging the
No,
question.
we
That's
didn't
what you
deposit
do.
any model. We just covered terrestrial refraction. And you admitted you don't have any of the requirements for it to
So,
exist.
because of how refraction works, it curves towards the surface. That means it's not curving away from the surface. Meaning, if you can show an example where it appears more curved, which would be the case if light was curving away from the surface, then I'll concede, because that would be a contradiction.
Light will deviate. The claim that you're making is a refraction with a radius value that you don't have, dude.
The guy
But
who
I
said
did
you
show
did,
them.
you didn't.
I did show you. The lake Pontchartrain right there.
You showed a bridge curving. Is that the horizon?
That's what they say it is.
No, a
Alright.
bridge is not the horizon, dude.
So,
The
Carter.
horizon is actually
No.
obfuscated by the freaking mountains in the
We're
background,
finished
dude.
with you, man. Like, it's not... Like, we've come to an end, haven't we?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. We can't go any further.
But just, if you genuinely care, then fulfill my stipulations.
No, you
and
just
give me an example.
you already told us that you don't care.
I do care.
So it's not us that don't
No,
care.
you specifically care, so
already
you don't.
told us.
Wait, what? I totally
You just
care.
said you don't care.
No, I said this is kind of the end of the conversation because you guys don't want to give me an example.
No,
So
you guys have got memories like goldfish.
okay,
Like,
that might just be
3.5
me. Okay,
minutes ago, you just said you don't care
about what?
about the topic.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
When was that? What was that about? Why did I say that?
3.5 minutes ago.
I said I didn't care about flat Earth.
Yeah. No, you just said when we were talking about what we've been talking about for the last half an hour, in the end you said, I don't care.
I don't know about that. Wait, in response to one of the examples being shown to me, or what?
And now we've come to an end, and we can't go any further.
I totally care. Just fulfill what I said, and I'll be flat earther. I don't have to be in here, but I'll be flat earther.
Like I said, we don't really. Our aim is not to convince people. Not about
yes, it is. That's why you guys are on here. You guys want to convince as much people as possible.
We're not getting people to join a cult. That's not what we're doing.
I've seen it.
Sharing information. Shikata, we're sharing information that we come across to dispute what you guys believe about a ball spinning in space. That's all we do. We're not here to go, come on our side. Yes, come on our side.
I've seen it. It's so weird.
We'll take away your globe and we'll give you a flat earth. That's fucking crazy. You got to come to it yourself. And people like you are never going to come to it. There's only a certain type of person that does.
Oh, I told you exactly how I'll come to it. Yeah, idiots will come to it.
Yeah, okay. So idiots. All right. So let's ask the guy that said idiots. All right. Now you're finished, Carter, so you can mute if you want.
All right.
So idiot man, how are you?
What's up?
I'm well.
Why do you believe you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
Just seems like the most reasonable thing.
Oh, it's you.
About
it
reality.
Is idiot. It's the idiot himself. So you're saying, okay, if you believe in a flat Earth, you are an idiot.
Yes.
Explain that. Go ahead. Explain yourself.
It's just observably not flat.
Show me.
Just the way the sun sets over the sea. It doesn't disappear.
Yeah. How does it?
How
does it do that?
Smaller as it stays the same size, and then you see like the whole circle, and then the half circle. And then the little bit of the top of the circle, it's not a changing size of the circle, it's the whole thing just gradually being obscured by the Earth.
Okay, so that should be measurable, shouldn't it?
I mean, it is.
Is it?
We can measure how much time it takes. We can measure its angular resolution.
So time equals curvature?
It equals that it's not getting further away and that it's not flat.
What makes you say it's not getting further away?
Because it doesn't change angular size to enough degree for it to make sense.
Okay, so it does or it doesn't?
It doesn't.
So you said it doesn't change angular degree enough. So it
Angular
does change. Yeah, well, in degrees, isn't it?
Not really, no.
Okay, so how do you measure angular size?
Actually, that's a good question. I'm not sure.
Holy shit.
In degrees.
All right, fine.
So does it change or doesn't it change?
It doesn't. Not
Okay,
by
can
any
you please
perceptible.
Can you please show that?
There's enough. There's lots of sunset videos online.
Because that's weird. Because your priests say it does change angular size. So who's right, you or them?
I said not by any perceptible perceptible measure.
Well, it's obviously perceptible because they said they measured it.
Who said they measured it?
Your priests.
Who are my priests?
People that you listen to without
No, I've sat on the
questioning.
beach every day, almost every day.
Yeah, but you didn't measure it, dude.
I watch
I
it
feel
set.
pretty crazy and disingenuous that you come in here and call flat earthers idiot, but you don't even understand the claims that you're putting forward and don't know how angular size is actually measured when that's what you're presenting as your evidence. And then
Yeah, it's because he's an idiot, AJ.
It's a small,
Yeah, I know, it's
small
crazy,
amount,
isn't it?
small amount of the evidence. There's also the North Star and the Southern Cross.
Southern Cross? What's that got to do with anything?
Well, it can't be seen in the Northern Hemisphere, and it can be
Either
seen.
can a lot of things. Why would you? Why would you
Yeah,
expect
it does.
to though?
The Northern Cross can be seen from the Northern Hemisphere or northern
yeah?
of the equator. Yeah, you can see it in Texas.
Yeah, of course it can, because the Southern Cross is
a
not
couple of
the position that you think it's in.
degrees above the equator. Sure, okay.
See, this guy, man, he just tell.
He's full of shit.
Right? No, but he wants to tell you what he believes, and like he believes it like hardcore, right?
You're grown
But he doesn't know
adults.
why.
You think the Earth is flat. It's
Yeah, but
wide.
we're idiots.
No, but you just
you
you
are.
believe all this, right? It's just you don't know any of this stuff. You just believe it, right?
No, I mean I'm very confident in it.
That we're idiots.
You're
Yes.
very confident that you believe in it, but you don't know how any of this stuff is measured, how any of this stuff is evidenced. You don't know any of the measurements of.
It doesn't change angular size. Oh, how do they measure that? I'm not sure.
So it's just a belief, right? You're here to tell us what you believe, and we're idiots for not believing what you believe.
I'm just here to substantiate my observations and why I don't believe the Earth is flat.
Nope. Well,
you don't even know why you believe it's a globe. So why would you even start thinking about why it was flat? Because you need something to compare it to, yeah.
Yeah, just physics and what's reported about
Physics.
how things
Go. What about
in reality?
What about physics? What about physics in reality that
everything
you can
about
point?
physics?
He's like numbers.
Like what? Just one
there's
example.
Numbers and there's
one
figures.
Example, dude.
He's telling you
One
that there's
example?
numbers, there's data.
Are you serious, dude? Everything, there's numbers and figures. So your answer is number and figures.
No, that's what I said. I'm sorry, teasing you.
Oh, sorry, I was hearing two things. So I was going to say, is that your thing? Numbers and physics. Sorry.
No, I'm teasing him. No, that's what he's doing. He's just telling you it's like he there's stuff in there's figures and
Yeah.
it's like
But
unicorns.
what, like, when they
It's the
say,
same with
when you
you,
say,
though.
but
No,
when you
it's not.
say, dude,
Yes,
when you say physics and stuff and the nature of reality, like, can you just give me an example of what you're talking about? What physics are you talking about?
Extrapolations of measurements,
You're just
of
saying stuff.
observations.
What measurements?
All of them.
No, see,
all right.
I'm not
I'd
the same
rather
as
talk
you.
to Carter at this moment, man.
All right, so let's just take a little example, like the North Star, for example.
Yeah.
Like if the
Good.
Earth was flat, we could use some trigonometry to sort of estimate by
Wait.
going sort of a
No,
certain
no,
distance
stop.
away in
So
different
can
No,
you
no, I
use,
won't stop because
can you
let me
use
just
trigonometry on a
refute.
globe?
Yes, you can.
You can. So you can get the height of Polaris from
No,
trigonometry.
not exactly. Listen to what I'm going to say, all right, before
No,
assuming
you
what you
can't.
think
So
I'm
you
going to say.
can't use
No, look.
trigonometry on a globe,
Oh, for
but you're
fuck's
going to
sake.
make us use
Oh,
trigonometry on a
he's
flat
getting a bit
plate.
close to something I won't be able to refute. Oh, I better shut him up. Look, it's this simple. Like, if the Earth is flat, trigonometry should work perfectly. All right.
Why?
So what we can do, all right,
So
is
what's
we
the
can
height of Polaris?
let me finish my fucking paragraph, all right, and then we
No,
can work it through. We can
because
think about this, and we can talk
you're
about
saying
this.
no. So what's the height of Polaris?
I don't know, all right, but what I do
Why would
know,
you be able to
what
use
I
trigonometry then?
for fuck's sake, what I do know, all right, is that we could go a certain distance out from underneath Polaris and we could take a measurement of like the angular size of the gap between the ground and where Polaris is. And then we could go further away and we can get another measurement of the ground to Polaris and further away.
Yeah,
And then
1
we can do
degree
that
per
in the other
69
direction.
miles. Yeah, that's fine.
And then
Yeah,
we
great.
can do that.
Now he's describing celestial navigation.
Yeah.
All right. And given that it's understood that the radius is 3959 or whatever it is, all right, we should then be able to work out that
Yeah, you're just going to divide.
If we do travel a certain amount of distance,
divide. You're
Polaris
just going to
eventually
go,
hits the
okay, well,
ground,
I've
then there must
moved
be an
I've
extreme
moved
to the
this, and it's gone
triangle that
down
we're
1
measuring.
degree, and we know the Earth
And
is this
from that
size, so
extreme, we
therefore I've
determine
moved
that
this
it's going to
far
be
on
a
the Earth.
certain
Yeah?
height. And this height would have to be sort of quite low for it to be obscured or to meet the ground at all if the Earth was flat. But the fact that it does meet the ground just shows that the Earth is not flat.
Okay, so things don't go down from, if something's above you and you move away from it, it doesn't merge into the horizon? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it does,
Are
but
you
if
saying that
it
we
was
should use
close,
China from California?
if
Is
it
that what
was
you're
being
saying?
obscured, it would have to be either close or the Earth isn't flat.
We need to address this, so you're saying you go triangulation. You on a flat Earth, you must be able to use triangulation.
Yes.
Okay, on a globe Earth, no, because it's just that it's not a height. It's just millions and millions of miles away. So we don't use triangulation on a globe because we don't know the height to Polaris. You say on a flat Earth, then you guys have to use a height.
Why would trigonometry stop working on a flat Earth?
Why would it stop working on a globe?
Because as you go further around it, the globe obscures your view to
No,
the
we're not
point
going
referencing this
further
example
around it.
below.
We're just using triangulation. So we're going to go from one point, and we're going to triangulate the star, and we're going to get the height to the star. Why can't you do that?
Why
does it stop working at that point?
Because the Earth isn't flat, is why it stops working.
No, it doesn't work on a globe.
It does work on a globe.
Okay,
So
give me the height to Polaris using triangulation on a globe. Go.
It's not necessarily about the height.
But you can't do it.
The exact distance. No, it's not that it can or can't be done. It's that
can't be done.
trigonometry. Trigonometry wouldn't fail on a flat surface, all right? And so we could use that flat surface and the distance we've travelled in a certain direction
double standard
in the
bullshit
angular
talk
measure
again.
to get
Alright, so the thing is,
adjacent.
what he's saying is, I can't do triangulation on a globe, therefore you have to do it on a flat surface.
That's
therefore, it
no.
must be
It's a bit more
globe.
nuanced than that. It's a bit more nuanced than that. Like it doesn't. It works on a globe, but it works in a slightly different way. And the angle always the angle. There's a very good picture, but I can't upload images, and I'm trying to find it as well. But it shows that the angle towards Polaris as you travel further around in latitude.
Okay, how high is Polaris on a flat Earth then?
It's not about its height. Well, it's not known on a flat Earth because the Earth isn't flat. I mean, it should be known. You guys should know
so
this,
what?
but you don't.
Why? Do you know the height to Polaris on a globe?
No, but the angle that one would look according to their position on a globe towards Polaris makes sense if you lay out the measurements according to someone being on a sphere. But when you do this on a flat Earth,
could the sky be curved?
What do you mean by that?
Well, have you ever heard of a celestial sphere?
I mean, yes, but that's not exactly what I think you think it is.
Oh, what do you think I think it is?
You probably think that it's literally a sphere wrapping around the Earth.
What? When did I say that?
Well, you didn't say that, to be fair.
Yeah, I know. You started divining my thoughts.
Timbo, do you think the celestial sphere fixes the nonlinear angle problem with celestial navigation?
I'm not talking to you, dude. You're a fuckwit. All right. So, relate your measurements to the sky to the surface.
So that's not exactly the argument I'm making.
Yeah, no, the argument. Sorry, but the argument he's making is that you should be able to see China from California. Like, this is the level we're at.
Yeah. You should be able to see something a longer distance than these random black swans.
See, this is where he's at.
Let's do a little experiment. So, have a look on your Weather Channel.
Don't watch TV.
Channels can still be on your computer, dude.
I have an app.
You got a weather app?
Yeah.
You got a weather app? Yep.
Yeah.
Jump on the weather app and have a look at your visibility for the day.
So we have technologies that can sort of pass through.
Yeah, the technology at the moment that you're supposed to be looking at is the weather app.
Yeah. But what do you think this is going to show me?
It's going to show you the visibility of the day.
Mine shows me 40 kilometers today.
40 kilometers? All right.
Yeah, 40 kilometers for me today.
Cool.
Okay.
That's
so what about radio waves? What about radio and infrared?
Do you see with
like that?
radio?
It's not just about our vision. Why can none of these instruments give us pictures over thousands of miles?
These are secondary topics.
No. It's all the same. But let's get back to this height of Polaris thing. If you
I want you to look at your I want you to look at your weather app.
Let's not change the subject because I would like to know where I'm wrong.
No, because you said you should be able to see things forever. So
yes, you should.
We need to.
It's a very simple argument. We have the technology to be able to see through the atmosphere where our eyes can't. Yet there are zero examples. There are zero examples.
When do we see through the atmosphere? Sorry, dude.
We don't.
When do we
but
see?
radio waves and infrared and such
Okay, can you
technologies are
show
able
me?
to pierce through the medium of our atmosphere
Oh,
in
okay,
many
like
different ways.
infrared. You mean like infrared?
I literally just said that.
Yeah, it got
Okay.
limitations too, but you still got like
Yes,
what
it does
240
have
miles?
limitations, okay, but they're
Okay,
better
so
than our eyesight.
All
But
right, so
okay,
infrared,
this is a
right?
simple thing. There are 0 examples of the flat Earth in that regard. But let's get back to this height of Polaris thing because it really is
No,
straightforward.
no, no. Now,
If
no,
you're on
I
a
want to
flat
talk about
plane,
that now.
trigonometry should work in this regard, but it makes
No.
absolute.
All right. That subject's been done. The answer is you say that we have to be able to do trigonometry, but you don't know the height of Polaris. So that's unfortunate for you. And now you say we should see forever, but you refuse to look at the weather app. Go ahead.
What point are you trying to make?
What point am I trying to make?
So
I'm trying
I'm
to.
looking at my weather app.
Yeah, great. There should be one that says visibility.
I don't know how to read this.
Never used a weather app before.
Yeah, I literally just try and find out if it's raining or not. Yeah, there's nothing here that states visibility. Oh, here we go. I found it. Visibility. Very good.
That's all it says.
Yep.
Can you click on it? Has it got a little
Here
arrow
we
or something?
go. No, just okay. Here we go. Very good. 20 to 40 kilometers. Excellent. It's 40 kilometers. So
There you
20
go.
to 40 kilometers.
So that's how far you can see.
Cool. So where are the examples of a observation over 40 kilometers from a
Why
flat surface?
Why do you need that?
Because surely they'd be very easy to provide in abundance, given that the Earth is apparently flat and visibility is generally good quite often. Yet there are 0 examples of such observations. What a surprise!
Okay, so we went through with you for an hour before about the black swan and the power. What are they called? Those windmills, wind turbines. One of those was 12 miles. So what's that? 20 kilometers?
Yeah, it's not 40.
Yep, but you said between 20 and 40.
Yeah, but it's not 40. So we should at least be able to see 40.
Okay, so
and
now
on really good days, 50,
now
60.
you won't.
And then with radio or infrared, maybe 70
so
to 100.
that
Like, this should all be possible. And there should be an abundance of
the
evidence.
observation
There
that we see at 10
zero.
miles. Right,
Zero.
the observation that we see at 10 miles takes the radius of the Earth out to 250,000 miles.
Sort
Is that
of,
the size of your Earth?
we don't live in like a perfectly geometrical haven. Like there's lots of variables.
If we gave you one at 40 miles, would you just say, "Oh, but we don't live in a perfect thing"? If we gave you one at 40
we
miles,
could provide a 40-mile observation, like across a flat plane, like that would be very good evidence that we are in fact not on a ball.
So not the fact that we've given you one at 10 times the amount that you should see. Now you want
10
40
times the amount. Is it 40? Is it 40 kilometers? Or miles,
now you want
whatever it was.
40. Now you want 40
Yes,
times the amount.
absolutely. If the Earth was flat, this would be no problem at all. There should be an abundance of these observations, but there are zero. There are zero.
Can you show me a 40-kilometer photograph of the sphere?
What do you mean?
Well, 40 kilometers with a camera.
No, because even though you might be able to see 40 kilometers, there's nothing in that frame of reference because it's all dipped below the horizon.
Are you sure about that? What if you take it from a
I'm
mountaintop?
absolutely certain. If you're on a mountaintop, you might be able to see a bit further, but that's not the same as 40 kilometers across a flat plain.
All right, so what height do you want these 40 kilometers at?
From eye level.
From eye
6
level,
foot
you
above
want
sea level. 6 foot above sea level. Should be no
you want
problem
a
at all.
40 kilometer
Yes.
photograph from sea level.
Yes.
That's what you want.
Yeah, sure.
All right, you're like Carter. You're like there's nothing that we can give you is good enough.
This would be very straightforward.
Would
there
it?
should be an abundance of these observations.
Yeah, but he thinks you can see China, right? You should be able to see China from California, right?
In perfect conditions, it should be fairly reasonable to maybe sort of have some sort of.
But your weather app said very good 40 kilometers. So what's more than 40 kilometers? When can you see more than 40 kilometers? Excellent. Okay, what's excellent conditions? What's that? How far do you see
40
in
up.
excellent conditions?
40 kilometers upwards.
Up to what?
Upwards.
Of what? Upwards
I
of
don't
40
know, just
to what?
until the next weather front. There's another one.
So you want something that you can't do.
I can't. I have very good reason to understand why I can't do it. But you, on the other hand, are saying that the Earth is flat. And if it was flat and visibility was 40 kilometers or more, or 30 kilometers or more, there should be no problem providing such sort of observations. And there are 0 of them. 0.
Okay, so light travels in straight lines then, yeah?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it travels
does?
in all directions. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, what does it do?
It just travels in directions and bounces off or is absorbed by solid matter. Or not just solid.
What about the black swan then? So
well, this is what I mean. You have a
travelling in
few
straight
black
line?
swans, but these black swans aren't outside sort of reasonable explanations within the globe
Well,
parameters.
it is. Well, in your paradigm, it's light bending.
Yeah, it is light bending
Yeah.
because it can be
Okay.
deflected off of particles, off of matter.
Okay, cool. So it can
And
light bend
gravity
on
can affect
light bend on a flat surface then?
Yeah, I mean it could, but it wouldn't in the way that it does.
What do you mean in the way that it does?
So in the way that it does, the sort of the gradient follows, as I understand, the curvature of the Earth. But if there was no curvature,
No,
there
but
would not be this bending
you're
of the
saying
gradient.
what it does.
The
So
gradient
you need
would be quite uniform up
I know
from
what
the
you're
level
saying.
surface.
All right. So when we're shooting that at a 1 foot observer height, how much gradient is that going through to get to the 10 miles?
I mean, if it was flat, it would largely be within the same density across its entire journey.
No, I'm saying on a curve.
So what's the question again?
1 foot observer height.
Yeah.
On a curve.
Yeah.
You're getting that horizon behind 10 miles. So what's the density gradient that it's going along that shot, that straight line? What's the density gradient that it's going through? Because you said doing what it does, right? So in order for you to know what it's doing, you need to know what the light's doing. You need to know what the curvature of the Earth is, what the light's doing, and then saying, okay, it's curving this much.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you would need to know what.
I don't
then you'd need to know
to
that
know
if that's your claim,
precise.
then
I don't
if that's your
necessarily
claim,
need to
then
know
you
the
would need
precise
to know
measurement.
what density gradient it's going through
Okay,
in
so
order
it's
to get
not
your.
it's not about the precise measurements, but what I could understand of a gradient is that there's
Not
going to be
precise
sort of a
So you just go, oh yeah,
uniform a non-uniform
because the
gradient
Earth
that
is
maybe for
3,959 miles, and we see this at 10 miles, then it must be this refractive rate.
no, it's not that it must be. It's not a backwards thing. It's
Well,
that
it has
we
to
can
be.
observe. No, it doesn't
Well,
have
it
to
is
be.
a backwards thing because
We can observe.
there's a
We can
thing called
observe.
all right.
We
There's a thing called the Walter Bislin Earth curve calculator, and what you do is you just type in your observation, and then you just slide the scale until you get the perfect amount of refraction to be able to get that image. So it is backward engineered. It's not, okay, this is what we observe and this is the refraction measure. It's all based on the Earth being 3,959 miles. And you saying, okay, well, we see this at 10 miles. Therefore, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. So we need this refractive rate to be able to get this observation.
So that's not exactly a backwards working.
It's not.
What that calculate? No. What's happening is there is the observation. We understand how light deflects off of matter, off of particles, and
No, you
we
don't.
sort of
No one does.
combine these. You
Yeah, we
can
do.
shine a light through a prism or into water or into any medium, and you can sort of observe how it changes its path. It
Yeah,
might
of course.
scatter,
That's
it might change
refraction, yeah.
direction. Yeah. So this works basically in a very similar way. That it's not quite as prominent, but over long distances, you don't. It doesn't have to be as
I
prominent.
know
So
the
if we have,
explanation. I know the explanation, but you don't
if you know
have
the
a
explanation,
demonstration. I
we
know
do
the
have a
explanation.
demonstration. These
I
black
do.
swans
You don't
are
have a
kind of
demonstration.
I have
demonstrations.
a demonstration.
Right, you don't have a demonstration.
The black swans are demonstrations.
It's not a demonstration for you.
Why not?
Okay, what's it demonstrating for you?
It's demonstrating that there are things that are a known distance away, and there is an observer at an apparent height, and what they're seeing is clearly it's an observation that they're seeing, and if we take into account that light does refract and deflect off of particles, and these things really are that far away.
No. See, you're doing the explanation thing again. The whole point is, you're just saying, this is all you're saying. You're saying, because the Earth is this size and we see this, then the refractive rate must be this. You're just going into this big spiel about particles when this is exactly what you're saying. Tell me if I'm wrong or not.
No, you're not wrong, but that's not just sort of explaining anything away or backwards engineering. It's just describing what must
It's
be true for the
exactly what it
observation
is.
to be true. No.
No,
It's
it's describing. It's saying. You're saying this is it. This is exactly
why
what you're
are there no
saying.
40-kilometer
The
examples?
Earth
Why
is
are there no
this
30-kilometer
size.
examples?
We
Why do
see
these
the
examples
Earth
not
is
exist
this
in abundance, and
size.
you only have a few
Okay.
black swans?
The
Why
Earth
is
is
there
this
only a
size.
very
We
few
see.
not
Okay, I'm gonna have to do it
unreasonable
again.
observations?
I
Why?
just looked
Just
up.
why is there not an abundance of
No.
observations?
That if you don't want to see them, that's a whole nother thing. There's one I just looked up. It's 21 miles over Salt Great Lake. 21-mile observation with a laser. I don't know how much that is in kilometers because I don't deal with kilometers. But that's
Did he
21
just
miles.
ask a question like, why is there only like a few black swans? You only need one, dude. What are you talking about?
No, but he doesn't understand the black swan. As a demonstration, he can explain it away. right?
No,
But
he
he's
can't.
asking another question. Of course not.
No,
But
he
he's
can't.
asking
He
another
can't.
question.
Listen, bro. He can't explain it away. There's no way he can explain the Black Swan away. There's no way. What
No,
was
but
his
he's saying
explanation? Let's hear his explanation away for the Black Swan. What was it? Because I didn't hear it.
refraction. But anyways,
I'm trying to explain to him that it's reverse engineered because they say the Earth is this size and you see this observation, so they just say there must have to be this refraction because the Earth is this size. It's reverse engineering.
All right. Did he
Yeah,
state
do you want to talk to him? Do you want to talk to him, Alpha? Because
No.
he's a slippery, slimy.
Not with me.
Yeah, but I want to say one couple of things.
All yours.
No, we're not going to see a couple of things. We're going to ask him the very poignant question. How does he know it's refraction? Go ahead. Whatever your name is.
Because we can observe refraction and we can extrapolate.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, we can extrapolate. How much refraction is there happening between the distances and the Black Swan?
It depends on the density of the atmosphere.
Well,
the
then
time of
what
day,
I'm asking you,
temperature.
I'm asking you, did you figure it out? Because you're saying that's what it is, so you must know the answer. So
I'm
what is it?
saying it's a part of the explanation.
Oh, really?
It's not the entire explanation.
Well, I don't like people who come in and say it's an answer that they can't explain. Then that means you can't explain your answer to at least make it coherent.
So why can't you explain why there are no
Why
40
can't
kilometer
I?
observations?
You're asking me a question when the question was to you, and you said it was refraction. Now it's time for you to prove that it is. And now you don't
Okay,
have the
so
answer. Now that you don't have the answer,
I can
you're asking me
substantiate it
questions.
to a certain degree.
Why are you barreling through me when I'm still speaking? Is it because I'm exposing you and you can't explain it now?
It's because I'm trying to answer the question.
No, you're not. Okay, so what's the answer to the question that it's refraction? Did you figure it out on the Black Swan, sir?
I can make some basic observations about refraction, and I can extrapolate.
I'm talking
Why
about
not?
the Black Swan.
Yes.
Did you figure out how much refraction is happening on the Black Swan?
The exact amount of refraction,
Yeah?
like in this, I'm not going to know this off the top of my head, and you know
Well
this is a
then,
ridiculous ask for
looky what we have here. I don't have it on the top of my head. Is another
Where
way
are the
of
40 kilometer
shut
observations?
the fuck
Where
up.
are they? Where
Shut
are the
up.
40 kilometer? Where are they? One. There
Shut
should be an
the
abundance
fuck
of
up. Because you just said that you were going to explain it away, and now it's time for you to be honest and say either you know or you don't know. And it sounds like you don't know. And you were just bullshitting your way through it, sounding like you thought you had the answer. Now it sounds like you don't. You're not going to fucking overtalk me. You understand me, dude? You don't have the answer. Admit it. Be man enough to admit it.
A precise measurement, and neither.
Thank you. That's all we need from you. And now the audience knows you didn't explain it away. You actually got stymied by not being able to provide the answer. So we all know that now. You can't explain it away with refraction because now look at you. You don't have the answer. And you admitted it. So that's the concession. Thank you. Now what do you have? Because the Black Swan's good enough and you couldn't refute it. Could you?
I could substantiate a refutation. It's not going.
Oh, really? So refraction didn't work. What else you got? Go.
It's not going to be to a precise degree. You know this.
Really?
It's dishonest of you to ask for such evidence. We know how refraction works. And we can make some assumptions about there was enough
you
matter
didn't
in the
explain.
atmosphere
Listen to
that
me,
light
dude.
is going to refract off
You
of it.
did not
It's very
explain
straightforward.
refraction. You did not explain refraction in the Black Swan. So you cannot proceed forward to say that you know how refraction works.
So refraction is the bending of light as it deflects off of particles of like matter and gases and vapor and such.
Yeah, so that's you trying to give an explanation to something you have no clue about, which is the reason why I told you to explain the Black Swan with your idea of refraction, and you couldn't do it. Just like you still can't do it.
Partly did.
The Earth is flat? Really?
Now you bet your fucking ass it is. So, whatever that guy was that I was talking to couldn't explain it away with refraction, and now it seems like I can talk to this new guy, because the new guy is laughing and thinks that he has the answer to the Earth being a globe. Sir, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, Mr. whatever your name is, Red Eagle?
Hold up. Let me call my cousin who flew jets. Yeah, it is. Maybe I don't know.
Well,
I'm not in
it's
space.
better,
I'm on
brother.
the ground.
It's better for
Who
you to
gives
be.
a
Listen,
fuck? As long
we
as I'm
do.
safe and sound.
We give a fuck because people think that the Earth is a globe and they got no evidence, which
So
you
what if
don't,
it's flat?
which the
What
guy
do you,
before
what
you
are you gonna
doesn't.
do? What are you gonna do if it's flat? What are you gonna do if it's flat?
We're
What's
going to
gonna
be
happen?
right. First of all, we're going to be right.
Okay,
Second of all,
and
you're going to understand. I'm going to tell you if you let me. Number one, we're right. Number two, you're going to realize that you've been lied to for a long time. Number three, you're going to actually start telling other people. I can go on. There's much more to do.
No, give me something that's gonna be,
Practical?
not practical, but it's gonna serve you. Like, what's gonna happen? Are you gonna go to the edge and I don't know?
Edge?
Yeah, I don't know
Why the
that.
fuck do you need to go to the edge? Listen, man, if you understand the nature of reality, it changes everything. Your perspective and epistemology on reality changes. You
Yeah, but it
now
still doesn't
understand.
change. I have to get up
I'm
and go to
about to
work
tell you,
tomorrow.
brother. I'm
Hold
about
up.
to tell you. I'm about to fucking tell you if you allow me to without rumpusing me. All right, so what it changes is your epistemology on life. You start to realize that this is all a created place. You're not just some random. You're not just some random spec. I mean, you can laugh all you want, but this is
You're
true.
grown adults, and you think the world is flat. It's insane.
No, I don't, man.
Room temperature
What are you
IQ
talking about?
insanity.
What are you
Who
talking
gives
about,
a
bro?
fuck, dude? I don't give a fuck if
Wait,
you laugh.
continue.
You know what? Hold on, dude. I'm a Red Eagle. One second. I'm gonna deal with this fucking clown. Listen, dude. The reason why we're doing this is because idiots like you think you know better, and when asked the question, provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, you can't fucking do it. That's our main
Unable to
mission
hold enough
is to
information
show
in your brain
everybody.
at one time to be
Bro,
able to hear
are
the
you a
evidence that
fucking
you
idiot?
actually
Are you gonna let me
require.
finish
You
talking, or do I
are.
have to
Yes,
fucking
you
mute you?
are a fucking idiot. Just mute me, please. This is just insane now. A waste of time. You guys are retarded. Truly.
What are you
Truly.
guys? Oh, he's muted. Well, yeah, you can tell me now.
All right. So basically, this fucking clown, he thinks that he knows what he's talking about. We were talking to this dude for at least, more than 30 minutes? Because I only came here for a little bit. How long were we talking to this guy, Timbo?
He's been in all day.
All fucking day. And listen, we came at this point when he said the black swan, which is just an observation, long distance observation with no curvature measured, right, for any globe to be presented.
Mm-hmm.
So all the evidence that could be presented for the Earth being a globe was not presented by this clown, and he's been in here just mocking and laughing. He doesn't really know he should be laughing at himself because he hasn't proved that the Earth is a globe, which is what we've been trying to wake people up to, because they're so fucking retarded that they're going to stay in here and act like they know that the answer to the Earth being a globe, and they can't present any evidence. And that's what we're doing. We're exposing the whole world to the fact that there is no evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's what we're doing, bro. Day in and day out.
The next day, I still have to go to work. That's not gonna make a difference.
Yeah. You go to work tomorrow, but you know that the nature of reality isn't one that people that are telling you that the Earth is a globe. It's not that. And
Maybe everyone's gonna be social after they find out. So I can get some bitches.
There's you know what there's a thing about being like situationally aware of the shit that's around you and you being cognitive of that shit. And there's this other blissful unawareness shit that you're just thinking that you're a fucking monkey on a space ball that's spinning and twirling in the vacuum of space. There's that other shit. And you talk about space like it's a real thing, fucking light years and all this bullshit. Now that's the real fantasy. You don't ever think that's stupid when you start talking about, man, will we see that star? It's like billions of light years away. How the fuck do you know that? Yet you make that shit like it's real. And you make that's like reality. How the fuck is that reality? That's what I'm talking about. And the rest of the clowns that come in there and make it sound like that's reality, I'm giving you a wake-up call to fucking at least realize that you ain't talking like a dumbass and you can't prove shit. With this other idea, you're able to understand reality for what it is, right? It is what it is, and you can actually identify it being that way. So you don't sound like a clown. Like you're just like, well, we can fucking live on Mars and shit. Like all this other dumb shit, like people say. There's just nobody's going up there, man. This is all fucking bullshit. And everybody's eating it up every single day. And you're talking about it to other people. Man, I contemplate the cosmos and it's like planets and shit, bro. You don't know any of that shit's true. Let's get real here. I mean, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Waking people up to reality. It's like, dude, that's all. That whole shit is fantasy. And you're acting like it's real, bro. Like, what the fuck? I mean, that doesn't sound like ludicrous to you? Like when somebody talks about space like it's real? We got fucking exoplanets that are like 3 light years away and shit. And you're like, ooh, man, fuck, who told you that? Some scientists out there? Like, that's bullshit, bro. And that's why it's like, I'm telling you, man, I got the utmost contempt for these fucking clowns that come in here and acting like space is like all the rage and it's the fucking shit. Ooh, man, you can't prove none of that shit. None of it. And what we're doing, we're calling people out. Hey, look, if you say that we're in this cosmos, fucking heliocentric, fucking solar system and shit, prove it. I want you to prove that shit within this voice call. And if you're able to bring some evidence, fucking bring it. And then maybe prove us wrong, but you can't do it. Nobody can, bro. That's what we're saying. It's like, wake up, bro. Fuck, man. You don't ever think about that shit? Like, man, why are we talking about space like it's a fucking thing? Like it's real. Nobody can fucking figure that shit out.
If you look through a telescope, right?
Yeah.
If you look through a telescope and you look at a ship, you start zooming in on a ship, right?
Yeah.
No matter how much you zoom in at some point, that ship is going to disappear. Because that's why they say it's rotated. Like it's circular, right? Because
I know, listen, brother, I know, listen, I know, I've been doing this 9 years, right? I know that shit from head to toe. I know what you're going to say. I know the next line of questioning and all that shit. Like the reason that people are saying these things is because they've never been told otherwise. The only reason why you would defend it, it's like, check this out, bro. It's like a religion.
No, but if you do it, you'll see. I just gave
know,
you a
brother.
project.
Listen, man, I'm telling you, there's nothing about this argument I don't know about, right? So the reason why you think that's true is because that's the only story you've been fed. So there isn't anything that can go against that. So right now, it's just like a person that believes in some type of religion. You won't let it go because that's the only gospel you know. So if you were taught another way that it could be something else, it will blow your fucking mind. You'll be like, dude, that can't be. This just fucking can't be.
He's telling you to go and do it, but have you done it yourself?
Yeah, if you do it, it's gonna help you.
No.
Oh my god, are you serious,
you done
bro?
it?
Hold up, my mom's calling.
Done it?
Answer the call to your mom.
Say hi to your mother for me.
Damn. And this other clown chirping in saying that it's fucking stupid. Yet there's no way that he's provided. If he's been here all day and he hasn't provided any, he's got explanations. He got explanations to explain the black swan away. That's some horse shit, dude. He cannot. I just showed you. He couldn't explain it away. He didn't even know what refraction was. Oh, I got many ways to explain it. Really? What's refraction? Well, I don't know it off the top of my head. No shit. That's what I'm saying. You don't know it. So I have to expose your dumb ass because you say that you do know it. Now look at you. You don't fucking know it. And they're like, why are you so mad? Because I got the utmost contempt for your fucking dumb ass. Because you come in here riding on your high horse thinking you're going to tell us what's what. And then at the end of the day, you don't know shit. When asked a question, go ahead and explain refraction. Tell me what it is. How does it operate? You don't know a damn thing. So now what we got? More stories? That's all? Then they cry about the forum. Oh man, you guys are meanies. You don't let me talk. Bullshit, dude. You didn't have the answer when you had the mic and the fucking floor. Now you're eating fucking crow and you don't like it. Fuck out of here. fucking mess with the bull, you get the horns, man. That's all there is to it. See what this clown has to say. So all day long and no evidence for the Earth being a globe, huh? What do you have to say for yourself?
Did you bring up the snake grid as his globe proof?
Is he posting that in the text?
No, I wanted to see if he brought that up earlier another day. I didn't know if he brought that up today either. About his snake grid proof.
Snake grid? What the fuck?
Yeah, I wanted
So
to
number
talk
one,
about.
I wanted to point something out for the room. If somebody says they can explain the Black Swan away, call them out on their shit, because it's not possible. You can't explain it away. And if they think they can, walk them through the steps. Explain what refraction is. Tell me right now if you're going to be able to do it for the Black Swan. Tell me how much refraction is happening in this Black Swan. Right in this Black Swan. And don't leave. If they try to swing off another topic, bring them right the fuck back to it. Did you hear that, Jedi? They could explain the Black Swan away. Did you hear that bullshit, bro? I couldn't believe it.
We've been dealing with this all morning. We even had a guy that said that he admits he's begging the question of the radius. He admits he doesn't have the...
You broke up, AJ.
Although he admits he's begging the question of the radius and the boundary layers, he wants to explain how this boundary could possibly be there.
I can't believe it. Couldn't believe my ears when I heard it.
Matt Nuclear is asking me to unmute him, which I'm not going to do because I don't know who muted him, but he's basically saying he needs to be unmuted to show that the Black Swan's bullshit.
Yeah, it was just crowd control, man. You can unmute him.
Yeah, I'll do it. I got like 10 minutes. So tell me how the Black Swan's bunk.
It's weak as fuck, so I'll tell you why. It's a conflation between the geometric horizon. Huh?
Yeah, Matt.
It's a conflation between the geometric horizon and the apparent one when both can both work on a globe. So.
The what? Say again?
It's a conflation between the geometric horizon one, like one is only exclusive to a flat Earth. You can have both on a globe.
Okay, I'm going to have to mute you here because I'm going to need some clarification. What do you mean both? Go ahead.
The geometric horizon and the apparent horizon can both exist on a globe.
Wait a minute. So, do we have two horizons on the globe?
In the sense of the geometric horizon, yeah, because that's the radius of the Earth. Yeah.
Okay, so how is that separate from the apparent horizon?
Because the geometric horizon would be the 1.22. That would be the size of the Earth and how far an observer should be able to see given the size. And then you have refraction, which would be the apparent horizon. So two different things.
Okay, so which one is available to be seen?
The available one to be seen. I mean, you're always looking at the apparent horizon.
Okay, so at no time are we looking at the geometric horizon?
No, you're looking at the apparent one at sea.
I know, but I'm answering my question. At no time are we looking at the geometric horizon?
No.
So
all the geometric horizon is the size of the Earth. That's all it is.
Yeah. How do we know that? How do we know the size of the Earth from the apparent horizon?
Well, you don't necessarily try to figure out the size of the Earth. At least I don't try to figure out the size of the Earth by looking at sea.
So
that's why the Black Swan is so weak.
No. From the apparent. Wait a minute. From the apparent horizon, you can't figure out if the Earth is a globe or not.
But that's not your point. Your point is the Black
Swan.
But
answer my question. Answer my question. From the apparent horizon, there's no way to figure out if the Earth is a globe or not.
I wouldn't say there's no way to. Well, that's another question. From the.
I need to know from the question that I'm asking. The question is, from the apparent horizon, is there any way to figure out that the Earth is a globe?
Oh yeah, there's just no way to refute the radius.
All right, go ahead and I need you to demonstrate how you can know that from the apparent horizon that the Earth is a globe. Go ahead, Matt.
Actually, I'll just give me a second. I'm gonna bring up a screen share.
Yeah, we're here 24/7.
No, just give me 1 second. All I need.
1. Time's up.
Damn it, I'm gone. Just give me a second though.
It's gonna be interesting.
I'm gonna hit you with a Scott Mackey. You're gonna love this one.
You can do whatever you want.
It's gonna be a clusterfuck.
Hold on, just open up GeoGebra.
I'm gonna be out of here in a little bit, so just give me some elbow room, guys.
Yeah,
I'll be out of here. Good luck, man.
I'm about to give you that old-fashioned whooping.
I hear right and say you're going to give us a Scott Mackey.
Yeah.
Yes, he did say that. It's gonna be a clusterfuck.
So in other words, you're just gonna say you guys are talking gibberish and just not respond because that's all he does.
Yeah, you guys are making sense. Yeah, you guys know what you're talking about. Yeah, we know it's a globe.
And I mean, you don't have to hurry up. Just fucking don't take
Hold on,
forever. Fucking hell.
You just don't understand it, Alpha.
My
You're
computer
wrong.
is-
You just don't understand. Let him explain.
My computer's slow. I got slow internet, bro. You're supposed to be gassed up with the energy and the fucking answers. What's wrong with you? Did you leave? Fucking hell. Come on, Matt. Man, we got look for your shit and then come back. How about that?
It's right here, dude. Just give me a second.
Where? Right where? It ain't right nowhere. The fuck?
You vanished.
Maybe tomorrow. I can try again tomorrow.
I went into what's the server called? I went into Globe Gangsters, and of course they had to mute me.
Globe Gangsters.
I went to Globe Gangsters yesterday.
Where the hell is that?
Caught them on the dilemma, and I did that after I humiliated Omnivore on MAM and TGR, refuting those asinine doctrines. And I engaged Matt for a while on the spherical dilemma, and he was so desperate to try and talk past the fact that this is the necessary implication of your ball Earth, that there is a fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean, and we see farther than what is possible on your spheroid, therefore falsifying your globe.
Got him.
But of course, they can't tolerate that in their own server. A flat earther humiliating them in their own server. Of course, they're not going to concede.
Globe Gangsters. What bunch of dumbasses. I want to hear a refutation of the Black Swan. Some Glober out there needs to come in here, fucking stand on all 10 of their toes and tell me, what the fuck, dude? That one dude in here that with the cross avatar, that guy's dumb as fuck, dude. He was in there. I can refute the Black Swan. Really? Refraction. What's refraction? Well, I can't tell you on the top of my head. Really?
I didn't
You don't
say that.
fucking
I
have
said
the
I can't
answer.
tell you the numbers off the top of my head.
Yeah, really?
Yes,
So
really.
you know what refraction is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a changing of direction of light as it passes through different mediums.
Oh yeah. So how much because you're going to refute the Black Swan. Go ahead and refute the Black Swan with an explanation of how much refraction is happening in the Black Swan. Go on.
It's not necessarily a refutation of the Black Swan.
Oh,
It's
no
just
shit. So it's not a refutation of the Black Swan, you fucking moron. Which is what you said you had. Fuck out of here.
It isn't what I said I had.
Yes, it is. They were telling
No,
me
it
that
isn't.
you were just going to say that
Fucking
you were
moron.
going to explain the Black Swan away, dumbass.
Not
And you didn't do
explain
that,
it
did
away.
you?
Just describe what I understand about why it might
You
occur
don't
and
fucking
why it doesn't.
understand. You don't. That's the problem. I just elucidated that for you.
Neither do you.
What the fuck? It wasn't my claim. It was your dumbass claim. Now
What
look
was my
at you.
claim? What was
That
my
you could
claim?
explain the black swan away with refraction, and you couldn't fucking do it,
No,
did
it's
you?
not that I said I'd explain it away. That's not what I said.
Oh yeah. So what did you say about the black swan then? If it wasn't that,
I said that the black swan doesn't refute that the Earth is a globe. It's a reasonable observation given the parameters we exist within. It's that simple. Why are there no observations of much further distances? They
much
should
further.
be in abundance.
Hold on
There
a
should be
second.
many,
Much
many of
further.
them.
No, you just need to refute the geodesy. That's it.
What do you mean?
The geometric claim of the Earth being a globe of a radius of 3959. If you just refute that shit in some way that it doesn't match up or line up with any long distance observation, you're fucking golden. Which is what the black swan is. You don't need to keep looking for more shit. You already found it. That's what the black swan is. It's a refutation to the Earth's geometric shape.
But it isn't.
But it is, because it shows that
No.
the... What do you mean? Fucking saying
It's
no isn't a
not
refutation,
an
dude.
unreasonable observation given the parameters that we exist within.
Oh, really? So how are you
Yes,
going to extrapolate?
really.
How are you going to extrapolate the fucking geometric shape of the Earth from the black swan? I need to hear you tell me
Look
how.
at this guy's live stream. Look at this guy's live stream.
I'm not looking
showing a
at this
very...
guy's live stream. I'm asking you a
Why?
question.
Because it answers the question that you're asking
What answers it?
Look at the live stream and you'll see.
Fucking look at the live stream. I want you to tell me.
It answers it literally.
Who gives
Like,
a
I
fuck?
can't do better than the visual.
Verbally tell me. Use your words and verbally tell me how the fuck it refutes what I'm talking about with the black swan. Go on.
Talk to Matt. Matt has a very good representation.
I'm not talking
currently.
to Matt.
Because you know it destroys your argument. Why? Like, he's making the exact same point as me, and I.
No. Then fucking tell me with your words how the black swan is refuted. I want you to do it because it's your claim. I'm not talking to Matt. I'm talking to you. Go on. Can you articulate your point or not?
I'm not refuting the black swan.
All right, then. I think we're fucking done here, aren't we? If you're not refuting the black swan, then off you go and let me talk to the guy who is refuting the black swan, because that's what I want to hear. Somebody refute the black swan. Consistently, coherently, fucking any way that it makes sense. And it's not being done so far. So, next, please.
Eyeless, why are you pretending as though I didn't humiliate you earlier this afternoon concerning the dilemma that you could not escape from?
Because you didn't. And the dilemma makes no sense. It does not relate to reality. I don't disagree.
Can't believe we're still doing this.
Yeah, he's still doing this. If you've already refuted him, Greg, and he doesn't want to admit it, can you just tell us the highlights? Cause I don't want to listen to this clown. Plus, I have to leave, so I want you to go over the highlights as to.
Yeah, all of his replies. I don't understand. More questions. No, you're wrong. No, it doesn't refute it. But I can't see the bottom portion of the building. It's pretty much the nature of his replies. He didn't say a single argument by any rule of inference to falsify any of the premises. And he just repeatedly appealed to incredulity. So, yeah. So, no argument to refute the doctor's refutations in the dilemma. No argument to verify the convex surface slope of the oceans by any rule of inference at all. And just a weak inductive appeal to bottom-up disappearance, right? Presuming that to be an instance of bottom-up obstruction because of the curve of the water hill, right? So he failed.
He also agreed at one point.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Hey, by the way, mods, if you're in the room, Matt Nuclear and that guy that I was just talking to, that I less than or whatever, that guy, you could just unmute him whenever you want. I'm gonna bounce. I'll be on here, but I gotta dip. But thanks for that, Greg.
Yeah. So the only reason that we have to keep going in circles with people the likes of Matt, people the likes of
In here
Islet,
too? What the fuck do you guys do with your audio? You just put it in ear rape
the
mode?
reason we have to keep going in circles with people the likes of Matt and or ILS is because they refuse to be logically consistent with the implications of the Earth being a ball, of the Earth being a sedimentary geoid that's wrapped in water and gas. Right? There's that fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean. And if we see farther than what is possible on the surface of the water, it falsifies the proposition that is necessarily implied by the proposition the Earth is a ball. It's very simple.
So if anyone looks at my screen, I'm clearly debunking the black swan. Because first of all, it's a misconception of the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon and what they actually mean. And this also explains, Alpha was asking me, does the apparent horizon prove that the Earth's shape is
What are
a
you
sphere?
debunking, Matt?
It does.
What are you
First I'm proving that the
debunking?
apparent horizon proves that the Earth is a sphere. And I'm also proving how the black swan's idiotic. And
Sorry, you're not
I can literally
proving
hear you
anything.
giggling in your voice.
You've got a cartoon on the screen with some lines on it.
Yes,
Is that what you take away?
Yeah, I think it's hacked, but they said something very clever. They said, you know what? At least Rockstar uses flat Earth models.
I might just use it as my new flat Earth model, GTA 5.
Don't get distracted, man.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do
What
have...
are you debunking with your cartoon pictures?
Well, this cartoon is displaying a sphere.
Explaining. Yeah, we don't need explanations, we need demonstrations.
Well, it's demonstrating a sphere and how refraction...
Not demonstrating anything.
All you're doing is pointing out the premise.
So do you guys want to engage?
Now you need to prove the premise.
Well, I'm proving to you how it works on a sphere. Because
No,
this is
no,
what
you're
we
not.
observe in real
Explaining
life.
how it works on the sphere.
You're explaining with your cartoon.
You're just
This is a
lecturing us
demonstration.
about your cosmological lore.
Oh,
It's not proving any premise is true.
Not the man.
It's a
I am a man.
computational demonstration. It's a graphic demonstration, but still a demonstration.
It's an illustration of your cosmological lore. It's not a verification of anything.
Still a demonstration. So if anyone does want to engage and actually want to learn
It's an
something, then
illustration of your cosmological lore. You have to actually do a demonstration now.
Matt, you heard what Gregory said, right? It's an illustration of your claim. It's not a demonstration, it's an illustration. This
Okay,
is the
define
principle that you're going to be. This is the principle that you're asserting without any actual physical evidence. You're just
Okay,
saying
define a
this is what it
demonstration.
should be. Yes, show it. Make it happen.
okay, you don't say where I need to show it. I can just show it on a computer.
On
Since it's all
reality.
on computers.
If you think the Earth is flat, you are one of the stupidest goddamn motherfuckers in the whole goddamn world.
I like this guy. I like that guy. Who said that?
The country bumpkin can't form an argument whatsoever.
My fucking God, boy. Fuck off.
My
I found some oil
my
in my
question to the
backyard.
people is, what does it actually change in your aspect of life?
Mine to you is
That's
fuck
obviously a
off.
hard segue away from the subject. So
Why
let's
would they
focus.
lie?
Anyway, like I'm saying, depending on how you define a demonstration, this is basically perfectly. Not only this is actually what we see in reality.
No,
And also,
So it would be
if it's,
acting and doing the thing in reality. So showing
is.
what you're I haven't finished yet. So showing what you're claiming.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
No, in reality.
You want to see how? Yeah, in reality. You want to see how?
No, you've
You observe
got
the
an
Earth as a
illustration
two-dimensional
again.
Euclidean circle.
I like how
Is that
everyone wants globe evidence, but when globe evidence comes around, they run away from it.
Not
You're kind of
Not just
talking past my question to you.
Pulling
You
a
said this is a
Usain Bolt on the globe
demonstration.
evidence.
Yeah,
It's not
Matt, you're
evidence.
talking through my voice. Yeah, Matt, do you perceive the Earth to be a two-dimensional Euclidean circle?
No.
Okay, so it's obviously not a demonstration of this really happening
This
on
is
the
not a
real
this
Earth.
is not a two-dimension. Okay, listen.
Exactly. Thank you. It's not a demonstration. Thank you.
Well, it is a demonstration. What do you?
It's not a
define
demonstration.
demonstration?
Contradict yourself now.
Define
Matt,
demonstration.
I can make a claim and then I can draw you a picture. Yeah.
But except your claim doesn't
This is so
actually comport with
intellectually
reality.
lazy.
That's actually the
exactly-
definition of truth.
You are intellectually
And
lazy.
that's
You're trying to
exactly-
bulldoze the voice channel.
No, you're the intellectually lazy one, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
Just address his evidence and prove it wrong. Debunk it somehow.
It's not evidence.
They can't.
So Matt,
How is that
not
not
evidence.
evidence? Okay,
So
this is
why
This is
is
not a
everyone
demonstration of this
talking-
actually happening on the Earth.
That's the wait. So that's the only thing evidence can be. Is something demonstrating that's actually happening on the Earth.
No,
That's your definition of evidence.
No, this is illustration of the claim. The claim isn't evidence.
An illustration of the claim is not evidence of it
I'm
really
pretty sure
happening
he's
on the
using
real Earth.
calculations to prove that it's possible for you to
Pretty
see
sure.
at a certain
Okay.
point. I'm not sure of this
No.
context, but
This
for
isn't
you
even
to
an
say
instance of calculations. You're just
Point them out.
digressing to some irrelevant premise.
Yeah, point the calculations out.
Which
He's
one was
muted.
it? Beat.
why did I get muted?
Because you need to
Because
point
you're
the
a dickhead.
calculations out.
I need to point the calculations out when I was muted when you asked me.
Yeah, go and do that.
Okay, sure. So let's first agree upon the definition of calculations. So what do you think calculations means?
We're going to have some numbers.
No, we
have
Hold
some
on.
mathematics. And we're going to come to an
Say it again.
equation.
Hold on. Your friend cut you off. Say it again.
We're going to have some measurements. We're going to have some numbers. We're going to have some equations to give us a result.
Okay. So we have. I mean, that's pretty much all here. We have numbers, equations, and different algorithms.
weren't you asking
all-
for a definition of demonstration before that? So do you
No.
want a definition of
No,
demonstration?
I
or
never asked that.
calculation?
I asked the definition
Yeah,
of
you did.
evidence first, and then I asked the definition of
Okay,
calculation.
are we just gonna go through words and ask for
No,
definitions?
you're the one who just did that. I just asked for two definitions. I got both of them. And I was trying
Okay,
to
are you
continue,
right?
and you tried
Are
to
you right
backtrack.
with the definitions now? Can we move on or what?
I was already good. I was trying to finish. You cut me off. I just wanted to know if we agreed upon a definition. So we have numbers and
If you
equations.
put half
and
as
different
much
units of
effort into
measurement.
actually doing what's logically required to demonstrate your proposition that the Earth is a ball and that it's possible to see objects that are completely obstructed behind the water hill, then you would actually make progress
This
in the
fits his
dialogue. But you're just
definition of a
putting
calculation.
all
Wait,
your
this fits his
effort into
definition
just
of calculation.
saying these deflective retorts instead of actually doing what's logically required to demonstrate
Okay.
the propositions
Okay,
truthfully.
just because you talk a lot doesn't mean you're winning. I hope you know that. So this does
Just
actually
because
fit
you
your
keep
definition.
deflecting away from the subject
Okay,
doesn't
let me
mean you're
respond
actually
to you.
winning.
I'm staying on topic.
Can we get
So these fit your definition of. Can you stop talking?
Get a fucking
Oh my-
topic? Can we get a fucking topic and talk about the
Hold
fucking
on.
topic?
He
instead of
said
talking
evidence
about
would
each
be
other?
things like calculation. He
Fucking
said
grab-
this isn't. Hold
Hey,
on.
dumb cunt. Hey,
Oh
dumb
my
cunt.
God,
Shut the
this
fuck up.
motherfucker. This mother stupid flat earth and
Make your
retard
fucking
trailer
claim.
trash.
Make your fucking claim and put it on the table. Stop talking around it or fuck off.
Why
all
would
right?
we randomly
Make
make a
fucking
claim?
and explain. Get your fucking evidence and put your fucking evidence on the table, you stupid fucking cunt. Stop being a dumb cunt.
Okay, I got you. So this fits your definition of evidence that you said calculation would be evidence, and I said this is calculations. And this fits your
No.
definition of
Missing one
calculations
word.
since you said numbers, algorithms, and
Missing a
equations.
word.
And there's equations, numbers, and algorithms here.
In a
Therefore,
word,
this is evidence. Now you have to refute the evidence if you disagree with it.
I disagree. Sorry, you're missing the word measurement. So that would mean taking place in reality. This is the claim of the model and how it would work.
Uh-huh.
So we need to go and make the measurements out in reality to see if this claim is true.
Measurements can be done digitally. They can be displayed digitally. You're
No,
so I can take
fucking
hold on.
gosh, bro.
Yeah. So I can make measurements in real
Intellectually
life.
lazy.
Hold on, I can make
Sophist,
measurements.
dude.
How is that lazy? You want me to cut my
Entirely lazy.
Hold on, you want me to cut my
No,
camera,
it's
run
an
outside, and make
illustration.
measurements? What are
Why
you
should we
talking
let
about?
you bulldoze through the channel when you're obviously just trying to pull this sophistic rigmarole,
What
trying
are
to
you
walk around the
talking
fact that you don't have any observations or measurements of this actually happening on the Earth?
I
All
don't-
you have is
Wow,
cartoons.
he's cooking you.
Sure, but he's literally giving an algorithm that shows different calculations, and you can't refute it. You're just saying it's not real
Still
life.
doing the very
It's not
thing I
real
told
life.
you stop doing.
No.
Wait, hold on. So because I'm not arguing the way you want me to argue, I'm wrong somehow.
No, because you're
Not
arguing in a
arguing
way
about
that's obviously
anything.
not logically sufficient to prove your
Wait,
position is
obviously
true.
that's like common
I'm
sense
literally
fallacy.
telling you, how about you just knock it off
Okay,
and
you're
lead to the
both
same
doing it now.
insufficient
You're
appeal?
both doing it. You're both
That is a
doing
common
it.
sense fallacy, though.
Okay, hold on. So you want me to go outside
All
right
right.
now, cut my camera on, and show a unit of measurement where over some type of shoreline or over the curve I can actually
You're
see
both
something.
doing it again. You're both doing
What are we
it.
doing? I'm asking
Now-
for clarification. I
Okay,
don't know what he
stop.
wants.
Hey, stop. You're not fucking talking about the subject. You are going through definitions and then arguing about the definition. Get to the fucking topic or leave the fucking room.
Okay, listen to me. Here's my standpoint, my argument. I haven't argued a definition in 30 minutes. You're not tracking. I'm saying
You haven't been here for 30 minutes, so that's wrong. So you argued a definition about 2 minutes ago. So that's wrong again. So you're either a liar or stupid. So argue about the topic. Don't do this debate bro bullshit. Just speak like a normal human being and fucking talk about the topic. You got one more
I would
chance,
like to
mate.
say, I was here 40 minutes ago, and he didn't say anything for 30 minutes. He didn't say anything about a definition, so.
Sorry, mate, but you weren't. I've been
He's
listening.
been here for 2 minutes, bro.
Yep. Okay, you're back. Now talk about the topic, and this is your last chance. All
Okay,
right?
so I'm just going to talk about the topic, even though I don't fully understand the context of this argument. What I'm understanding now is that what he's displaying is
All right. See you later, dude. You're a fucking moron.
He literally said out loud in the microphone, "I don't know what I'm talking about."
Yo, he did kind of cook you guys, though.
No,
Okay,
he didn't.
what's your
What did he cook us? All right. So let's go. What did he cook us about?
Crickets.
So, like, you guys, you said it's obvious.
Yeah. What did
That's
he?
a common.
Yeah. What did he cook us about? Go. What did he
when you
cook
said
us
it was
about?
okay, when you said that's just obvious, that's a common sense fallacy. Appealing to something being obvious from your perspective doesn't make it true.
What did he cook
so you
us
didn't
about?
address what he
What did he
said,
cook
and
us
you muted
about?
him because you're afraid of him. I just said it.
Okay, what did he cook us about? He didn't say anything.
I just said it.
Okay, go. What did he say?
You appealed to the obvious fallacy. That's appealing to common sense fallacy.
What are you
That doesn't
talking
make
about?
something true.
What is the
He said
context
it's
in which he said that
He's
clause?
talking about.
What is the context in which he said that clause?
Bro, saying it that's
So
obvious
he's-
isn't agreeance. There's like they're agreeing. So what's your point?
Yeah, look,
he said that's
answer the question. Listen. I'm asking.
Yeah, that's finding common ground. That's not a fallacy. When you're saying
Yeah,
that's
he told
obvious,
him to
you're
prove
agreeing.
it, and he said, "Well, that's
Can
obvious."
you stop
That's a
stomping
common
on my
sense
question? I
fallacy.
said the question before you, percentage. Good grief. What is the context in which he said that clause?
What define all those words?
Okay, so obviously you don't know
another
how to actually
moron.
contextualize
Well, that's an ad
what you
hominem.
said.
Calling me a moron doesn't
Okay,
address my
can
argument.
you stop talking to me, please? So
Can I
obviously
ask a
you're not
question?
Why are you so afraid?
My goodness, dude, can you stop talking? Obviously, you are not competent to contextualize the quotation of that clause that you're quoting from Timbo, so you don't actually have a correct interpretation of what he said in order for you to correctly critique him as just appealing to common sense.
Okay, can I talk now? Okay, so you made a bunch of claims there. I want you to prove any of those claims, please. Prove them.
Oh my God.
Also, throwing a bunch of ad
Prove
hominems
it.
doesn't address the argument.
Yeah, that's how you win. Just
What the hell?
incessantly keep saying prove it.
Well, so you just get to continue making claims. You don't have to prove it.
I don't know how that person did. That was amazing.
This isn't going anywhere, is it? Fast.
It's the first time I've ever seen this in my life.
Some guy is
Man, this
spamming
unbeat
streams,
guy.
bro.
He's protesting by opening his live stream, like again and again. Protesting the mute by doing that.
Okay, so back to the subject. So there's going to actually be a demonstration that is observable and measurable to demonstrate that the Black Swan is possible on East Freeway.
Can I ask
Yeah,
a question
I
about
wrote a
that?
claim.
I don't really have
It
a
was
clue what's
really
going on,
clever.
but I've got a question about that.
So why would you? Why would you?
So is what Matt's trying to show us here suggesting that so Black Swan's an image, is it? I'm just googling this as I go on.
Okay, you actually sound like you might be all right.
So is he saying that this graph here is showing us that the Black Swan is possible on a globe as well?
He's saying that.
Or is he
this a
saying that the image itself is
not a position
he's
at all?
He's saying that this is a demonstration of why the Black Swan is on a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't the demonstration or the evidence of it happening in reality be the image itself?
Yes.
Yeah.
So why does he have
an
to do?
actual observation of the world, not
Yeah.
So Matt, why don't you just use that as your demonstration, and then use the maths to back that up?
Did you hear what I said to you?
He is. He's doing that.
We're pointing out that he doesn't seem to understand. So we never see this. We backwards engineer everything to his diagram, because his diagram says, because you can move slidey bars along, that the path of light is going to be curved, not straight, curving with the surface of the Earth. So it's circular reasoning. There's no direct measurements of Earth curvature. It's just a presupposition that light is doing what he says it's doing.
Yeah, because so he's fudging the numbers to make an observation pseudo globe, saying, okay, well, if the Earth is this big and we see this, then the refractive rate is this because the Earth is this big. It's affirming the consequence.
So are you not both in the same camp there?
Matt? No, Matt's a glober.
No, as in you both have worldviews and you're making numbers fit your worldview. But his
no, we're not making numbers.
Do his numbers work?
We're not making numbers fit a worldview. We're just saying an observation. So the observation is that we see the horizon further than where it should be, almost 10 times further than where it should be. Now, the claim is that the Earth is a sphere of a certain size, and we're saying, well, it can't be that size because every time we do an observation, the horizon is not where it's supposed to be. But I'm not.
And have you? So obviously you guys have all gone out and seen this.
Yeah. I've got plenty of camera footage of it. Yeah, changes every time.
That's interesting.
You know, the Black Swan's a bad argument.
I wanted to know what Matt was going to say, but
Fuck
he
off
wasn't
percentage,
allowed
man.
to speak.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Well, I mean, like you know yourself that the Black Swan supposes a geometric horizon, and then makes a claim as to the actual horizon. The actual horizon has refraction, so it doesn't make sense to use as an argument. It's a non sequitur.
I know.
Okay, so go say that again.
So basically, it supposes P to be firstly a geometric horizon, and then it later changes P to be the actual horizon, the observable horizon. Which
what's just not a false distinction, dude.
Yeah, it's saying that the horizon on a globe of that size, there should be start of an Earth curve at 1.22 miles for a 1 foot observer. So whether you see it, shut up. Whether you see it there or not, it physically has to be there.
Okay, but they rely on something that is like something that's optical, so you can't possibly know if it's there or not. So it's a bad argument.
Just missing the point, dude. No, it's not a
bad argument. The argument is that it is there. So how do you know that the horizon, the physical horizon that is Earth curve, is at 1.22 miles for a 1 foot?
You can't possibly know. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well,
so then they don't know the Earth is a ball, then hence the refutation.
Exactly.
That's not what the Black Swan argues, though.
It argues
that is exactly what it's arguing. It's falsifying the radius and the proposition that the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean, dude.
But it's not falsified. I just said we don't know whether it's there or not because we don't have.
You're not arguing, dude.
So it's not falsified.
You're not arguing. There's an argument that is the modus tollens of the Black Swan. You haven't said any argument to refute.
And the modus tollens has a disjunct, has a logical disjunct because it first supposes P is in a perfect vacuum, and then later it implies the atmosphere. So it doesn't. The whole image is atmosphere based. So
there is no disjunction, dude. You're wrong.
If the Earth is a sphere,
you guys are right. The Black Swan is a perfect argument. There's nothing wrong with it.
Sphere of the radius 3959. Where would the physical horizon be?
I'm with you, bro. If P then Q, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with that. If P then Q, and the variables are cool. But then it says not P, and doesn't actually refute P because P is perfect vacuum. Okay, P is no atmosphere.
Okay,
then it says not P based off of an image with atmosphere.
At 1.22
so it's not P. What they have is R.
You got it wrong. Just be quiet. God, you got it wrong. It says not Q, not P. You got it wrong, dude.
Later, bro, I'm talking about, not Q, then not P, but they haven't actually disproved P because there's no perfect vacuum.
My God, dude, you're totally missing the point.
It's basically a different variable altogether.
You're speaking entirely too much with entirely too much aggression to get these things so basically wrong. First of all, the form of modus tollens is if P then Q, not Q therefore not P. So if the negation of the consequent of the antecedent is true, then the antecedent, which the consequent is logically contingent upon to be veracious, is also necessarily false. Just missing the point. Do you acknowledge that there is a fixed distance to the fixed summit of the water curve if the Earth is a ball, dude? Yes or no?
There would have to be, yes, but we wouldn't possibly know it unless we have
Okay,
a vacuum.
so if you say that, given your pattern of replies, dude, then it's unverifiable for their position. Not only is it unverifiable for their position, it is falsifiable, given that we observe and measure farther than what would be possible on their spheroid, dude.
That's what we're talking about right now.
falsification, not just
It can be
exposing the
unverifiable and
unverifiability.
falsifiable.
Just stop talking
Choose
to
one.
me. Just stop talking to me.
You don't
Not
talk to me,
only
bro. You're
is
saying
it
it's
stop
unverifiable
talking
on
to
one hand,
me,
and then on the other
but
hand, it's
obviously not
unfalsifiable.
done. Stop talking to me.
Well,
Obviously
relax.
getting it flagrantly wrong. You're not good at this, dude. So not only does their position, given your pattern of replies and their pattern of replies, necessarily imply that it's not verifiable, unverifiable, it also implies that it's falsified, given the observations and measurements which are incongruent with their geodesy, dude. So not only is it not verifiable, it's falsified deductively.
No, that's not true. You can't have unverifiable and falsified at the same thing. It's either unverifiable and you don't know if it's falsified or true, or it's verifiable that it's either false or true. Now, I misspoke.
It's patently wrong, dude.
I misspoke.
Check this out.
No, you chill
check this
because
out,
you were
listen.
just talking for a long
Chill,
time.
check
Let me
this
say
out.
something because
Listen,
I
dude,
need to
you're
run something
obviously
back.
wrong.
I misspoke
You're
earlier.
just extenuating your reply. trying to
Bro,
finish your
relax,
reply,
man.
dude.
I misspoke
You're just
earlier when I said not P. I was focusing on it's not Q. Okay, the Q is the geometric horizon. They say not Q as if they've like somehow figured out that like seen the geometric horizon. No, they basically should have a different variable because what they have is an atmospheric horizon, an actual horizon, right? So they can't say not Q in this argument. That's logical disjunct. They should say if P then Q R, because that's what it's a completely different variable, this actual horizon. Therefore not P, which doesn't make sense. It's a non sequitur argument.
Okay, you're wrong. Now stop
You guys
talking
need to
to
stop
me.
pretending the horizon isn't a vacuum like
Dude,
Utah.
stop. You are wrong. The black swan is a modus tollens. It negates the consequent of the antecedent, necessarily implying that the antecedent in the conditional premise is false. Given the geodesy that they affirm, it is not congruent with the observations and measurements, falsifying their geometric claim. It is so simple.
It's
There is
very
no
simple that you
disjunct.
can't get this.
Nowhere in the argument does it say or. There's no disjunct. Stop saying
What's
there's a
Q?
disjunct.
What's
You don't
Q in
know
the
what
Black
that
Swan?
means. Stop
What's Q?
talking. You don't know what that means.
What's
Stop
Q in the
talking.
Black Swan, bro?
Stop talking.
You gotta
There
relax,
is no
man.
disjunct because there's no
There is, actually.
proposition
You're
in the
just too
argument.
dumb to see it.
Stop talking.
What's Q in the Black
Stop
Swan?
talking.
What's
Was
Q
it
in the Black
done?
Swan?
Stop talking. Why am I muted but he's not?
All right, someone else asked.
It's so
can you please
inconsistent.
answer? Callie, do you want to tell me what's Q in
He's
the
being
Black Swan?
disruptive. Someone mute him. He's just suppressing my answer.
There's only one person being disruptive.
Okay, Callie, you're a robot.
Obviously not done. Why can't I finish my reply to him?
Because you talk too much.
Because
Q
your
in the
reply
Black
was
Swan is the
stop
geometric
talking, you're
horizon.
wrong.
Being at
Why is there no
1.225
moderation at all?
times
Like
the
I'm calling
observer
for
height.
moderation. I'm trying to finish my reply.
If you didn't use fucking a
Ridiculous.
minute and a half of your reply telling me it was wrong and you
And
just
be
fucking
quiet.
replied.
It wasn't you could have talked. You're just delaying. Be quiet.
How ironic.
Be quiet.
I would rather Gregory be quiet.
Yeah,
It's
I think we all
ridiculous,
would.
dude. I don't care. Stop talking. There is no disjunct in the fucking argument. There is no proposition that contains the word or. There's no disjunct. Stop saying there's a fucking disjunct in the argument. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what that is. It's a modus tollens, negating the antecedent in the second premise, necessarily implying the conclusion that the antecedent in the conditional premise is false. The observations are not congruent and they cannot be commensurable with their geometric claim of the ball. It's a falsification of the proposition that is implied by the proposition of the Earth being a ball. The implication of the Earth being a ball is that the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean and the radius. So it falsifies both those implications, both those premises, dude.
It would do that if there wasn't a logical disjunct in the argument.
There is no disjunct. There's no proposition that contains the word or.
There is,
There's
you
no
just don't
disjunct being
understand it.
talked about. You don't know what that is, dude.
You just don't understand it. Q is the geometric horizon, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height. Right? That's what Q is, the geometric horizon. You can't say not Q, not geometric horizon, if you can't see the goddamn geometric horizon. What they see is the actual horizon. So you can't debunk the actual horizon and say that's not the geometric horizon. There's a non sequitur there. If you can't understand this, then I can't help you more.
Yeah, he's got a point there.
Okay, you just made a false distinction without a difference between the geometric horizon and the actual horizon.
There's
They're the same
no
fucking
distinction
thing.
there?
Stop
You
talking to
retarded?
me. Stop talking to me.
Right, go ahead.
Fucking moron. The actual horizon is not a distinct entity from the geometric horizon. There's synonyms for the same fucking external property of the fucking ball. Goddamn moron.
Bro, does
something
you actually don't know the
geometric
difference between an actual horizon and a geometric horizon. I can't help you, man.
Right, that's not an argument. It's just more autobiography. The geometric horizon is the same thing as the actual horizon, which is the supposed fixed summit of the
No,
convex
it's
surface
not.
slope of the ocean.
No, it's not.
The
The geometric
horizon is not
horizon
the fixed
is
summit of the convex
zero.
surface slope of the ocean. It's been falsified by the observations and measurements.
No, you're wrong. The geometric horizon is in a perfect vacuum. That's what geometric horizon means.
That doesn't make any fucking sense.
The
You're just
actual
distorting the
horizon
argument.
has
No, it
atmosphere,
doesn't.
has
Geometric
air.
horizon is
It's
referring
not
to
a
the
perfect
fixed
vacuum.
summit of the water curve, dude. That's what it's referring
Geometric
to.
horizon is zero refraction. Actual horizon has refraction. If you can't understand this, then it's like it's your first day all over again.
Okay, so if you can understand that you are necessarily implying that it's unverifiable and the observations falsify the fucking premise that it's the fixed summit of the water curve, I can't help you.
Okay, great.
A percentage. Can you put that in a citation?
For what?
The claim that you just made.
Geometric horizon states it has zero refraction.
In a vacuum.
I said perfect vacuum, which means zero refraction.
Yeah. Can you put that in a citation?
You know what a perfect vacuum is, right?
No.
Yeah, way to
Citation.
dodge the question.
It means zero pressure.
Citation, dude.
A citation.
Yeah.
Now.
Nah.
And in the meantime, could someone explain why it
Yeah,
would
for
need to
citation
be?
that the atmosphere is not a vacuum. Like everyone knows that it's not a vacuum.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, like, why would it need to be a vacuum and not just a single medium? Right? Because refraction happens between more than one medium, right?
Yeah, the variation temperature creates fraction.
Dude, fix your connection.
I have no idea what he's saying. Domo Morigato. Anyone? Anyway, carry on.
It doesn't make any freaking sense why people are just so reluctant to acknowledge the obvious implication of the Earth being a ball. It's been said for centuries, been said for millennia, that we see ships disappearing over the horizon because it's being obscured behind the fucking water curve. So that's the plain doctrine and plain implication of the premise. Just acknowledge that the horizon is not the fixed summit of the water curve.
The more you say it, the more it becomes real.
I just wanted to say flat Earth is dumb and wrong.
I just wanted to say Globe Earth is dumb and wrong.
No, flat Earth was disproven like 300 years ago.
No, Globe Earth has been disproven like since forever.
You made a mistake.
You made a mistake.
This is the level of argumentation today, Gregory. It's absolutely embarrassing from the Globe side, yeah?
No, it's embarrassing that you believe the Earth is flat.
A straight embarrassment. Rank amateur.
Like, I'm sorry, but the world has moved on since 1700. Like, do you see
just keep on
pirate
believing
ships
that,
in the
pal.
ocean anymore?
You just keep on believing that, pal.
Off the coast of Somalia.
Alright, that was a good one, I'll give you that.
Greggy, you used to be chill, man.
I am chill. I don't like when people try to bulldoze through my voice when I'm letting them finish their replies, just stultifying the dialogue. It's
I don't
contemptible.
know, man. It's like you're
You
more
used to be
emotional
chill.
nowadays. Like you're taking as much estrogen as this dude.
You need, everyone
And
should
you
be
don't keep
taking
on believing
estrogen.
that. Because estrogen makes your voice sound like mine, right?
It does.
Yeah, your
Have
voice
you heard
doesn't sound
Brenda's
like mine.
voice? Yo, what's better, Maltesers or Whoppers?
Multi-sirs.
Hello?
Go ahead.
No. Like me.
With what?
What?
Oh?
What?
What up?
What up? Can you guys hear me?
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Come in, say hello, and then ask to be made to speak. My gosh.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Crazy.
It's like a comedy show today.
It is, yeah. Hey, are you Australian?
Yeah.
That
English.
means you live in Globe Earth, right?
No.
Ah,
The
okay.
AJ stands for Australian Joker.
Okay. I guess he'll snap out of it. Like, eventually.
Nope. Maybe you might.
Snap out of what?
Delusion?
Which delusion?
Globe.
That's not a delusion, that's just correct.
The problem with the southern hemisphere is the farther south you go, the harder and harder it is to believe that the Earth rotates clockwise around the North Pole. I mean,
Right. Who said that?
The sun rotates around the North Pole.
Right.
Well, you stuffed up there, Matt.
You don't think it rotates around the North Pole?
Well, the Earth rotates around the North Pole.
I said it wrong. I meant the sun. The sun rotating around the North Pole, clockwise.
Yeah, it's the Earth rotates. I forget which direction, though.
Well, if things in the sky appear to move east to west, then it would be rotating the opposite way, wouldn't it?
All I know is that it rotates. I'd have to Google on which way it rotates. I forget.
Well, you can't
Yeah,
picture it in your
you're right. I meant looking down on the from the top of the North Pole. But if you're looking up, then yeah, be counterclockwise.
The Earth is not flat. You guys are stupid.
Earth.
They know they're
Tell
stupid.
Earth.
No, this is all a bit. They know they're stupid.
Oh, they're talking.
Tell Earth.
Of course, you guys are stupid because the Earth is not flat.
Well, that's why you call it Earth.
I think there's still value in having like flat Earth discussions because one of the things that flat earthers do well that I appreciate them for is that they challenge the presuppositions of like people who just assume they know everything. It's like, oh, really? How do you know that? And I mean, obviously, flat Earth is bullshit, but they still get people thinking, so that's good. There's value in that.
How are you?
Why don't you think Earth is flat?
I'm not retarded. There, that's my reason. See, my reasoning is just like bulletproof. My epistemology is on point.
I actually asked you something yesterday and you left.
I think I had several phone calls all in quick succession.
Do you remember what that was?
What, the phone calls? Yeah, I was talking to George Soros. He was giving me money for trolling you.
Not the phone calls. What I asked you to provide me.
Yep. I think we were talking about the Soros principle or the Saros.
Oh, the Soros cycle.
Yeah,
Saros
that's something that like the Babylonians realized when they found out that the Earth was round. They were like, "Oh shit!"
Can you put that in a citation for me?
Weren't you yourselves citing NASA.gov? Like when I asked you about the Saros cycle, like you were citing NASA. So are you saying that NASA is a trusted source?
Okay, so what I was asking was...
Okay, so you think that NASA is a trusted source? So I'm going to post some sources about like the Babylonians thinking the Earth is round.
All right,
and then,
so this... Okay, good. So the Saros cycle comes from the Chaldeans. So...
I thought you said it was the Babylonians. That was your source.
Okay, well,
so
you didn't...
not trustworthy again, or what are we doing here?
So you didn't look it up?
I did. It said Babylonian.
Okay. So have a look. And
I don't want to read things again. I already read it once. So I have to prove you wrong twice. I already proved you wrong once. No.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
So, okay. So put in there somewhere that tells me that in a citation that the Babylonians or the Chaldeans were globe earthers.
Okay, can I use NASA.gov?
Whatever you want.
Alright, give me a second. I'm playing this Yu-Gi-Oh game, okay? I'll tell you what, I'll stream it for you, alright? You can see what I'm doing. I think I'll go with
Just post the citation. Everybody's watching your goddamn stream, okay?
this one. Yeah, I'll go with this one. Yeah. Alright. I trap back to hand, then I mill 2 more. Set 4. Check graveyard. And then pass to him. Alright, while my opponent's playing solitaire, I will look up the Babylonian thing, okay? You got a cough there, buddy?
Yeah.
That's a shame. I hope you get over it.
Yeah, it's at the end of it. So.
Is it COVID? Is it COVID, or do you not believe in COVID?
This
No, I've
says
never had-
the Chaldeans
Never had
believe
COVID.
serpent would swallow the moon during the eclipse.
That's crazy.
Alright, so the Babylonians believe the universe consists of a reasonably flat Earth surrounded by water, with the whole covered by a huge dome, according to
I
their
don't know
cosmology.
who said that, but what the Chaldeans claim about the eclipse is completely stupid.
Okay, so this is we're not talking about that though, are we? Just talking about. So
But
he
what's the
said
point
that,
about the Saros cycle?
okay, so the point is that NASA still uses it today.
Okay.
Alright.
Found a source. It's in Wikipedia, though. I don't know if you trust Wikipedia.
Yep, go ahead. So Chaldeans being globe believers. Go ahead.
Alright. Give me a second.
So, are you subscribed to what the Chaldeans believed?
Nope.
About the Saros cycle? So why are you bringing it up?
Because
more
the,
here,
argument, the argument was that he brought up yesterday. He said the only way that we can predict eclipses is with a globe. So I said, well, that's not necessarily true because there were postdictions and cycles created by the Babylonians and the Chaldeans.
Yeah, the
before even Earth
Babylonians
was-
said that the eclipse was caused by a sun.
Okay, so the argument was that he said that you could only predict eclipses with a globe. So what they did was they had cycles and they kept track of the sky, and they worked out that every 18 years it comes back to the start. And what they could do was they could predict eclipses. So NASA uses it today. So the argument was that he said it can only be used on a globe. Now, the Chaldeans and Babylonians were flat earthers. So why is that a contradiction?
Are you ready? I'm about to light you up, okay? I'm going to light you up. But before I do that, I have to finish this Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel, okay? You have to trust me when I tell you that I'm about to rock this guy's shit. And, okay? So I can't... I want to talk to you, and I do. And I will.
Whatever, man.
The cycle pertains to an amount of time. So they didn't really construct a model.
Yeah,
they
I know.
think every once in a while, comporting to the amount of time, that a serpent deity eats the moon.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Did they get it right or not?
In the actual physical process.
So did they get it? Did they get the timings right from recording the sky?
Yeah, but they didn't get the position.
Yeah, so they got it right. So however they got it doesn't whether they believe it was a serpent or not doesn't matter.
Using
Okay, so
a
here's
heliocentric model.
all right. So I don't want to mute you, Callie, man. I don't want to do that. But what he said was
model using
he
a
said the
heliocentric.
only way. So you're going to do it, aren't you? He said the only way.
You don't want to hear the rebuttal to your shit.
Okay, go ahead. I'll shut up. You go ahead.
The Chaldeans didn't have a good grasp on what was actually happening. The amount of time it took for the eclipse to happen, sure, you can know that, but you don't know why it's happening. They thought it was caused by a snake. Some snake.
That wasn't the argument that we were talking about.
Yes, it is. Because
he said the only way that you can get eclipses, the times of eclipses and predict eclipses, is with a globe. Now, they still use the Ceres cycle. The Ceres cycle was built by the Chaldeans and the Babylonians, who were flat earthers, and they did this by recording the sky and working out cycles. It had nothing to do with a globe. That is the argument.
So, what do you think is causing the eclipse?
I don't really care.
Well, you're bringing up the Chaldeans. They thought it was a snake.
Okay. At the moment, the argument was, do I need to repeat myself, Callie, or do you get what I'm saying?
I hope you understand my point.
I understand your point.
All right, that's all.
Yeah. Cool.
It was Matt's point. The dude that was talking about it before, I think. Matt? Yeah, Matt.
Yeah, 310 million in July, that one? He was the one that claimed it yesterday. And he was going to give us some evidence that said that Chaldeans and Babylonians were globe earthers. And he said he needed to finish his game. So he wasn't going to give us the evidence.
I don't think the Chaldeans were globers. So I wouldn't.
No, they weren't.
No, they weren't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
that was my point.
Alternative cosmologies. You could say they were kind of dogmatic flat earthers.
Yeah, well, it's funny when you don't learn about the globe, you kind of automatically are a flat earther. You know? Would you agree with that?
I don't know. Is it healthy to automatically presume that the entire span of the universe's floor is flat? Should you do that?
Well, they do say the universe is flat, though.
That's according to a cosmology that you're in contention with.
Yeah, I know, but that's what they do say. So is the universe flat, Kelly?
Do you agree with the cosmological model on that scale?
But why do I have to agree with everything to have a conversation?
Well,
I'm
why
asking what you think. Do
bring up
you
the
think the universe is flat?
clusters are supposedly plotted upon? But do you think that's actually happening or not?
What? You keep on breaking up.
Is the universe 2D because of that?
Universe 2D? There's no such thing as 2D.
Right. So why say that Earth is horizontal?
The horizontal reference plane.
Earth is not 2D.
No one said it was 2D.
There's
2D doesn't exist.
That means it's a two-dimensional plane.
2 dimensions doesn't exist.
I know.
Yeah,
so why do people
that would be
think Earth
dumb.
is horizontal? You're treating the GP of the star and the horizon as the same two-dimensional plane. That's what you do supposedly when you're getting an elevation angle, right? You're treating the Earth as horizontal, right?
Yeah, I'm the wrong person to talk to about that, man.
All right.
Flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, flat Earth. What say you?
I say the Earth is not entirely flat, but from the grand scheme of things, Mount Everest is what, just over
7 miles.
Yeah, and Mariana Trench is 6.8.
About 7 miles, same thing.
Yeah. So there we go. They're the highest and lowest places on Earth. Are we flat? Yes.
14 miles flat.
We are flat. And I am fat.
Fat Earth.
And that's why I went to China and made love to a bat.
Okay. You still there, Kelly?
Yo.
Yeah. I don't know why you come in so hostile all the time. Like, you know, we don't need to yell at each other.
Apparently,
it doesn't need to be like that. Yeah?
Do you think people would be less triggered if it was referred to as the level Earth theory instead of flat?
I think they would. It seems that way, doesn't it? But like, you do understand, right? So, of course, you understand that we don't think that there's a 2D surface. I know when you're thinking, okay, well, I get where you're coming from with the description of flat Earth, but the flat refers to a horizontal baseline, a horizontal reference point. Yeah, is 2D is impossible. You don't live on a 2D plane.
That's right.
Yeah. So I in that sense, you know, I know why some people get annoyed with the term flat Earth.
I'm all for globe skepticism. I don't mind that at all.
Yeah.
But if we're going to proclaim the entirety of the Earth is flat, but at the same time, we don't know what's beyond Antarctica, we're making definitive claims without evidence.
I would agree with you.
So, yeah, we can't know if the entirety of the Earth is flat.
Reality.
It could be bowl-shaped, technically.
Yeah, but would you agree? Oh no, you don't agree now, but you used to would have agreed that the world that we know is measured from a horizontal reference plane. I know you don't
Yes.
agree with it now, but
I
yeah.
do agree. You need a horizontal reference plane if you're going to take measurements.
Yeah. Sea level, mountaintops, elevation, everything like that. Now, you could go as far as saying that, we're all actually talking about the same thing when people say level is curved. Right? So what they're doing is just putting a curve on a flat surface and just having a center point that they pivot around. That's the level is curved. So essentially, if you have level as curved, then elevation from sea level and a horizontal reference plane, because you could refer to it as a horizontal reference plane, would be exactly the same on both beliefs, right? So there's no real argument there. And it's practically used, as a horizontal reference plane. And I understand they say yes, but if level is curved, then the horizontal reference plane is curved. And you would treat it as a flat surface anyway. Because gravity just works it all out. Do you believe that, Kelly?
Believe what now?
That level is curved and gravity just works everything out like we're living on a flat surface?
Depends on what definition of level you're referring to.
Well, level being a horizontal reference plane. So if you say, okay, I live on a ball and my horizontal reference plane is curved, then practically you'd still be using the Earth as a flat surface anyway, because gravity just works it all out. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I was doing spherical geometry and I wanted to know the elevation above the surface of a sphere, the entire surface of the sphere is 0.
Yeah.
That level is 0.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just another sense of level on if Earth were a sphere, that's how you would treat level.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. If. Definitely got to put that if there.
Yes, I agree.
The idea, we're acquiring elevation angles to stars, right? We're on a boat, we're in the ocean, we're looking at a star. Let's keep tracking. Let's get closer and closer to the GP of the star. Let's keep treating the horizon like from me to the horizon is the baseline of the triangle. And then from the GP of the star to the star, that's another side of the triangle. And then the elevation angle, that's the last side. That would be the Pythagorean theorem. If that was how people were doing celestial navigation, just, doing the Pythagorean theorem to the star over and over again, then we should know the height of a star. We should be able to go 3,000 miles up, whatever that supposed number is. I think it's something like 3,500 miles. Be able to just change the elevation angle of a star going up. But we don't do that.
You're right about that. In fact, you'd have to know the height of the star in order to do the triangulation.
That's wrong.
Well, the
Yeah,
triangle.
that's not. You're right. That's wrong. That's they don't do it that way.
It's not trig. We don't. There's no trigonometry used in celestial navigation.
That's
so you don't need to know the height of the star. It's just the elevation angle, the apparent.
You don't even need
height.
that.
Yes, you do. You need the angle to the star, but you don't need to know the height. We're not traveling to.
You need the zenith
star.
distance. It's the zenith distance times 60 nautical miles to get the distance to the GP.
Yeah.
And if you can directly measure the zenith distance, then you can do that calculation even if the horizon is obscured by mountains or fog or something.
You need the angle first to get the distance to the GP.
Yep.
And get the distance to the GP with an angle measurement. So it's not trig.
Right. The interesting thing is it's a linear equation.
So it's not. It's a non sequitur argument that you should know the height of the star. No, it's not trig. Celestial navigation is completely unique to trigonometry. From trigonometry.
But if I post the image that server likes to pass around, they're using a trigonometric kind of function. At least that's what it appears. Yeah, I'll post the image right now. Hold on. Keep losing in this. All right.
The Earth was flat. Trigonometry would correlate.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
So I've just been listening for a while, actually playing some video games, but just a question. First with people like yelling at each other, calling people stupid, thinking one way or the other is kind of crazy. But anyways, can we all agree that if the Earth is a globe, that you can use math to measure a curvature, like what the horizon, the distance to the horizon?
You should be able to.
Do it real quick.
So if you use that math, and we're given these measurements by NASA and what we're taught in school, and the understood truth as 24,900 miles in circumference, something like that. So let's say using that math, and I'm not using real numbers. I'm just like throwing examples out. But let's say you're
that's fine.
10,000 feet up in the air over the ocean, because the ocean's going to be the smoothest part of the ball. And at that height, you should be able to see, and don't quote me this, again, I'm just making it up, let's say 200 miles or something, okay? So there's a video from a guy named Jay Tolan where he's in a commercial jet over the state of Missouri, and he's at I think 35,000 feet, and he's able to see the Hudson Bay in Canada.
Yeah, I remember that one. It's about 10 years old, I think. That one.
Yeah, 1,200 miles. So regardless of which side of the fence you stand on, how would you explain that? Let's just all assume the Earth is a globe. Okay? So if the Earth is a globe, then how is it possible to see those kind of distances when the math doesn't work out.
Atmospheric. You want to grab that, Kelly, or what?
Hey, what's up? Hey.
A global question, so.
Uh-oh.
Did you hear him ask the question?
My thinking cap on. What was the question? I'm sorry.
So if the Earth is a globe, obviously math is going to be able to be used to tell us how far the horizon is at certain heights off the ground, okay, or altitudes. Jay Tolan has a video where he's over the state of Missouri at like 35,000 feet. According to the measurements given to us by NASA, he should be able to see, like, I want to say it's like 400 miles or 300 miles or something, but he's able to see 1,200 and even 1,600 miles from that altitude. How is that possible to see around a hill? And I understand refraction, but refraction is not going to allow 3 times the amount.
What? How can you say it? How can you talk about magnitudes?
Well,
Obviously, you don't know that, right?
Numbers you gave, I want to know what he's talking about before I say anything.
If you go to YouTube, it's in my history. I always just put in the number 1,200 and it pops up. But the guy's name is Jay Tolan. Let me see if I can find it real quick, and I'll tell you.
Yeah, he's a good troop.
The Jay Tolan guy's kind of weird too, because like one video he sounds like he's on
cool
one
to
side.
listen to though. I like his commentary's weird. Look at this beautiful flat Earth. Amazing.
See the beautiful flat Earth.
Yeah. I think that's Hudson Bay in the background. 1,200 miles.
All right, so it's titled Mississippi River, Great Lakes, and Hudson Bay at 1,200. Let me see if I can paste it in there.
It's already there. It's already there. It's in chat. Someone posted it.
Oh, okay.
So he's got an infrared lens on his P1000, and it's so that the infrared cuts through all the atmosphere, all the haze and all that, so he can see further.
Right.
So his question was to Globers, like, how is this possible if we live on a ball with the size of the circumference of 24,000 miles? Anyone like to answer that?
I think I saw a debunk of this, and he's not actually facing where he thinks he is, but I'm not certain of that.
Well, you can actually.
So let's just go on. Okay, let's presume he is facing that way and everything works, right? So how would you be able to see this on a globe? Or are you just going to say, oh, it's not a real video? So what are you going to say?
I'd need to know his altitude.
35,000 feet.
It's in the video. He's got a GPS. He's got like a cheap Android phone in his hand running a GPS app, and it's like 34,930 feet or something like that. So even if you assume 50,000 feet, which is way higher, at 50,000 feet, according to the math, it's only like 500 miles. But how is he able to see the far side of Hudson Bay, which is roughly 1,600 miles?
I want to make note that this is exactly what ILS asked for just previously.
Yep.
Yeah, it kind of is. I'd need to watch the video, though, to get some more information on what I'm talking about.
That's what I like to hear. People doing homework.
Well, it looks pretty flat, man.
It does.
Well, you know what originally got me thinking about it was, like, you know, in 2015 or 16 when it became a topic, and I kind of giggled at it, and like I work in IT. I'm a systems engineer, and math is kind of my thing. So I was like, reading through the comments, I'm seeing everybody cursing each other out and calling names, and I thought, like, this is not getting anywhere. Like, if we want to try to get to an answer, like, we need to like have a civil discussion. So I decided I was going to be Mr. Nice Guy and go in the comments and like squash flat earthers nicely with math. And then the more that I got into it, I realized the math wasn't working out correctly. So I live in East Tennessee, like right on the North Carolina border in the Smoky Mountains, and I used to climb towers and hang microwave dishes on towers. And I can tell you that with my own eyes, I've seen distances that I shouldn't be able to, as well as in Daytona Beach, Florida. There's an inlet there with a lighthouse that's 175 feet, and the base of it's 3 feet above sea level. So let's call it 180 feet, just round up. I was able to view that at 50 miles out, and that math didn't work out. So once I witnessed that with my own eyes, I realized there were a lot of math that would support flat Earth versus the only proof, quote unquote, that we have of a globe is fed to us through one entity, and it's public schools, NASA, and media, which is one and the same. And none of us know anybody. None of us will ever go up to the space station or do any of this. We literally just have to take it like when your parents tell you Santa Claus is real. And, you know, so I think when Globers call flat earthers idiots, it's kind of comical because they literally are just like repeating nonsense. Well, not nonsense. They're just repeating something that they haven't verified. They can't verify, and they'll never be able to verify. They literally just have to take it.
It's like arguing over Cinderella or something, you know, like.
Right. You can't ever put Cinderella in front of somebody, but you're going to be like, Cinderella is absolutely real because somebody told me.
Well,
And
so there were Globers
They wrote-
300 years ago
they wrote a
before
book
public
about
schools or NASA. Right.
yeah, but some of their experiments they did, like for example, and I'm sorry, I don't know the names and everything, but like, you know, the experiment where they had two poles and they said, you know, this one, the shadow is straight down, and this one, you know, has a shadow at an angle.
Eratosthenes or yeah.
Yeah, and they're like what 500 miles apart or something. Now you tell me, like thousands of years ago, just 100 years ago, how would you communicate 500 miles away?
You'd use the telegraph 100 years ago.
800. They were 800 miles apart.
800
so-
kilometers.
To correct him.
But the funny thing is that experiment,
traveling the distance.
but the experiment would give you the same results with the flat Earth model with a smaller local sun. And you could repeat it with like two fence posts and a flashlight. You know, if you hold the flashlight 20 feet above one fence post, sure, there's no shadow at this one, but the one that's 40 feet away, there's a shadow.
Yeah, you're talking about Eratosthenes. He wasn't trying to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Well, those are some of the things though that people are using
No,
to
he
say,
knew it
like,
was a
we've
globe
known.
already. He was trying to calculate the
He presumed it to measure the radius or whatever.
Right.
But when people are using those things, and those same experiments can be done with a flat Earth model.
Right. They
I don't
shouldn't
think
use
it-
that as a proof for the globe.
Exactly. So the one thing that I think that absolutely cannot be argued are the experiments of being able to see distances beyond what the math should allow.
Yeah, but you're forgetting about refraction in most of that math.
Yeah, but
So-
you're supposed to see 300 miles and you're seeing 1,600. Refraction is going to go from 300 to like 330. It's not going to give you five
It's
times
also-
the distance.
It's also infrared, by the way, to talk about
Yeah,
refraction.
Yeah, the infrared only cuts through the humidity in the air so that you can see further.
Yeah, that's not relevant, right?
Right, in refraction, actually, you have to go through two different mediums. So for example, like a pencil going into a glass of water. If you're looking through one constant, which is air, and you're not going through
Okay. So, do you know the definition of an isometropic media?
No, go for it.
It's just a media with a singular density. That's it. So obviously, air wouldn't be an example of that, the atmosphere, but it's made up of many different infinitesimally small changes in density, and that contributes to the air density gradient you have. And so, yeah, even though it's not two, there's many, and that causes the general curve of light as it passes through the atmosphere.
Okay, I agree refraction exists. Okay, but again, it's going to give you like 5 or 10% further distance, not 500% further viewing distance. I mean, you realize it's exponentially more of a hill or curve at those distances. I mean, refraction would never allow that.
I don't know how you're coming up with like this percent error. I haven't looked into it that much, but I mean that seems kind of
If you do the math, okay, if you're at 35,000 feet and you want to see how far away you can see, you'll have to get the calculator to look at, but it's like 300 miles or something like that, close to that.
99 miles. Somebody else got 331 miles. You got to read this comment right here.
Yeah, I'm on headphones, not even near my computer right now. But,
guys, hold on. Sorry. Flat Earth or Hawk Tua?
Shut up.
What are you saying?
I don't know, it's disgusting.
But yeah, how are we coming up with like only 30% increase in how far we should see because of refraction?
Yeah, here's the math. If you have refraction that bends light even just 0.00723 degrees per mile, that's enough to make a globe appear perfectly flat. So it's not very much the light has to bend due to refraction to make it appear flat.
Show it. Come on, Matthew. Show it.
Yeah, show
What?
different,
different
balls turning flat.
I'm telling you the mathematics required for refraction
show
to
it.
explain
Yeah.
the
You'll
appearance
have
of
to
a
show
flat
it.
Earth.
Demonstration.
It's not a demonstration, it's a mathematical statement about how much
No, we
refraction
want-
you would need.
We want to
Well, we don't care
demonstrate.
about lying claims.
Well, I'm not saying that it does do that. I'm saying that's the minimum you would need.
Mm-hmm.
The angle is
Minimum
not
of what?
the.
Something that doesn't do something? Like, what are you talking about, brother?
I'm saying that the difference between flat Earth and globe Earth isn't very much for these kinds of observations.
Are you retarded?
No.
You're clearly retarded, dude. Just shut up. When you
No,
guys
no,
say
I'm
that,
smart.
like
I'm
that,
very smart, actually.
that flat Earth, no, you're a fucking retard.
No, I'm not.
And a horizontal line is a ball, you retard. You're retarded.
I don't
Clearly
think a
retarded.
horizontal line is a ball.
Retard.
You ever
Fucking
played
retard.
You ever played tennis with a piece of paper?
Have you ever played horizontal line with a fucking ball? Retard.
No, I haven't.
Go show us how you measure stuff with a ball and make sure it's straight. Show us your ball. Get your fucking ball out.
don't show us your balls.
And put out and draw the horizontal with it. You too, Callie.
The claim that this guy saw 1,200 miles. So I posted 2 images in the open chat. Somebody investigated that claim, and they don't think that they're looking at the Great Lakes.
Except for if you get on Google Earth and you put in the same exact thing, you can verify it. Like Google Earth will show you. Of course, you have to move around the ball to see it. But it's exactly the same landmarks. The rivers are the same. The shapes of the bays. Everything.
Well, actually, I disagree. So I looked at his images of Google Maps in the video, and the distance to the Great Lakes, and then the actual photos he was looking at. It didn't look like the Great Lakes to me. It looked very close to the snaking river. It's whatever. I mean, that's what he thinks is what he thinks he's looking
I mean,
at.
I know it's hard to accept, man. I mean, you're taught your whole life since you're a little kid that you live in this big void called space and you're insignificant. But
Appeal to indoctrination. It is cringe.
I mean, it's not the first time I heard somebody say that they're seeing something that's really far away, and it turns out that it's not something.
Okay, so explain the
share your
lighthouse
pain,
at 50
Alice.
miles.
Sorry, Alice, share your pain about how cringe it is.
What?
You just said it was cringe, and like, just share your pain. That's what you're here to do, right?
Yeah, he's disappointed. He spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a university degree and never got him anywhere.
I haven't been to university.
I stand
Anyways,
corrected.
Anyways, Matthew's claim about the degree change, that's basically another way of saying 8 inches per mile.
Exactly.
That's basically what he's saying. Yeah, so that's what you're saying.
Right.
8 inches per mile. You're just reiterating your claim.
No, it's not a claim. It's saying that the difference between flat Earth and globe Earth is either 0 or 8 inches per mile. If you go a mile, it's either going to curve 0 or it's going to curve 8 inches. That's not very much.
And that's all
you're
the difference.
changing.
And that makes
You're
all the
changing it though.
difference.
You're saying if you travel a mile, it'll be 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, but it's 8 inches per mile squared, so it's exponentially more.
From the observer point, yeah. But
It's actually
Matt
7.98 inches, but 8 inches.
And you, the problem with this refraction argument is that this light of incidence coming from, like, if there's two observers a mile away, right? The light that you're talking about that is bending is like the light coming out of his forehead, bending back towards the person's eye line.
You know, this video where he's supposedly seeing something 1,200 miles away. Just look at this. Look at this right here. You see the it didn't post yet. Right, there it is. You see the picture I posted? Look how close reality is to the globe model. Like this guy's video literally, like the globe model depicts reality really well. That's what this is showing.
Kumbaya. Is that too hard? That was too hard. I like Matthew and some of the stuff he says. I like a lot of stuff some of the Globers say, some of the time, but not all the time. That's all. But like, how can people really say this with a straight face? How can you say a globe and a horizontal line? There's no difference. How can a spherical ball, a pear, a parabola, and a horizontal line all be the same thing? I mean, if this ain't the most, this Earth has got more moves than Jagger. It's like a GoBot. It's like auto globe, roll out. Today I'm a pear. Tomorrow I'm an oblate spheroid. Then I'll be a parabola. I'm searching for the cube. And what's pulling the plumb bob to the mountain? Where in the fuck is a plumb bob really being pulled to a mountain? Can you do it with cheese, cornbread, dish soap, tartar sauce? Like everything in the world can be hung in a weight, and you put enough of it. So if you put 80 pounds or kilograms of tartar sauce, that should be a plumb bob. Or like, I don't know, that should get pulled by gravity somewhere. It'd be weird. Yeah, you should put on that plumb bob system. That's what I'm thinking. Plumb bob brakes and plumb bob accelerator. Sold here. A sliding actuator weight. So like a tube where the ball can go back and forth like tink, 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 and then you have a string hanging on it so it can freely go back and forth for gravity to like slam it that way and like pull it. Man, this is gonna be awesome. Well, plumb bob accelerator. That's how you can go places in space. Once you get to space, you just hang out your plumb bob and it's gonna pull you to the sun. 9.8 meters a second squared. On my way to the sun, 'cause I got my plumb bob made of tartar sauce. Who knew that tartar sauce was going to be the key to space travel? Or bologna, or cheese, or 87 kilograms of macaroni smashed in a ball? What's the amount of weight that the plumb bob has to be to pull the helicopter forward with gravity to the mountain? So shouldn't gravity just pull the helicopter forward anyway to the mountain? Shouldn't the helicopter be like a free in air plumb bob just extended by itself, just sitting there like a helicopter plumb, like a drone, like a drone plumb? And then you set it on hover and the mountain pulls it forward. And then you try to fly it past the mountain at about 10 miles an hour. And then all of a sudden it puts on the brakes and goes, and then stops because of gravity, holds it back. Gravity's a motherfucker, so gravity can slam you forward and stop you at the same time. That is crazy. So if you're 5 foot away from the mountain on the one side, it's gonna slam you forward like with like 9.8 meters per second squared horizontally to the mountain. It's gonna be like, get over here, right? So yeah, I got it. It's like Scorpion. It's like, get over here. And then it throws you away. You know what I mean? It throws you and then pulls your ass back. So it'll throw you to the mountain, and then once you get 5 foot past that side of the mountain, it pulls you back, right? To the mountain, right? It's like, get over here again, you know what I mean? But the opposite direction. So how can people ever get past big mountains or big portions of dirt if the pull of gravity is stronger with them than it is the earth? Because they're farther away from the center of gravity. 3959 away from the center of gravity and right next to the mountain, to be exact. So weak as hell at 3959, can't even hurt a fly or do nothing to a fly. But then when that mountain's right there, you definitely should be slamming into the mountain like a yard dart. Bob, gravity breaks, lower the string, it's all it takes. All you need is a set of weights. Plumb Bob, gravity breaks. My Plumb Bob accelerates. Space acceleration, exploration. Hang down a plumb. You might be crazy or you might be dumb. Plumb Bob's perpetual motion because the mountain will keep pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling on that Plumb Bob, and that's doing work. So if I was you guys, I'd go get the Plumb Bob mountain, gravity mountain motor. Plumb Bob gravity mountain motor. It's awesome.
We could forget plumb bombs for a minute.
Who could ever forget a Plumb Bob? They're free
What about
perpetual motion. That's
what
perpetual
about real
motion, brother.
bombs? Real bombs are kind of interesting.
Real
So
what?
you know that 6 kilometer deep hole? We should just keep dropping bombs into the fucker. Like let's de-arm the world by dropping all of the bombs into the deep mine and see how deep we can get. That magma down there?
It wouldn't do nothing. Those bombs are
We
shit.
call it the explosion hole.
It wouldn't do no different than you farting, brother. It wouldn't be nothing. It'd be nothing to the earth. The earth would laugh at it. The earth would be like, haha, I farted. A nuke. I'll be like, were you eating beans, Earth? And it was like, go down, nobody. Nuclear shit's fake, dude. You know that, right? Yeah, that's some fake ass shit, right?
Oh, sorry, I was saying hello to my cats.
Hey, Eyeless, are you still there?
Oh,
Just listening to a recording of you speaking to QE.
oh yeah.
Yeah, how long ago was that?
Don't know. What does it say?
No, you guys were talking about the Horizon.
Okay.
The Horizon is a figure of speech, you said.
Okay.
And then he started laughing at you.
Okay.
When did you join 24/7?
Yesterday, maybe.
So it must have been yesterday then. Okay. So why did you ask me when?
Because I'm not aware of this recording, and I've been in other places that QE has been.
Okay.
He's on Flat Earth Debate. He runs his show from there sometimes.
Yeah, did you go in there, did you?
Must have been.
No, this one was from 24/7, not from Flat Earth.
From here, yeah.
Nah, from the original server.
Must have been a long time ago then. I don't know.
24/7 Flat Earth.
When did he
Discord.
post it?
Let me go and let me see. I'll look in the bot and see who played it. Mm. Music bot. QE Live open panel. It is. It's from his show.
When? Have you got a link?
I'm sure I can get the link. MP3. Yeah. Might be a bit difficult.
Only if it was online somewhere. Don't worry about it. I'm not fussed.
Yeah, it'll be on YouTube under QE Live. I'm just trying to look for the date for you. No, can't find the date. No, sorry.
If it's on YouTube, why is it difficult to get the link?
Nah, because I'm looking. It's not. It's on YouTube, but I'm looking through the bot, and it's an MP3 that's playing. So I'm just don't know. You know, it's got that many QE live shows. So.
Was there a point or anything you wanted to take up?
Where's all the math written down in Egypt? When they find all the writings and all the stuff, where's the math at? Where are the numbers? What's Egyptian math? What are the Egyptian numbers? I wonder if any Globers know.
there.
Oh.
Hey, Demok. You know that English guy that was in here all day?
I think so.
The cross as his avatar?
Yeah.
I just went over to 24/7 just to see what was going on over there, and there's a recording playing of, I think it was QE Live, and he's getting lambasted by Nathan Oakley, that same guy, with the same arguments that he had today. Well, not arguments, same non-arguments.
Yeah, it's like there's something wrong with him, man.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Some people just like getting yelled at, don't they?
Broke Sensei syndrome.
It's weird.
Like some of them I joke, and halfway through the conversation I'll say, "Yep, pull the string." That means they're gonna keep answering the same and like excuse. Like, okay. Yeah. Speak of the angels. I think
no way.
We got to be psychic.
I just went back eyeless, and you were getting screamed at by Nathan Oakley.
Oh, that man's a psychopath. Absolute sadist. Gets off on telling off adults. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, nah, no time for that guy. Moron.
But I had a listen. You kind of had these non-arguments in here, exactly the same as what you did in there. Kind of had these non-arguments in there as well.
Like what?
Like you were talking about the horizon not being related to Earth curve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not.
Okay.
Not
Cool.
not in a direct sense anyway.
You
It's
say that's
like
weird.
just a consequence. A consequence.
Yeah, so how can it be a consequence if it's not related to it?
So it's not related in the sense that I was gauging from the conversation. It was a conflation at the time, if I remember correctly.
I'm not really talking about that conversation now. I'm not interested in that. But yeah, but like, how can you say it's not related, and then say boats, and then say things disappear from the bottom up on the horizon?
There's sort of
Shalom Aleichem.
Hello.
Hello.
There's two sort of variables at play in that the horizon.
Okay.
And the horizon is, as I said earlier, it's just where the sky meets the ground in your vision.
Yeah. So nothing. You're saying no relation at all to Earth curve.
It's not no relation at all. It's that using
Doesn't
the
the sky
horizon,
meet the ground everywhere, young man?
using the horizon as a concept to refute curvature is a non sequitur.
The air touches the ground everywhere. Isn't the air isn't the dirt holding the air? Like,
Yes, but what the horizon describes is the sort of extremity of the surface that you can see, like where it meets the ground, where the sky meets the ground.
can we look for the part we can feel that matches the Earth curve, the touching part?
What do you mean?
Not where we can touch the part that matches the Earth curve. What do you mean?
You can't touch it because
You can't touch the Earth curve.
you can't touch the horizon. You're touching
Not
the Earth curve.
horizon. Stop. Hold on. Everybody's touching the horizon. Remember, there's nowhere you can point out on Earth where air isn't against the dirt or water surface. So
Yes, that's
that's
not what I'm
odd.
saying.
Even down in a canyon, even the deepest cave has air in it. So you could
Yes.
say a horizon's down there if you wanted, right? Down in a cave.
No. The
No
horizon is a specific sort of concept. It's not just
concept.
that the
No,
air
I'm
is
looking for.
touching the ground.
Yeah, but hold on. Let's get away from concept. I want to look for the physical spot that
The
we can touch
horizon
and call that
is
the
just a
horizon.
concept. It's just a
Well, where's the
theoretical
edge of the dirt
concept.
water ball? Where's that at? Not a concept, not a horizon. Dirt water ball edge touchy physical surface part. Where's that at?
Every
Focus on that.
part of the globe.
So how can you tell it different than a horizontal? How do you point out our elevation right in front of you everywhere on every part? Or is it not every part now? You're gonna make an excuse. So the
So
hill in your backyard, does that follow Earth curve or is that different?
your location could be somebody else's horizon.
I'm asking you where any fucking human like you right now can go stand on where the Earth curve is and you pour water there and prove that one portion of it is not a horizontal line curving down away from it. So it's
So
curving.
you're standing on it at all points.
Well, prove that. How do you prove that? How do you prove with a horizontal reference frame that everything with water at rest falls away from that, from the very center of that focal point? How do you prove that? That's your claim, right?
Not exactly. I'm not trying to make a claim. I'm just sort of.
I know that's the problem though, because you're in one side of your mouth you're
You would
saying
just make a claim
the
as well.
horizon has nothing to do with Earth curvature, but and then at the other side of your mouth you're saying the buildings are blocked from the bottom up due to Earth curvature
Due to the consequence of
on
Earth
the
curvature.
horizon. Now what? Okay, describe what you mean when you say due to the consequence of curvature.
So because
Describe that.
So just sort of as an axiom, I'm not saying this is it, but just let me finish the sentence. Like, because we are on a ball, in this hypothetical, the nature of that.
No, stop. No
Why?
hypotheticals.
Oh
No,
my goodness, we're not going to
because
get
we're talking
anywhere if we
about
can't
reality.
make analogy.
Sorry.
Yes, we
No,
are
no,
talking
we
about
can't.
analogy. We are talking
You're
about
saying,
reality.
you say, right, okay, you say the horizon has nothing to do with Earth curvature. I'm correct. Am I correct on that?
Not exactly. Just in the context at the time, I remember it wasn't really relevant, and so I might have misspoke slightly, but it wasn't relevant in the context.
Okay, and then you look at the horizon and you look at the horizon and you see the bottom of the buildings disappearing. You're looking at the horizon and you're saying the bottom of the buildings are disappearing due to Earth curvature.
Yes, okay.
Yes. You cannot separate those two now because you have equated the horizon with Earth curvature because it's blocking the buildings.
You're making a conflation that's confusing the whole
I'm not
situation.
conflating anything. I'm trying to work out how you say that horizon has nothing to do with Earth curvature and then say the horizon is blocking the buildings and that is Earth curvature. That doesn't make
the
sense.
Consequence of Earth curvature.
No. Okay. I'm going to
Yes.
let you explain consequence of Earth curvature again, and you can't use a hypothetical.
Okay, so the consequence of Earth curvature is simply sort of describing that because the Earth is a ball, the nature of being on such would dictate that it would get in our way over long distances. It would obstruct our vision over long distances. And we can't see the curvature, but we can see the consequence of the curvature. Simply
Okay.
because of
All right.
the
So you're going to look at that horizon and you're going to say that that's blocking the buildings.
Okay, so let's just define what the horizon is. What do you think
Well,
the
the horizon's an apparent place.
Yes.
Always has been. That's what the definition is.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't disagree. It's relative to
Yes.
the
So,
observer at all times and
yep.
places.
So when you look, you're like that picture you brought up before with the buildings. When you look at that, you are looking directly at the horizon and saying that the Earth curvature is blocking the bottom of the buildings.
Okay. So yes, looking towards the horizon, and the consequence of Earth curvature is that the bottom of the building is obstructed.
Right, by Earth curvature.
Yes, sure.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So that position, where the horizon is Earth curvature.
Where the horizon is Earth curvature.
Yeah, because it's blocking, it's physically blocking the bottom of the buildings. So it has to be Earth curvature. That's what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay. So then the horizon and Earth curvature are related.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Great. So there's your claim. The horizon is Earth curvature.
The horizon is the consequence of Earth curvature. The horizon isn't Earth curvature. Earth curvature is
very
Earth curvature.
slimy.
And horizon just
very slimy.
describes. No. This is important. Like Earth curvature is Earth
No,
curvature.
it's not
The horizon,
important.
the horizon isn't Earth curvature, but the horizon is a consequence of Earth
You know
curvature.
why it's not important?
Why?
You don't have any curvature in the first place to say that it is Earth curvature.
Stay stupid.
It's not stupid. They prove that there is Earth curvature. Measured. Give it to me.
If we there are many
In order for
surveys
you to say that the horizon is a consequence of Earth curvature. Maybe not. You didn't say the horizon is a consequence of Earth curvature, but you said the building's being blocked from the bottom up is a consequence of Earth curvature. You would need to know that there was curvature there in the first place at a certain rate. Now you don't know that. You're going to talk about surveys. Surveys use line of sight, and they wrap around around a ball. That's how they get spherical triangles. 3 lines of sight, triangle, 180 degrees, and then they wrap them around. No, you can't get more than 180 degrees in a triangle.
You can on a sphere.
Yeah, but you don't take lines of sight on a sphere, do you?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Okay, so yeah, you don't take lines of sight, but you can still take the survey lines.
So when you do a survey, do you take lines of sight?
No, you can take sort
you
of
don't.
latitude. Use latitude and longitude.
Okay, okay, go ahead. So prove to me that surveying proves a sphere. Walk me through it.
So if you go from, I don't know any cities that line up, but you start at one city and you travel a certain distance from it across the same latitude in a straight line, and then you turn 90 degrees, and then you go to the North Pole.
Show me who's done this.
Oh, I can't find citations.
Hey, can I be next?
Go on.
Yeah. We can come back to this, so go ahead, man.
Misanthrope? Is that who you're talking to?
You?
Yeah.
Go
Okay.
ahead, man.
Do you believe that globe Earth theory is a conspiracy?
You have to agree on what conspiracy means first.
Conspiracy is planning to do something unlawful and criminal.
Incorrect. Not what it means.
Go look up the definition.
Yeah, it's two or more people coming up with a plan. So you can conspire with a work partner to make money. Yeah, doesn't have to
Yeah.
be a negative thing. You can.
Yeah.
It can be a positive
Well,
thing. It doesn't always have to be
my
criminal
definition of
activity.
conspiracy is like planning to
No,
do
but
something illegal, criminal, and
right, but
immoral.
Detrimental.
for starters, I disagree with your definition. So if you want to look up
Well, go on Google. That's the first definition that comes up on Google.
Google definition.
So there's sort of a conflation here in that, yes, conspiracy can be good for the people conspiring, but what conspiracy describes is the people conspiring. And it's not their benefit that it describes. It describes that there is a detriment to everybody except the people conspiring. That's what's being
So
described.
my question was,
Not
do
always.
you think globe Earth
Not
theory
always.
was like put in place, was invented, was planned out to conspire against everyone else that isn't them, and then therefore destroying the goodness or whatever, the flat Earth theory?
You know what? I actually don't know. I'll just be guessing, or I'll be just putting my opinion forward. But I think it can start like you can. People can make mistakes and keep going with it, right? Like you say, okay, boats go over the horizon. Yeah, sometimes it does look like boats go over the horizon. So the Greeks came up with, if boats go over the horizon, blah, 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 we must live on a ball. Like, people
False conclusions.
can come up with false conclusions.
Blind obedience, that's the word.
And then run with it, and then no one ever checks anything. And then they just keep going with it. But there could be some kind of evil plans at hand, but I would be maybe wrong by saying I know what's happening. I don't.
Yeah.
I wish
have
I
a
did.
huge theory on that, if you care to hear, or if I
go
could
for it, man.
start it up.
One sec, just quickly, guys. So in legal terms, conspiracy does mean two or more people planning to do something unlawful or harmful. That's legally you can be like charged and convicted of that crime. But if you use it outside of that, it to conspire just simply means like two or more people gathering together to plan to do something, like Timbo said.
Yeah, so you could say like premeditated murder or premeditated anything that's harmful could be a conspiracy or conspiring.
If there's other people involved, yeah.
Yeah. So my theory, or my outlook on the globe theory and the flat Earth theory, is I think the cosmology, or the how old flat Earth theory is about like forever. It's always been around, flat Earth theory, and it's only been in the past 500 years or 600 years. So, I think it was Socrates, or I don't know, some guy was looking up at the sky and he's like starts thinking that that's a planet, and he makes up like this insane theory with like math and whatever, and then people start believing him slowly, and then like some conspiracy group, like people that conspire, picked up the idea and started using it against the people, and what they turned it into was like this idea of like Earth is gonna die. Earth. There's no way to heal or help Earth anymore. The environment is destroying, and the Earth is warming up, and blah blah blah. So we have to leave Earth, and we have to go to another planet because this planet is over. So, therefore, we have to look outside of Earth and not on Earth. We can't concentrate on helping Earth. We have to concentrate on helping or finding a way to get off of Earth and getting to another planet where it's safer and where there's better vegetation or whatever, environmental prosperity, abundance. And my theory is that basically, instead of looking and helping Earth or helping the world, we're doing the opposite. We're watching it burn and not doing anything about it. And then we're gonna go outside of Earth, space. We're gonna go to space with a spaceship and go somewhere else. Kind of like the movie WALL-E, if you guys ever heard of that or watched it. That's my
Yeah,
theory.
I would suggest that you might be onto something, because what the globe does is encourage escapism and fantasy as opposed to dealing with reality, right? So when all the people are thinking, well, the Earth's going to shit, but Elon Musk's going to take us off to Mars one day, the people who are really doing what they want to do in this world and running things, they know that they can exploit the Earth almost as much as they want, because people's investment in it is diminished when they think they've got a backup plan. There'll be another Earth someday. So it diminishes people's, even subconsciously, desire to hold people accountable for what's going on environmentally, politically. So it all serves to enrich the power of the people who promote this story, because people are living in fantasy land, right? And they think, even though the world looks flat and motionless to me, the government and these handful of space agencies, quote unquote, are telling me that reality is different to what I know. So if I can't even understand reality and I have to rely on these organizations to tell me what reality is, they can essentially tell us anything, and people are going to act accordingly, right? They'll tell you, well, there's a meteor going to come and hit the Earth in 20 years, and it's going to wipe us all out. So you need to give us all your money, all your energy, and help us do this thing, whatever it might be. That's a lot of power, right?
Yep.
So yeah, it plays into the whole thing. But when you say, who did it, who started it, what's the intent?
No
We can
idea.
look through history. We can look through history and kind of see, where did this idea originate, who promoted it, and we can speculate on their motives. But at the end of the day, it's not necessary for us to know why this has occurred to be able to point out that the Earth isn't the spinning ball in a vacuum that they've told us. It's something else. And all we
Yeah.
can really evidence is that it's flat, motionless, and contained, right? Like a closed system, not open to a vacuum of space.
Yeah. And there's another thing, like they always say, what is it? Then this is the worst one I find. This is the most destructive one, and you see it all the fucking time on Facebook and shit and YouTube videos. It's like, you are so small and so insignificant in the grand scheme of the galaxy. And then like what they do is like they zoom in on like you or like a human, and then they zoom out, like they like, it zooms out like to the, then it starts zooming out and you see like the house, and then you start seeing like the whole city, then you start seeing like the whole continent, and then you keep zooming out, and then it zooms out all the way to like space, and it's like this idea that like you're so small and so insignificant and your life doesn't matter if you die because you're so fucking tiny in this whole universe. It creates this idea of like you don't matter. Nothing. Like, what? Why do we live? It's like the atheism idea. Like there's no purpose to life. You know, like
It's the same. It's the same concept when they
it's
say like,
crazy.
"Oh, like when they say a meteor's just about to hit Earth" or some shit.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't get it.
part of
I
it.
don't get that.
Come on.
Because if you say okay, another way to make you feel insignificant is if like we're just in a a miniature part of space, and they say, "Oh, a meteor just nearly missed us. That was going to wipe out and destroy the whole Earth." Right? It's another way to fearmonger.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like they've got the ability to tell you when the Earth is going to end, and they've got a story that's going to convince a huge amount of people. So they can have people doing whatever they want and say, you need to do this to save humanity. Hey, to save the planet, we're going to need to up your taxes by 10%. You know, everyone's like, well, if it's to save the planet, I guess take my money, shake me up and down. But so the point about the insignificance, that's a good point, because that is something that we speak about. I mean, it's like they'll show you a cartoon of stars in space in a galaxy, and they'll draw a little arrow and say, you are here, but you don't actually know that you're there. That's a cartoon. And it ties in with the way that they kind of make people apathetic towards the Earth. They'll make people apathetic towards other people and themselves by saying you're just accidental occurrence in an infinite space. You're tiny, you're insignificant. So if you don't really matter, then you're, again, much more likely to listen to these people who are saying, hey, listen, it's all meaningless, but this is the best way to do things. And if you don't want to end up in a cell, you'll do what we say. And people will just do it because they're like, well, what's the point? I might as well just live to satisfy my basic needs and be as, productive and healthy and wealthy as I can be, because nothing else really matters. So again, it's a way to get you to buy into the system that they create and curate.
Yeah.
Do they prescribe the physics of reality?
Yeah. They'll tell you that up isn't up and down isn't down, right? You don't even get up
I
and
understand that.
down on a
I
board.
understand that. I hate the government. etc.
Well, you're buying their reality that they've given you, that you've only ever seen on a screen presented to you by them.
That's not the question. The question is, do they, quote unquote, they have power over the physics that affect all of us?
No.
Okay.
The reality is the reality, but they twist it, right? So when you drop a ball onto the ground and say that's going straight up and straight down, and another guy in Australia drops a ball from straight up to straight down, you know that that's up and down, but they're going to tell you actually he's 180 degrees antipodal from you, and that ball is technically rising up towards your feet. So they'll tell you this fabrication, this fairy tale of physics, which you will start to incorporate as actual physics. But in reality, the physics is just up and down. Everyone's got the same up and down.
Buoyancy.
So no, they're not changing the physical world. They're not changing the physics. They're just presenting them to you in a way that's confused you into believing you're on a giant spinning ball, which we all were. We were all taught that. We didn't have it proven to us. We were just told vague stories about ancient Greeks seeing boats disappearing bottom up. The sun moving tells us that the ground is moving. They weren't presenting measurements. They weren't presenting observations. They weren't presenting science.
But they are observations that I've seen for myself.
The only observations you've seen of the Earth is a horizontal horizon and a motionless surface. You don't see anything else. You don't see a spinning ball Earth.
Have you ever been to space?
No.
Have you ever been in a satellite and looked down at Earth?
No.
Exactly. So then you can't tell what it where you are, that if you're not like, I don't explain it.
Okay,
By
the
looking
globe
at something
story. The globe.
outside of Earth does not
Yeah.
make you know what Earth is.
Yeah, and listen, that's not even the globe story. The globe story is not, hey, look, you're on a spinning ball, you can tell. The globe story is the Earth appears to be flat and motionless to you, but it only looks that way because it's a massive ball and it's moving in such a way that you can never tell it's moving. But trust us, the government, we're going to a
No,
place where you can't go, and
this
we're seeing
appeal
what
to
it really is.
indoctrination is just, it's a little bit cringe. Like, that's not
No, no,
exactly.
no. That is exactly what it is. You have
The
never
fact that
seen
you
a spinning
think
ball
that
Earth.
is a fallacy.
Okay. Well, let's test that. Let's test your claim there. Tell me where you have observed with your eyes, or in some way that's not just an unverifiable video, curvature of the Earth.
So I observe what I believe to be the consequence of it when I see the sunset and when I see
Right,
ships
not
sail
curvature of
away.
the Earth. So those are all things in reference to a flat horizontal horizon. So that's not Earth curve, right? So you don't observe Earth curve, you observe phenomena of things like boats and suns, which you then attribute to occurring due to an Earth curve that you have imagined and believed but never observed. Okay, so what about motion? Tell me where you've detected motion of the Earth.
Watching the stars throughout the night, watching the sun and the moon throughout the day
Right,
and night.
so that's motion of the sun, moon, and stars. You're claiming motion of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not an observation of or detection of motion of the Earth. That's detection of motion of the sun, moon, and stars.
Okay.
So again, you've got no detection of curvature, no detection of motion of the Earth.
So
You've got assumptions based on phenomena that you see because of the stories, like I'm saying about the guy dropping the ball in Australia. You have just the raw observation, which doesn't tell you spinning ball, but then you've been given stories and excuses as to why this big spinning ball looks so flat and motionless.
You've been sold. You've been sold a lie, and you ate
I
it up.
understand. Yes, look,
And
I
you
get all of this. The government lies. Yes, blah blah blah. But like, there's more to it. So these physics I was talking about earlier, that affect all of us, every single one of us, that no single person or organization or group seems to have any control over. They dictate the way that matter and being occurs, basically. And so we understand, for example, if something moves at the speed of sound or faster than the speed of sound, that you'd get a sonic boom, for example. And
Doesn't tell
we
you
can
the Earth
determine.
revolves.
No. But it
Well,
ties into.
skip to the science
I
or the
am.
physics that you're claiming proves a spinning ball
So
specifically.
it's all this, like, everything we experience is all combined into the same single thing. Like, they're all relative to the same
Too
existence.
broad. Be specific.
No,
Be specific.
it's very broad because we are talking about literal existence, like
Right. Well,
literally
broadly
everything.
speaking, the Earth is observably flat and motionless, and
In
no
your
physics that
vicinity.
we're engaging with, tell us anything else. So if you're
But
going
they
to tell
do.
me science and physics does, okay, name the scientific experiment that proves a globe.
So it's not specifically that it's proving a globe.
You have to have one. You have to have at least one. Or why are you even arguing for it?
Why? Like,
Well, because then what have you got? You don't have
I'm not trying
observation.
to make.
You don't have science. What do you have?
I'm not trying to make a globe claim. All right.
Well, you
I'm
kind of
just
are.
thinking
You're at least
out what I
defending it.
experience in reality.
Well, we've went through what we experience in reality. What you
We
experience in
got
reality
nowhere
is the
near
same as what
close
we all
to
experience.
describing what we each believe. Okay.
No,
I don't
it's not about
care
belief. We're
whether.
talking about reality. Remember,
Yes, we
objective
are
truth.
talking about.
I'm talking
You
about
did not.
objective truth.
I'm talking about what we experience of the Earth, and it's the same for you as it is for everyone else in this call. You don't experience movement of the Earth unless you're in an earthquake or something. and you don't detect curvature of the Earth. You have observations of a flat, motionless Earth only, but then you pile stories on top of this, like, well, the flat line I see there has to be the curvature of this ball that I'm imagining, and the motionlessness of this observably flat surface must only be because if I imagine I'm in a car going at a constant velocity, then I'll never feel it anyway. Therefore, the Earth that appears and seems motionless must be moving. That's the only kind of shit you have.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Like, though,
It,
yes,
it is what
I
you
would
will say.
ascribe.
That is what you will say. Because that's all
Look,
you can
yes.
say.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Look, I ascribe to the idea, yes, because it makes sense after everything else that I've considered to do with the physics about how everything else seems to be affected by them.
But we've already, this is the thing, you keep saying how everything else seems to be like blah, blah, blah. No, everything seems to point to what I'm saying because you don't detect curvature and you don't detect motion. So you can't say
I'm willing to grant
everything
that, but I
points
still do
to.
not believe that the Earth is flat because of those
It
things
doesn't
alone.
matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not interested in what you believe. I'm telling
Are
you
you
what you
not curious
experience.
about thinking this through to like
I know
an
what you
extreme
believe. Listen,
degree?
Guy,
You
we
He's
all
not
went to
claiming it's
school,
flat. He's
right?
claiming it's motionless. And what was the other thing?
There's no curvature and there's no motion detected ever. And you've already
Yeah.
agreed. And listen, it's not about belief. We're talking about direct observable reality. I know
Yes.
what you believe. You don't need to. It's not like I don't know what you generally believe. I believe the same thing. We all did, right? So we know all the arguments. We know everything that can be said about this. So
This
it's
is
not
so
a case that
arrogant.
like
Well done,
I'm
knowing
not.
all the arguments. Like, so let's talk them through.
No,
If
no,
they're
no.
that
Just because
basic and that
we've
simple,
been in
and
the
you know
argument
them,
for years. It's
if
not
you know
arrogance. We've
them,
been in this
so
for
let's walk
years.
them through. If they're that basic,
Can I say something? Can I say something? Okay. All right. In this channel, okay, whenever a Glober says anything, there's never any scientific proof of it. It's always like, yeah, but they said this, and this scientist
What a
said
joke,
this,
mate. What a joke.
and blah blah blah, right? But when you talk to someone who has actually done the science, who actually has done the experiments, someone who believes, who knows the real science, it points to a flat, not flat, whatever, motionless plane. Okay.
Just empty rhetoric. How are you not
I
just
heard
spewing empty
one
rhetoric? What's an example?
globe scientific proof, then I would doubt it. I would doubt
so
flat Earth. But
let's think.
all the science, all of the proof points to not globe.
Let's think this through from like basic first principles. Like, neither of us know anything. We're not taking any assumptions, and where we are, we try to substantiate them. But you say, for example, that people have done these experiments. So I've done quote unquote experiments. I've recorded the sun setting in time lapses, for example. And what I see happening is the sun disappearing as a whole circle, not getting smaller, not a circle getting smaller, but as a whole circle disappearing below the horizon. And I consider that the sun is a ball of light and heat. And what I recognize as the sun sets is that it gets colder and it gets darker. And it gets darker in a way that, and for example, the way that the sun shines on the underside of clouds when the conditions are right as it's setting. It seems that the sun must be going below the height that those clouds are. And for that to be true, it either must be going into the ground, which I know is not true because I can contact people over where the sun is setting and they can tell me, no, the sun is not yet set, and I can see it up in the sky. So it's not in the ground, and didn't get smaller. It disappeared as a whole ball. And so what can I take from that? Seriously, where is the sun going? Why is the heat going?
One
And why
question
is the
though.
light?
When you were recording the sun, were you recording it over land or were you recording it over water?
Over the water, sea level,
Okay.
on the beach.
Did you? But yeah. So both theories work here, but it could be A, that the sun is local, or
But it's
B.
not local.
Okay, I didn't say if it was or it wasn't. I'm telling you
Okay.
the options you have here. It could be A, local, or B, that it's so far away that the light that happened fucking 10,000 years ago, whatever, 1,000 years ago, is finally reaching Earth,
8
and
units ago.
and now we're seeing that light.
Right. Well, we don't need to go into all this. We don't need to go into all this because your argument makes a number of suppositions. So why does it appear that the sun is moving? In your observation.
It's either that the sun is moving or the surface I'm stood on is moving.
Right. And your argument that you would be putting forward is the latter assumption that the ground is moving. So to even make that claim, you're going to have to substantiate that the ground is moving. So how did you do that?
So the theory is that the ground is a big ball that's rotating at 1 revolution per 24 hours.
Yeah, I know the claim.
Okay. And the claim for the sun would have to be that that is moving at, depending on how far away you think it is.
Well, that's not a claim. That's just an observation. You're observing the sun move.
Okay, yes. We're observing the sun move, but
So the claim
sun...
is that it could actually be the ground moving. Okay, who measured the ground
so
to
we're
be
past
moving?
that. So we're now onto the part where the sun might be moving, and I'm willing to steel man this
No. We're
argument.
still on the part where we're assuming that the ground is moving. How do we measure that or confirm it? Because if we can't, then it's just the sun moving.
Yeah, we can't. So I'm willing to grant that we can't measure
Right,
that.
okay, so your argument about the sunset
Hey guys,
doesn't
it's
work for the
me,
globe because
O102.
the ground isn't
I'm a
moving.
new member
Okay,
from
yes,
the
there
Flat
is
Up community, and I'm happy to be here, you guys.
Okay, that's
If anyone
great.
has
So the other part of that is that the sun is moving. So let's think through what must be logically true for the sun to be moving. And
Well, we observed the sun moving. We've already agreed the sun is moving.
yes, we
We've
observe
observed
the
it.
sun. So let's think about what must be true about the sun for it to move in the way that it does.
Well, that's not necessary for us
Why is
to
that
know
not
that the sun is
necessary?
moving.
Why is that not
It's not
necessary?
necessary to know whether or not the sun is moving because we already observed the sun moving.
Yes, but there must be some nature to it that we might be able to. Come on. There must be some nature to it that we might be able to figure out if we put our minds
there's
to
some
it.
nature to it, but or you figuring out the nature of it is not required in order to know that we observe it moving and we have no
Yes.
evidence for anything else.
But it could be two things, that
Well,
either the
could
ground is
be
moving or the
a very
sun is
different
moving.
case. Well, yeah, but in order to make the claim which goes against the observation, which would be the ground is the thing moving, you would need to substantiate that, and if you can't, it would just be a claim with no evidence that can be dismissed. So we're left
Okay.
with the sun's moving.
Fine, so the sun is moving. By what mechanism do you think the sun
I
might
don't
be
need to
moving?
know what the mechanism is.
I'm interested. I want to know. I want
Yeah,
to
I
come to
would love
flat
to know
Earth.
as
And for me
well.
to believe
If
the
you
Earth is
figure out
flat,
a way,
I need
if
some
you can figure out a
substantiation
way to
about the
validate
sun's
that,
behavior.
yeah, if you can find out a way to validate that, let us know.
Okay, so we can make some assumptions, all right? We know
Well, I
that
don't want to.
mass
Well, are we
moving
going
at
to make an
speed.
assumption? No. You can't make an assumption if you're going to
We
then
can. Okay,
say
here's an
this is
assumption. Here's
the
an assumption. Tell me if
mechanism.
this assumption is true or not, please. Let's try this. A wheel with the circumference of 1 meter, rolling 1 meter will make 1 revolution. Is that true, or is that just a mind experiment? It doesn't translate to anything in reality. Is that true or not? If you
but-
stood... Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
sure,
So
but
we
that-
can
that's
make a
fine, but
simple
that's stuff that we
extrapolation
can
about some
measure. That's
information
stuff
that we
we
have.
can measure and manipulate. You cannot measure or manipulate the sun.
Okay, but we can measure and manipulate certain things up to a certain point, and we can extrapolate that data from smaller points
No,
make some
if you don't know what the
hypothesis
sun
about
is,
no look, hear me
or
out,
how
hear me
it
out, please. It's
operates,
important. It's important. Let's learn how to think and not what to think. All right, that's why I'm
that's
here.
rich. That's rich, bro. But yeah, that's what we're trying to get you to
Yeah,
do.
yeah, yeah. So let's make some extrapolations. Say we've got a wheel of a circumference of 1 meter, and we say and when we test it, we make this 1 meter wheel, we roll it 1 meter, and hey, it made 1 full revolution. Now let's hypothesize. What if we made a wheel that was 10 meters, and we rolled that wheel, let's say 10 meters? What do you reckon? Do you reckon that wheel might make 1 whole revolution over 10 meters? Let's build that 10-meter wheel and test our hypothesis. Oh, look, our hypothesis extrapolated from our previous assumption of our smaller experiment. How
Okay,
far does this
now
go?
link this. Now tell me how you figure out what the sun is from rolling a wheel.
Okay, so the sun appears to be some sort of matter. It provides heat and light. And for such
You
to
see a
occur,
moving disk of light in the sky, yeah.
yes, and for such to occur, for the physics as we experience them on Earth and can test them as far as we can on Earth, some certain things must be true about the sun in order for it to radiate such heat and such light. And
Right, but that's not. I mean, you making comparison. I mean, you're just going to end up with a logical fallacy where you say, well, because I can recreate this observation on Earth using materials on Earth, and it maybe resembles what I think the sun might be, therefore I'm going to claim this is the mechanism for the
no, that's
sun.
not exactly it. Okay, so for example, we could get an iron ball. We could heat it to the hottest temperature that we possibly could. And then we could suspend it somehow in air close to us and then further away from us. And we can, in a dark room, we could see how much light and heat it might radiate from us. And we can say, oh, that steel ball or iron ball that we heated up was this big, and the heat lasted for this long, and the light lasted for this long until it eventually cooled down. And so let's imagine then that the sun might just be this huge iron ball, and how hot and how far away it must be to radiate such light and such heat for the amount of time that it does. All
Right,
right.
this doesn't get you any closer to figuring out what the sun is.
No, but
Yeah,
it
I
helps us
understand your
to
point, dude.
Yeah,
But
I get it, but
our
you're just now
reality.
in the same spot that we're in, right? Where you're now realizing, okay, maybe the Earth isn't what I've been told, maybe the sun isn't what I've been told, in which case, what is it? And
Okay.
you will end up coming to limits of your knowledge, which you
Yes.
will need to get used to.
But I'm
And
willing to discover and explore those.
of course, and that's good, right? And I don't know if you're on our main server, but we have a channel with a lot of speculation about the sun. And it's all alphabetized. So if you're interested, it's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord,
Yeah, I think I'm in there.
discord.com/Flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
And if you scroll down the additional information channels, it's all alphabetized. There's channels for gravity, the sun, the moon, stars, curvature, all this stuff. Terabytes of information. So if you're interested, you should take a look there, and you can look at some of the other thoughts and speculations about the sun and things like this. But we're not required to know or prove these things in order to know that the Earth isn't the spinning ball that they've told us.
Yes,
That's
that's all fine and true, all right. But what we can determine from such things is that we know that there are certain limits to, let's say, accelerating projectiles. It becomes exceedingly more difficult to send larger and larger masses and even hotter and hotter objects, like across certain things. Many different things have to come into play to support the heat, the weight, the forces required. And so from these basic extrapolations, we can make some assumptions about the nature of our reality that we can use as axioms to work from and discover more information about. So let's say that maybe the sun, we know that an iron ball, if you heat it long enough, provides a bit of heat and a bit of light. So let's imagine that the sun might be this huge giant ball, and the forces it must be under to move and behave in the way that it does in the sky. And we can theorize what these speeds, what these forces might be, and and I haven't done the calculations, but I've seen enough information that I'm willing to accept that
Nah, this
in
is where it
vague
falls
terms,
down.
in
This is
vague
where it falls
terms,
down.
that it's much more feasible that the Earth is the thing spinning around rather than this massive object sort
Nah,
of
see,
close
this
to
is
the Earth, moving at just crazy
nah.
speeds, at
I need to
crazy
stop you. I need
heat,
to stop you.
and
I need to
producing
stop you.
crazy light.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. This is what most people think. But you recognized it there. You got to the point where you can speak to the story, or there's all these things we can look at and the speed of an object, but when it gets to that crunch point of how did they actually prove this? How do they actually link this to the sun? How can we actually get from this imagining to verifying or knowing what the sun is with any kind of logic? You're like, I've not actually done the calculations, meaning you don't actually know, and the
So
calculations. I
this
mean,
is a fallacious
hold on,
argument,
I'm
right?
still
You don't know
speaking.
the specifics, therefore your
The-
entire argument is
no,
wrong. It's just
that's not what I'm
cringe.
saying. If you'd let me finish, that's not what I'm saying. It is the case that you obviously don't kind of know what the exact details of the claims are, which is not unusual. I'm not insulting you for that. Most people, the vast majority of people, never come across this information or think to critique it or scrutinize it, because like most people, we think, well, loads of scientists have been looking into this. They've done whatever needs to be done to prove all this, so it's reasonable for me to rely on that. But I'm just saying, you need to think right where you get to that point of realizing, okay, well, I've not even actually seen the theoretical calculations that they claim to be doing, let alone
So I
think,
have
wait a minute, do
seen
theoretical
those.
calculations prove anything if their assumptions are all based on things that they've never proven to begin with? You could make a theoretical mathematical model of anything. You could make the Earth a diamond and have it fit observations of a certain mathematical model. But what we're talking about is empiricism, science, actual observation, measurement,
Yes.
experimentation.
hmm
So this is what we need. I can't just have like vague, oh, they've done things, and if we look at the speed of an object on Earth, then you can somehow make some assumptions about the lights in the sky. That's not going to do it. You need to be very specific. Who came up with this theory? What was his basis? Was it empirical, or was it like
Many
you just said, let's imagine?
no, so many people, and from many observations. So for a meteorite, for example, like we see shooting stars, and people claim to have found meteorite stones. And
Yeah. So
what
claims
seems
and
to be true is about when these things enter our atmosphere, they appear to burn up and
no, you
cause.
don't know that. All you see is a little tiny streak of light.
Isn't that what
Yes,
happens when something fast comes down from the sky? That's all that
yes,
happens. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
yes.
a blue light. It's not like a burning light. It's like an electrical light.
Yeah.
I
Really,
can't
you've
disagree
not
with
seen
that,
you've
but
not seen a rock fall from space. You've seen
And burn
again
up.
an
Yeah.
observation like a moving light, and then you've had a story given to you, and you've kind of filled in the gaps.
And one more, can I just bring up 2 points for you? I don't know what your name is. But
silence.
isn't the claim the opposite? Or it's like both. It's both the Earth is moving and the sun is moving.
Yes,
So
Yeah,
it's
that's
there's
what
not.
the
many
claim is.
That's
variables.
my first point. That's my first point. Second point is, to me, when I look at the sun, I don't think a ball of fire can create that much heat. That's just my
What is
my
causing that
theory.
heat?
I think it's a light bulb. Okay, because if you
Okay.
have a EAD, whatever, what are those light bulb called for animals? The EOD, LED, what the fuck?
Right.
It's
Well, we're not
basically like
doing the sunlight bulb, guys.
the sunlight
Yeah.
bulb. Yeah. So
No, we're
I
not
think it
doing
looks
that.
like
We're
a
not
light
doing that.
bulb because
Speculation on the sun is
you
just
can leave.
speculation. If you want to dig into the sun, go onto the main server, check out the
Yeah,
Sun channel.
it looks like a light bulb more than a ball of fire to me. But anyway,
I've never seen a fire grow plants. So
yeah, exactly.
What do you mean? You can make a weed farm, for example, using artificial light.
Yeah, not fire.
yeah, but not fire.
It's not
Imagine a
fire
weed
because
farm
the
with a
sun
big
isn't
bonfire in
fire.
the middle.
You don't know what the sun is. You can't
Yeah,
tell me
but
what the sun is.
it doesn't. It's not fire. So if we extrapolate like the way
You
that
don't know
materials
what it
burn,
is.
if we extrapolate the way that materials burn, and we have quite a collection of that. I have trust in. We have quite a collection of elements and how they react in certain temperatures and whatnot, pressures, etc. And
in a lab.
Are
No,
you trying to make the argument that you think you do know what the sun is, or no?
no.
He's avoiding answering that, but he's saying that we must have some type of
I'm
idea
saying that
because
we can make
we've done these
extrapolations about
elements
the
at
colors.
Tresher.
Yeah, we can make extrapolations about the colors of certain chemicals and gases as they burn, and we can observe those.
Yeah,
We can,
spectroscopy is different to
yes.
stellar spectroscopy, though.
Okay, but it's all sort of relative. It all comes under the same
It's not
sort of physics.
relative.
It's all
No,
the singular
no,
physics. It's
Spectroscopy is
relative.
done in a lab under strict conditions. Stellar spectroscopy is pointing something at a light and saying this is what it's made of. Yeah, you've got no light source. You don't know where that light source is coming from, and you don't know what that light is going through.
We can make some assumptions about it.
No,
We've
no,
sent
no,
planes
not
up into the
assumptions.
sky. We've collected samples of what's in the air. That's all possible.
But you
Like,
can't make assumptions when you've got no analogy or no analogous thing on the Earth
the
to then
analogy is the
compare it to.
sun. The
There's
thing
no,
that we
yeah, the
call the
sun and the
sun is
stars and the
radiating
moon.
heat and light.
Yeah,
We're
but
just on about the
the
sun at
issue
the
with the
minute.
celestial bodies is they're unique and they're not found on the Earth in any way to compare them to something here.
my
They could be completely. I mean, they are not the same as the Earth, right? They're different things. So to say I'm going to look at things on the Earth, like there's no analogy on the Earth of those things to compare them to.
So it's possible that these celestial bodies just fall completely outside of the realm of physics. There's a whole new realm of physics.
I'm not saying whether they do or they don't, but I'm saying
Okay.
there's no logical reason to assume that they must obey or act in a similar way to materials you find on the Earth. You've no way of
Why
knowing.
not? What do you?
Because
What
you've
do you
no way
mean?
of knowing. You've no way of knowing that they're not completely different or separate. You don't know what the mechanisms are. You don't know what they're made of. You don't know what the distances of them are. You don't know what medium they are in. So you don't know any of these things to be able to make any judgments and say, this is a sound conclusion based on all my assumptions, which will be
No, but
vast.
we can make sound conclusions,
No, you
rational
can't. You don't even know that.
based
You
on
can't even say that they're sound conclusions because you can't verify your assumption is true. So you don't
we
know that they're
sort of
sound
can.
conclusions.
We can make extrapolations about
No, you
how
can't.
these
No, you
chemicals
can't. You just admitted you don't know what the sun is. If that was true, that you can actually confirm your assumption, you would know what the sun is, but you don't.
The sun
Because you
must
can't.
be something that can
Must be something.
big enough.
Must
Must
be
have
something,
enough.
yeah.
Well,
I
well
agree.
done.
Let me finish a
The sun
fucking
must be
sentence.
something.
Come on, that's so disingenuous.
Well
Must be
done.
something. You're stupid. No, like shut up.
No,
The
well,
sun obviously it must have enough fuel, okay, or whatever you want to call it, fuel
But
to
you don't know what it is.
radiate as. No, I don't. Okay, but what I understand about physics, okay, and how they affect literally everything that we experience, is that they seem to extrapolate off into infinity in some cases, but very high degrees. There are extremities to these things, theoretical extremities that, yes, they haven't been tested. But what we can understand up to what we have been able to test is that there must be enough fuel in whatever the sun is to provide them as much heat and light as it does.
Awesome.
And there are a lot of conclusions
Well,
that we
that's
can
just
make.
like saying we can know that the sun is the sun. Yeah, of course. It's a light and it moves as it
but what
always
else?
has
And
done.
the,
That tells
and the
us
sun
absolutely
and
nothing.
the sun must be the sun because we see the sun. So therefore it must
So
be the
what
sun.
substances
And
burn in such ways that they could radiate as much heat and light as they do?
Well, see, again, you're being fallacious by making an assumption that, it has to be some kind of source or material that you are familiar with on Earth.
We
When
can
you have no
test
reason
a
to
very
think that.
wide
There's no
band
reason to think
of
that.
the effects of physics.
effects,
even
like your effects of curvature, is that the same kind of thing?
Let's try to stick to a topic.
Well, I just don't know why you're harping
Alright.
on about the sun, because by admitting that you don't know what the sun is, you're conceding that you're not going to be able to conclude with us what the sun is.
Stay stupid. Oh my goodness. Are you not able to extrapolate and
You
conceptualize
see, when you
ideas?
keep saying extrapolate, you use these words like extrapolate, conceptualize. What you really mean is imagine and
Yes,
guess and assume I'm
yes.
correct.
To come to some
Yes,
reasonable
we're not
conclusions about
interested in
the nature of
imagination.
reality.
Why
Stay
would we be
stupid.
sitting here
Oh
talking about
my goodness.
imagination? We're not talking about
Because this
imagination.
is how we figure things out.
No, it's not.
No,
Reality
it's
is how we
not.
figure things out.
What do you? Yes,
No
by
wonder you're so confused.
hypothesizing
This is
about what might be
exactly what I
true
was
and
talking about.
testing whether it is
Yeah.
true. This
How
is
do you
like
hypothesize about the sun? How do you do that?
you observe it. You observe its behavior. You observe
Okay, and
what
then what do you do to test it?
you see what things might burn the same color at the same heat that might provide the same
Yep.
amount of light at scale.
Cool. And then
All
how do you confirm it?
you keep testing. You don't just stop and say,
You
"I
just
don't
keep
know, so I
burning
can't
things
know."
on
You're
Earth
never
and
going to touch it,
speculate.
so you're never going to know what it is. It's such a retarded argument.
Okay, so
It's
literally
why do
saying
they all? So why do they
Just-
all disagree on what the sun is then?
What do you mean they all disagree what the sun is?
Well, there's so many different scientists and astrophysicists that believe different things in what the sun is.
Okay. So let's take all of their ideas and try to figure out what might be true.
So who's right?
It's all of them, a little bit.
How would you know? We're just talking shit, by the way. This is
No,
nonsense.
you're just unwilling to think. It's wild. It's like a mental
No, I'm
illness.
unwilling to
Willing
entertain
to
your
think.
imagination as
Wild.
proof. That's true.
No, I'm not saying
See,
it's proof. What I'm saying is that we can make some reasonable extrapolations and conceptualizations
no,
about the
you're trying
nature
to
of our
convince
reality,
yourself it's
given what we
reasonable.
are
It's
able
not
to test.
reasonable. We've just explained
Why
why
is
it's
it
not
unreasonable?
reasonable,
Why is it?
but you just
Okay,
keep
if
trying
I
to
make a
convince
100,
yourself.
if I
You
make a
keep trying
wheel
to
with a
convince
diameter of 100
yourself that it's
meters,
reasonable to just imagine and say, well, let's just burn a load of stuff on the Earth and sort of see if it looks anything like the sun. And if we just
Yes.
keep burning things for a long time,
Yes.
we'll eventually know what the sun is. You're
Yes.
retarded. Yeah, exactly.
Why is that retarded? Do you know?
What
Do you know what
why
science
is that
is?
retarded?
Do you think that science provided everything we have, or did science discover?
Okay. Walk me through it. I'm burning some wood. I'm looking at it. Does that get me
That
closer
must
to
be
knowing
the
what the sun
sun.
is?
Yes, because wood doesn't burn very long, or very brightly, or
Okay.
very hot.
Okay. So wood. The sun's not made of wood. Okay.
Yeah.
Now what? What are we going to burn next?
Well,
Oil.
What else? Okay, let's try oil.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
What else
burning some
might
oil.
burn for a long
I'm
time,
burning some
radiate as
oil.
much
What does that tell me about
radiate
the
as much
sun?
light at scale?
And what does that tell
Like
me about the sun? Now I'm burning some oil.
it's that it might not be oil. It doesn't seem to
Might
be
not
oil.
be oil. Okay. What else do I burn?
There's there's dozens of elements.
Okay. What did you
And there's
burn to
dozens
know
of
what the sun
combinations.
is?
This is actually retarded.
Yes, it is retarded. Congratulations. That's what I was telling you. That's your argument. And you hearing it back, you realize how retarded it is.
No, what's retarded is your inability to think.
Listen,
what?
I am thinking, which is why I
You are
know it
not
doesn't matter how
thinking.
many
You are
materials you
providing
burn in your little
ridiculous examples.
bonfire. You're
We're
not going
going
to
to go
figure
through
out what
every
the sun
element.
is.
Oh, did you burn this? Did you burn this? Did you burn?
Hey, stop raising your voice, man. You're hurting my ears.
Yeah, you're just going to get muted if you're just going to talk through me. But I mean, I'm just doing what you said, which is burn a load of things on Earth,
Yes.
knowing that no matter what you burn on the Earth, it is not going to tell you what the sun is in any way that you can verify. So yeah, your argument was retarded.
What's retarded is that you're willing to take this to the nth degree, okay? And we
No, I'm
leave
taking your argument. That's your argument. You said yes. You burn things.
Yeah, and you can do other experiments as well.
Okay, well, could you tell us which one proved what the fucking sun was now after 20 minutes?
I can't tell you the exact.
Okay, exactly. So let's move
Apparently, it's
on. You
lots
don't know
of
what the sun
hydrogen.
is.
It's plasma because when it gets to a certain temperature and a certain pressure, it sort of it forms into a different material. Not a different material. But
Okay. Walk us through that.
Yeah, I'm interested in this one.
Let's hear it.
We can make plasma on Earth, and I don't know the specifics about how to do it, but it appears under specific
What,
conditions.
hydrogen and helium
Pressure,
and
heat, yes.
Mainly
Yes.
hydrogen.
Gases,
You can't produce
form
that. You can't produce
can't?
what they think is occurring on this. No, there's no way
No.
you can produce the sort of reaction that they say is taking place in the sun in a lab. There's absolutely no way.
Well,
So
if
what
this
is
is the
That's
if
not what
this
I'm
is a
saying.
claim,
That's not exactly
show
what
us
I'm
a
saying.
video. Show us a video of what you think they've done on Earth, which looks like the sun.
All right, I don't have any videos.
What are you even imagining? What are you thinking about then? Like what you can't like you've never even seen what it is that you think
I
you're trying
have
to
seen.
argue for.
During my lifetime, I've seen enough information that correlates all of this
What does it
information.
look like?
What
It
was
What
looks
does
like
it look
many
like?
things. There's lots of parts, lots of variables to consider.
No,
This
but
is just one aspect
what is the
of a
finished
greater.
product of you creating plasma? What does that look like?
It looks like plasma.
Like what?
Does it
What
look
does
like
that
the
look like?
sun?
It's sort of. It's like it's not solid. It's not liquid, but it seems to
Does it look
be some sort of mass of some kind. Like
does it look like the moving disc of light?
I mean, not at a small scale, no, but if you scale this
Okay.
up to something that might produce such conditions to cause
Okay. So
plasma,
who
then
scaled it up to make the comparison?
oh my goodness, guys.
Why don't they just keep on
Nobody.
making it bigger and bigger
No
and
one.
burn it, like you
Yes,
said?
Right.
Yeah.
So the
because
plasma that you
there are
actually
limits
see
and
doesn't look anything
expenses
like the
to
sun.
doing
But
such
if you
experiments.
imagine
So we need to
if you imagine it
extrapolate.
looking like
It
the sun,
can't.
yeah, you're just saying so the plasma when you see it or whatever you think you've seen doesn't look like the sun. But if you imagine it being
Oh
if you
my goodness.
imagine that the plasma then looks like the sun, then you could say it looks like the sun. Is that what you're saying?
Please do.
You
If you
can't, because you're talking about nuclear fusion involving hydrogen atoms, and that say that you're producing plasma
so
extreme
the
temperatures
thing
and pressures which are just unachievable
so you're
for
saying the thing
man.
that you saw didn't look like the
Okay.
sun, but if you
So
imagine
they're
scaling it up, then
unachievable.
it would.
So they're unachievable, but they are theoretically possible, perhaps. Could you grant that?
Anything's theoretically possible if you grant certain axioms in the first instance that you still
Okay.
can't prove even is true.
So
I mean,
it's not necessarily about proving, it's about getting closer to what might be true.
No, we
And this
want
is the
How do you
truth,
know
mistake.
you're
not when you're
getting
starting with
close?
pure
You're
imagination in the first place.
You're
Not when
asking
you're
How do you
for
starting
know?
with pure imagination. No.
This guy is
Yeah,
following scientism for sure.
yeah. How do you know you're getting closer to something if you don't know what that something is at the end?
you because of theories. Because
No, not because
yes.
of theories. Bro, come on. You're not dumb. I know you're not dumb, but like the way you're arguing, you must be realizing you can't be saying I can conclude my assumption with a theory. No,
I'm
we're
not
you
saying
need
I can conclude. I'm not saying I can conclude or prove. What I'm saying is that the conditions required seem to be very far out of our reach. You know this. I know this. We can't touch the sun. All right.
yeah. So we don't
It
claim
seems
what
to
it is.
it seems to cause an astronomical effect to us and to everything else. All right.
Well, it gives
On a
us day
scale that
and
is
stuff, yeah.
unachievable by humans. So that leads
Yeah.
me to imagine that this must be a vast, huge phenomena. And from what we can do at the scale that we are at, we can extrapolate certain information and data and ideas about what the nature of these things might be. And no one's making an absolute, maybe some people are, but I'm not trying to make an absolute conclusion or prove anything. I'm saying that we can work outside of we can work with concepts and theories to try to better describe the nature of our reality to a reasonable degree. And that's
Right. Well, I would say just to fair enough. But I would say none of what we've spoken about here in regards to the sun can be taken as reasonable evidence for an assumption of what the sun is. And I think we can probably move on since we agree. Well, we're not claiming what the sun is, and it sounds like you're not making a claim as to what the sun is either. So let's
That
just
was
agree that we don't know what the sun is.
yeah. It was like a lot of words to say. Like I don't know. and I don't know why we don't know.
Yeah. Which is fine. We can move on from the sun. If
It's
there's anything
guesswork.
Yeah.
Yes, it's guesswork.
You know, you actually, you sound like you've been watching Brian Cox DVDs
No,
or something.
no. I've probably seen him along the way, but I don't seek him out.
You know what he claimed one time? He goes, "Oh, we've seen two massive black holes come together and spin and join together and become a massive black hole."
Okay.
What a shit talker! What do you reckon? We've seen that?
I
Where did we
believe
see?
that it's possible
Where did we see that?
in the sky.
I've
Can't
never
see
seen
black
that.
holes.
We can see the consequence of them.
Oh, there you go again. Like a consequence of your curvature as well.
It's not
What you assume
insignificant.
is the consequence of a black hole. Come on, bro. You need to catch yourself. Whenever you say, "I'm assuming this is a consequence of," or "I can't actually detect this, but I've got this reason why I shouldn't detect it," that's where you really need to stop and go, "Wait a minute. Is this just bullshit?"
Okay, so I've done that. All
Well, it
right.
didn't sound
So
like
what?
it.
So what's described is that there is
That's
a
the
phenomenon.
consequence of bullshit.
There is a phenomena in the observation surrounding black holes.
What's the observation?
The observation is an apparent
Nothing.
bending of the light of things behind the black hole.
Okay, where have you seen that? Where have you seen that?
I've seen representations of it.
Okay, could you show us?
Like drawings.
Simulations.
I mean, I can show
Give
you
us
a
simulations.
quote-unquote cartoon of a black
Okay,
hole.
well, I don't want a
You're not going to
cartoon.
accept
No,
it,
I
so
want
I'm
an
not
observation.
going to
You said it
spend
was an
time wasting my
observation.
time.
You said it was something we can see.
Yeah, so an observation can
Not of a
be a
cartoon,
number
though.
of things. Yeah, no,
No, it
so
can't be
an
an observation of a cartoon. That's not what we're talking about.
observation could be an accumulation of data, for example.
No, well, we're talking about it as in something you can see or perceive.
So you can see the accumulation of data once you put it all together.
No, we're talking about the black hole
Are you
observation
seeing
that
your
you're talking
screen?
about.
Are you seeing your screen?
Come on, man. You're getting twisted, mate.
So you're not
Like,
going to give
you
us
know,
the observation of the black hole then?
What do you mean? Like,
The
how
one that
do
you
you
said
want
you
me
could
to provide
see.
this to you?
You said you could see it.
I didn't say I could see it. I said
All
it's
right, so
been
you don't see it.
observed.
Oh, so who observed it?
Scientists.
How do you know those?
Which one?
How do you know those things were actually where they're supposed to be? I mean, like,
No, I don't.
see
I'm
that
making
there?
no
That's
claims
that's
about.
supposed to be behind here. You know,
You're jumping
yeah.
ahead. No claims have
Oh,
been made about their exact positions
like-
or sizes
it's
or
like
location.
bending around the back of the black hole. It's coming. So, okay. So it's,
Well, when you
maybe
said,
it's just in the position where it should be.
well, hold on. When you said it's data, are you meaning those scientists are observing like numbers on a screen?
In some instances, yeah.
So they're not actually observing the black hole.
Probably not.
Right. So how do you know that they're observing a black hole then? Or that a black
They're
hole even
observing a
exists
phenomena that is described as a black hole.
in the
So
numbers on the screen?
numbers and data. You know.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that black holes weren't discovered; they were created.
What? No, I'm saying it's simply a description of a phenomena.
What phenomena?
There's a
Phenomena.
two.
What's the data representing?
Apparently, a huge mass that is causing such
Mass that's not a
gravitational
mass.
effects
It's negative
that
mass.
light can't escape its.
How do you see it then?
Oh wait, so are you saying that the detection is just of no light?
The detection is of light that appears to be behind it, being warped
Light
around it.
that appears to be behind it. What does that mean? So in zeros and ones or numbers
Around
on
the
a
thing you
screen,
can't see.
how do you know that a light is coming from behind something to in front of something with numbers on a screen?
So some of it is parallax. it seems.
There's no parallax.
No, you're talking about that would be an observation. You're saying it wasn't observed; it's numbers on a screen.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't, like, what
that-
are the
but that's-
numbers
that's-
representing?
That's still observation. So it comes in as, oh,
my
this
God, man.
this particle is infrared, this particle is ultraviolet, and we're getting thousands,
All right, so
millions of
it's-
these particles hitting a sensor. Those sensors are translating that information
So it's
into
just detecting
some
light.
sort of
Or
order.
lack of light. So the data is just light or lack of light.
Sure.
Okay, so how
Yeah.
do you come up with any story about a black hole from just light or lack of light?
By seeing that the way that the light appears to warp, the way
No,
that
you're not seeing anything. You're not seeing anything. You just
You're
admitted you're not seeing anything.
observing through the data how certain objects or certain particles seem to be at one point, they go past a point, and at that point they warp, and then they come out of
No, you
another
can't
side.
see that.
Are you just making this up?
Yeah, I think he's making it up.
I'm just
He is.
trying to describe the data as I
Have you
understand.
seen? Well, could you post the actually just let's so we can all have a look. Why don't you post
There
the
are
data you're talking
tens
about?
of videos of this stuff.
Okay, well, why don't you post the data that you're talking about so we can see what you mean?
Oh my goodness, this is such
Yeah, and
a
then you
funny
can, and then you
thing.
can quickly run us. You can run us through it.
I'm not trying to say that black holes are a specific thing. What I'm saying is that there is a
What are they then?
phenomena in the observation.
Come on, bro.
And it could be that these thousands of observations have all been
cuckoo land,
faulty
man.
data consistently. Coincidentally, they've all been faulty in the exact same way. All right,
Well,
that's
I mean, it's
just
not
more
necessarily that it's faulty,
unbelievable
but if they're
than
just detecting light or lack of light, it doesn't necessarily
yes.
tell them that they're
It's
looking
that
at a black
simple.
hole. Yeah, yeah. So
Yes.
that doesn't tell them that they're looking at a black hole in space.
Mm-hmm.
They're
It just
detecting
tells them
light.
whether they're detecting light or lack of light. That's it. And then they speculate and make up the rest. Is basically what you're giving us.
It's not just speculate and make up the rest. Like there's
Yeah,
a
it
lot
is.
of
Seems
there's
to
a
be.
lot
Right,
of
show us.
experience experiment that goes
Show us how
into
you came to the
looking at this
conclusion that,
data,
that there
making
is a
sense
black
of
hole
this
there.
information.
Go
All right.
on.
Well, you need to show us this information then.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I know.
I don't care to. I don't care to.
Okay, so you're making it
All
up.
right.
That's fine. That's fine.
Give up, bro. Give up.
But yeah, we like the data, we like the evidence here. We don't just go with, well, I think some guys were looking through some telescope or something.
Yeah, it's that simple.
It's not even that, because you're just getting numbers on a screen. You're not even looking at anything. So even worse.
Yeah, like photon detectors or something, are they? Like,
That sounds like what he's kind of describing, but to be honest, I mean, and I'm not. Again, you seem like an all right guy, but I don't think you really know that much about what it is you're trying to talk about, and you're kind of just trying to.
No, I don't. I
Well,
don't.
this is it. Don't try and argue for something that you don't really understand. Just be like, I don't totally know. I'll need to look into that. That's all you need to do.
yeah,
Like, why
like it's
bullshit?
not your, it's not your idea, yeah. So it's not. You don't have to be so like
defensive about it. Exactly.
defensive
Yeah,
about
it's not
something
your
that's
idea
not
to
your
defend.
idea.
Yeah, you were just given it like the rest of us. Don't feel the need to defend it. Scrutinize it. You should be attacking it as well to make sure it's true. But instead, you're kind of just like waffling about things you vaguely heard and think are correct.
It's like when they talk about exoplanets and stuff like that. Like what they do is they look at a star, and then they record the light that's coming from it, and then if the light dims slightly, they go, oh, what's that? And then it dims slightly 365 days later. They go, oh, there must be a planet orbiting that star. And it must be like Earth because it's got the same kind of orbit as Earth. So they go, oh, okay, well, over in that star system there is a planet like Earth. And they just came up with that story because of a dimming of light. Could be like 0.2% of dimming of a light. And that's it. And then they come up with a story
And mind
about an Earth-like planet.
And mind you, this is all happening like billions of years ago.
Yeah.
I don't understand why that's so unreasonable that you'd laugh at it. You can't
Well,
provide anything
This
substantially,
is
but you
because
want
we
to.
already know that the Earth has been measured, observed, and used
Oh,
as
stay
flat
stupid.
since the beginning of time.
When was it measured flat? Who made this ruler that was as long as this ruler would need to be to measure it flat?
Well, like I said,
Water.
go on
Water did.
our server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Scroll down the additional sections and go
Pure
to
nonsense.
long distance observations and laser tests, where people are going out to lakes and things and testing to see if there's any curvature by observing across them or firing lasers across them, and finding that the curvature that's predicted by the globe model isn't there. Simple.
29 miles, no deviation of laser. No detected curvature. 29 miles.
Yeah, it's simple. And you're going to say, oh, that's so stupid. Well, if that's stupid, provide us one measurement of curvature.
I'm not going to say it's stupid,
Well,
but
you already
what I
said it
would
was
say
stupid. But...
is that
Yeah, you already did. You said that we're stupid as well.
I said
It's not as
stupid.
valid as some data, some numbers, some number sequences where a 2 should have been there, but we see an 8, so it must have been a black hole, right?
Yeah. Yeah, fuck the laser test. I want numbers.
Yeah. Come on, less than. I mean, yeah, it's been measured, observed, is practically used as flat and has been since the beginning of time. So we're not the ones with the ridiculous theory here. The Globers are.
So why does the sun shine on the underside of clouds as it sets when the conditions are right?
Well, I mean, again, I'm not going to say I'm up there checking it out, but the Earth's surface is reflective, so the sun's light can
moonshine,
reflect
yeah?
off of
Okay,
the
but
Earth and go
if it
upwards
was
to the bottom of the clouds.
if it was a matter of reflection, we'd still have a counteracting light from above. But that doesn't seem to be there.
Does it not? You've been up into the clouds
No.
to check.
Well, we
Yeah,
can
you viewed it
observe
from
how
both
light.
sides at the same time.
We can observe how light sort of interacts with different different objects, different mediums.
What kind
and again,
of
we
light?
can make extrapolations.
All right, so you're going to assume that the sun is like the burning wood again,
I'm
or
going to
the
assume the
plasma
sun is
that doesn't
big
look like
enough and
the sun.
hot enough to radiate its heat and light
How
across
big? How
at
big do you
least
assume the sun
city
is?
that I occupy.
Okay, how big do you assume the sun is? Since you want to talk
I
about the sun
have
again.
no idea, but
Oh,
fucking
right.
massive.
So, well, what would that be roughly?
Huge. I don't know. I
Well,
have
like a
no
million
idea.
miles wide?
Maybe.
Maybe 10,000 miles wide?
Maybe.
20 miles wide?
Probably not.
Okay, so it's more than 20 miles wide, you think? 100 miles
Yes.
wide?
Probably or more.
200 miles
Thousand.
wide?
I don't know.
So it's between 100 miles and a million miles wide,
Yeah,
you're saying?
sure. Sure. Maybe it's more than a
Now
million.
we're
Maybe
getting
it's more than a
somewhere.
million. I don't
All right,
know.
now we're getting somewhere. How far away do you think it is?
I don't know.
1,000,000 miles away.
I don't know.
20 miles away.
100.
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know
100
how far
million.
away it is, but it could be between
Yeah, so
100 and 1,000,000 miles wide. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
But if we see it, if we see the light on the bottom of the clouds, though, we can know that the Earth is a ball.
We can know that the sun, the light source, is going below the height of the clouds. Yes.
But we don't know its distance, or its
No.
size, or what it is, or
No.
made of,
No.
or what medium it's in.
No.
So we can't say how the light should behave.
Well, we can. We can extrapolate from just shining a torch and
But you don't
making
know it's
some
like a
observations
torch.
from that. We.
Would that be the refracted sun, or the actual one?
Oh no!
Somehow.
Don't get him started.
Somehow.
Is it wood?
The
Is it the
light
wood fire
source
sun?
is shining on the underside of the clouds.
Yeah, reflection off the surface of the Earth. That's fine.
Okay, but it's more than reflection, because if you get a
Oh,
piece
is
of
it?
paper, for example,
Okay.
yeah, if you get a piece of paper, I've done this myself. You get a piece of paper and you hold a torch at a certain distance above the paper, and you put a mirror underneath the paper. You still get the effect of the light shining from the top of the paper, as well as a counteracting light reflecting off the mirror onto the bottom of the paper. But what's happening with the clouds is that the top side, there's no counteracting direct light source. There's
You
just
sure
the
about
source
that?
hitting.
You've
Yes.
observed every
Yes.
instance of the sun appearing to illuminate the bottom of clouds to verify that in no case have you ever seen also light from the back of it.
I've
From all
observed-
angles.
That's a big claim, bro.
I've observed sunlight on the underside of clouds.
Okay. So?
And
You haven't
I've
observed
tested.
every instance of it to be able to say it never
What does
does
that
this.
mean? What am I saying? I
Well, the
haven't said it
handful
never
of times
does.
you've maybe seen it, does that
What do you
mean that
think
you can
I'm saying it
empirically
never
say what it
does?
will always do?
No, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is that light seems
That's not an
to
argument.
light seems to work in a certain way. In many forms, the source of the light seems to radiate light in a very similar matter, no matter what the source or whatever the source is, the color, etc. And from the source, we can see how it bounces off of different surfaces.
Would that
And
be
so a
parallel
reasonable
light?
conclusion
Parallel or divergent?
Why does that matter?
Of course it matters. Are the sun's rays parallel or divergent?
So it's believed to be parallel.
Believed? What do you mean?
Well, the specificity to which we can measure is undiscernible with the instruments that we have to measure it.
So we don't know if the sun's rays are parallel.
For all intents and purposes, to the preciseness that is required, it's parallel.
But you said we don't know that it's parallel, we just believe it.
Yes, but it's close enough to parallel, and our instrumentation and our requirement for such specificity is that for all intents and purposes, it's reasonable to consider it as parallel light.
Okay, where have you observed parallel sun rays?
What does that even mean?
Well, because when I see the sun's rays, they don't seem parallel.
What do you mean?
You ever heard of crepuscular rays?
Yes.
Okay, doesn't look parallel, does it?
That's because of perspective.
Okay, so where's your perspective of parallel rays that you said you have? Or is this just another one where we have to imagine?
So we can put a stick in the ground, and we can see if the
Now we're
light is
talking.
bright enough, just how far the
Now we're
size of the shadow deviates from the size of the stick.
But that won't tell me what the parallel. That won't show me parallel sun rays, though. That's just putting a stick in the ground.
What do you mean it wouldn't show you? It shows you the shadow.
Yeah.
And if the
You can get
shadow
shadows
doesn't,
from. You could get shadows from divergent rays as well as parallel rays. That doesn't tell you anything.
okay, but we can take measurements of the obstacle casting the shadow and make some calculations from that.
Well, that would
They're
require
also,
assuming parallel, not observing parallel.
Fine,
They're
but what's the
also-
difference in
Or you
like
could
to
assume
the
non-parallel.
to the preciseness that's required? There's zero difference that matters.
But yeah, you could assume they're parallel or crepuscular, so it doesn't tell you which one it is.
Yeah,
So crepuscular is just due to your perspective. It's not
Sorry, they're
really
also,
the shape of the light. It's just not.
They're also converging. They're also converging rays because the moon's shadow that created in a solar eclipse is smaller than the actual moon. So
Okay.
yeah, so not parallel light rays. That would be
Well, that's
convergent.
because light is coming off of the object in all different directions.
Oh, it's just an excuse for
They're not
everything.
parallel,
isn't
then.
it?
No, both things are true at the same time.
Yeah,
Like,
so
light
they're
is-
parallel and divergent and convergent all at the same time. Very good.
Yeah, sure.
Heard of the law of non-contradiction,
Sounds
dude.
good. Sounds good, Globies. Sounds like more wacky Fantasyland imagination
Just
syndrome.
stay stupid. Refuse to
Yeah.
think it through.
Stay
That's
stupid.
right. They are
All you've given us is
parallel.
imagination. You've
They
given
are
us, I
parallel,
believe.
but
if
they're
I
only
assume,
parallel when they're not parallel, but they're still parallel when they're not parallel.
yeah, stay
So,
stupid,
light
bro.
coming from the extremes, okay, is at those points is going off in all directions, and then at each point is coming off at
So
all
not
directions.
parallel.
Yeah,
That,
not
Because
parallel.
you're
parallel
making
is
just a
equal
wild
distance.
conflation of information, and
Oh, there's
it's
that word
infuriating.
again. Conflation. What did I conflate?
You're conflating the fact that yes, rays are coming off from all directions of the sun, and
So not parallel. That would be radiant.
Painful, isn't it, to realize the Earth is not the
it's
cartoon
painful
spinning
how
ball
just
that you've been indoctrinated
just
into since birth?
insufferable unwillingness to think, man. Like, it must be
Unwillingness
this, or
to
it can't be
think.
this.
You're the one who's unwilling to challenge your childhood fantasy that you were given at school. Come on, bro. You're talking about Jesus? You ever read Genesis? Where does it say spinning ball?
The Bible is not a scientific manual.
Right, yeah. The NASA
Yeah,
are the
exactly.
true purveyors of truth on this
No,
earth,
they're
aren't they?
not. No, they're
Oh, they're
not.
not. But they're the ones,
No,
they're the only ones who claim to have been to a place where they could see the ball Earth. And they're not the truth.
I don't care.
You don't care. You've got your own little globe religion that you are propping up yourself. You don't need, because you've
Yes.
never observed the globe, but the group of guys who say they have seen the globe, 20 plus people who claim they went to the moon and played golf and saw the globe. You don't believe them either. You
No,
believe
I don't.
you believe nothing. You
You
don't
don't
have any
believe them,
evidence, any
so what's the
information,
difference?
just your imagination. Well, you're kind of trying
Yes.
to say that we're stupid and not thinking, where you've literally just conceded you don't experience a globe. You don't believe the only people who
I do
claim to have
experience the globe.
experienced the
I
Earth is a
do
globe,
experience the globe.
and you have
I
no
believe I
idea
experience the globe.
what makes you think it is a globe, because you've got no science, no measurements, no observation, only imagination and assumptions.
And then accuses Timbo of conflation when that's all you've done the whole time, trying to
Yeah.
explain somehow that correlation is some sort of causation, which is
Yeah.
just
No, I
conflation.
never claimed that. I never claimed that.
You did.
That's
That's
all
exactly
you've
what you were
claimed.
talking about with the
I've
sun. You were
consistently
talking
said
about no, that's exactly what you were talking about with the sun. You were like, we can burn this, we can look at this on Earth. That's correlation. And then you're going to make an assumption about how that's a reasonable conclusion to draw based on that correlation. So that's exactly what you did.
no. That's not exactly what I was saying.
It
But
is.
if
But
you
that's
want to
okay,
think that,
bro.
I don't
That's
care.
okay. Just don't get emotional about it. Just
I'm not.
go and
I'm
look
just.
into it.
It's just frustrating that you're grown adults and you think the Earth is flat. It's just
No, we
wild.
observe
you're
it.
still at
Remember,
this.
bro, you've just
Yeah,
already
I've got my.
conceded in this conversation that you don't experience curvature, you don't experience motion, you don't know what the sun is, you don't know how far away it is, you don't know what size it is, you don't know what medium it's in, you don't know how they
Neither do
proved
you.
black holes, you don't know how they proved anything about space, you don't think that you actually know any of these things. You've made this kind of progress in about an hour speaking to us, and you're going to try and turn around and be like, oh, it's so sad. You guys don't believe in the spinning space ball fantasy cartoons. Wake up.
Well, since the start of this conversation, I've actually formed my own conflation of correlation. Yeah, in regards to what the sun is, because from this conversation, yeah, nothing appears to burn as hot as Glober's emotions when we take their ball away. So my correlation is the sun's made up of Glober's feelings burning from their ball being removed. About as relevant as yours, yeah.
So you got anything else? I less than? You can think of any measurements of curvature, measurements of motion, anything that might prove the globe? Does that
I don't
exist?
care to prove the. I don't care to prove the globe.
Okay, cool. Welcome to Flat Earth then.
Fuck off. Welcome to the
You've been
globe.
in. You've been in here for like 8 hours, 10 hours. Like, what do you mean you
Yeah,
don't
lad.
care?
I've been working.
But I heard all these same arguments last night from you. Nothing's changed. since
Oh,
the 8
was
hours
that on
yesterday.
was that on FED?
No, I think it was in here. I think it was in here.
The funny thing is, I went into 24/7 before, and this guy was on a recording on the bot from FED from QE Live.
Oh, so he already knows the Earth isn't a ball. Why have you been
What do you
pretending?
mean? I know it is a ball.
No,
Genuinely
you don't.
believe.
Okay,
it
how
is
do
a
you
ball.
know? How do you know?
Just observation and just
Observation of
trustworthy
what?
people.
Observation of what?
Of the sun setting, of the moon traveling across the sky, different
So you
heights
see
across
the moon move.
winter and
I see the
summer,
moon move.
the
How come I don't
stars
see
as
the
they
Earth being a
rotate
ball?
around the sky.
Okay, yeah, I've seen the sun and the moon and the stars move. Why does that? How does that make you think the Earth's a ball?
Just the way they behave, it just makes more sense that
So you
would be a
don't
ball
know.
than
So you
some
don't
flat
know.
pizza
You just
thing.
think it makes more sense to claim the
Yes,
opposite of
yes,
what
it
you
makes more
observed.
sense, and
Yeah, so it makes
all
more
it is.
sense to see the sun moving and the stars and the moon moving, and then say, "I'm the one moving." That makes more sense.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Now, why does that make more sense?
It just does with all the information I've taken in over
Now,
the years.
why specifically does it make more sense?
Just because if I think about the behaviors of these objects and the speeds and forces that must be occurring
You don't know the
from
speeds, remember?
No,
You don't
I
know the
don't.
speeds, the distances.
No, I don't. But I can make some
Right.
extrapolations about the nature of what they must be in order to
Extrapolations
behave
again.
the way they do.
That's just another
Right?
word for
It seems
guesses.
way more reasonable that I'm the thing
No.
moving at
Okay,
a
so what
reasonable pace
specifically?
than
So
them
what
moving
light?
at some
So what light
wildly
are you
outside
making
of
assumptions
physics.
about? Okay, so what light are you making assumptions about that you think makes you know the Earth is a ball?
The sun.
Okay, now what assumptions are you making about the sun?
It's very light and it's very hot.
Okay, now how's that telling you that the Earth's a ball?
Just because if I try to consider the forces required to produce such effects, it makes way more sense that it's giant and far away than
Right.
close and immaterial and outside
But
of
that's not
physics.
telling you that the Earth is a ball. You're just speaking about the sun.
And it sort of tells me that it's a ball in that if they behave that way, that I must be on something that is moving around those things because
Well,
of
how do
their
you get to that?
sizes
How must you
and
be
the
moving?
impossibility of their behavior of them being the things
Right.
moving.
You didn't tell us why that makes sense. You just said because I see the sun and
It
I
just
assume it's a big
does.
ball,
It
it
just
makes more
does.
sense that
And
I'm moving. No, it just
I
does. There's
can't
not
articulate
an
it.
argument. It
That's
just does. There's not an
fine.
argument.
You win.
Is this where
You
you've
win.
got to?
I don't care.
This is it. It just makes sense because I say so.
No, it
No
makes sense
actual
to me, and
logic.
that's all I'm saying. It makes
It
sense to
doesn't
me.
make.
It
It's
makes
not. You're
way
not
more
even. It's not even
sense than
logical.
anything that Flat Earth has been
It
able
doesn't
to
make
describe
sense.
about the nature of reality.
What
To
is
me, it does.
sense?
To me, it does. And
What do you
that's
think?
all I'm
Making
saying.
of just
sense
him
is
persevering to deceive
making
himself. He's
sense.
not engaging.
Making sense would mean aligning with your senses and being
Yes.
sensical.
Yes.
Well, Earth's
Yes.
movement. Okay, tell me which sense you detect Earth's motion with.
My sight.
Okay, where do you see the Earth move?
I see the consequence.
Oh, so you don't see the Earth move. Okay, so not your sight. What other sense tells you the Earth is moving?
My sight. The consequence of my observations.
No, that's an assumption. Remember,
Fine, it's
begging
an
the question
assumption.
fallacy.
But
That's
you
logical
haven't been able to
fallacy.
convince me otherwise, and
I
I
don't
don't
need to.
care.
I don't need to. It's a logical fallacy.
Okay,
So
and
you
I'm
don't
fine.
observe
So
the
conversation
Earth
over.
moving. You observe the sun and the moon and the stars moving, not the Earth. So it doesn't make sense. Your senses don't detect it. You fooled yourself.
So did
Good
you.
job.
Good job.
Good job. Yeah.
Good job.
Why is all the flat Earth proof just it kind of looks that way instead of something measurable, tangible?
Why are you asking a
Necessary?
loaded question, fallacy?
Because it exposes your position as
Shut up, little melt.
What do you mean by
Why
that,
are you a
Doc?
liar and not being a
we're
better
gonna
person?
speak to the mentally deceased. Who else we got? Anyone else for the globe? It sounds like I less than has given up on his globe.
I haven't given up on the globe. I've given up
You've
arguing
given
with
up because
you
we asked for your evidence and you said it just
because you're
says, it just makes
insufferable
sense,
and
even though none of my
infuriating and
senses detect
retarded.
it.
Okay,
It
more
just
more
makes
whining.
sense, even though none of my senses detect it. It makes sense. Derp. The Earth is a ball because I assume that the Earth is the sun is a big spinning ball. Therefore, the Earth is a big spinning ball. Derp. 200 IQ.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any Globers who can back him up, provide more than I don't experience it, therefore it's true.
Dogs of gods can back him up.
No, he can't. We know dogs. What about you, Woz? What you got for backup?
I was just kidding. Dogs is just he's just funny.
Nice. Constantly annoying. Unless someone else wants to speak to him, I'm not going to speak to him. We also got Hauntzer. Raiden. Still on the quest. Still trying to convince yourself that the Earth's a ball.
At this point, might just see it for yourself if it's a ball or not, man.
See it for yourself.
Just go space and see for yourself. I guess that would fix the issue.
Is that what you did?
No, but other people did.
So how would you
Right?
know if you didn't do it? Why are you telling me to do it?
Because you're saying that the Earth is flat.
So?
And
What's wrong with
therefore,
that? That's what you observe.
if you have any questions about that might as well check it out for yourself, I guess.
Yeah, I've got questions. Who measured Earth to have curvature and be a ball?
Who measured it flat?
What is
Who
that?
measured it?
No one's measured the curvature, is that it?
What's that? Nobody's measured it flat?
Well, why would you need to if there's never been any evidence to the contrary? It's observed, practically used, and measured flat. Why would we need to?
The sun
But
just
the
falls
burden
into
of
the
proof isn't
floor.
even on us. The claim is it's a big spinning ball. I thought you'd given up, Leslan. Are you going to present some measurements now, or are you just kind of whining in the background?
I don't know if you know about this trip where the Portuguese guy he went to the ship and he made a trip across the globe, and that he came from Lisbon, and then he
you
came
haven't
back
proven the
years
globe yet,
after Lisbon,
so
and
careful.
that's basically how he
No,
proved that
he
the
made a
Earth
trip
is.
across. He made a trip across the sea, which is
Yeah.
level, sea level. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where's the globe?
Okay, but how can you explain that he came back from the same point
I don't
after
need to
he
explain.
traversed?
Well, you can
If
travel
the
in
Earth
one
is
direction
flat,
and come back.
if the Earth is flat, then how he managed to go back to the same point he went without going back?
Well, you can travel in a circle or a rough circle on a flat surface, can't you?
When you need to make adjustments.
Yeah, which they do.
Constant left, yeah.
Constantly adjusting to north. Yeah. So you guys understand now that you can travel in a circle on a flat surface. So if you walk around your house and you end up back where you started, I guess your house must be a ball. Yeah? Globies? Am I on your level?
Yeah,
Oh, the
well, you do
pain.
have a point there. Sure.
Yes, correct. Oh, it was a lot of heavy sighs today.
I have a
It's
question.
painful
I
day.
have a question. Do you believe ozone layer and all that?
What evidence have you got for it?
I'm questioning you. Do you believe it? I'm just
Well,
wondering.
save some time. If your question starts with "Do you believe?" just assume I don't.
Okay, so you don't believe ozone layer exists?
Well, I haven't seen any evidence for it.
Do you believe the Earth is flat? Oh, you don't. Cool. Welcome
No,
to the
we
globe.
observe and
Welcome to the globe.
experience the Earth is flat every
Welcome to the
single
globe.
day. You experience it. Remember how earlier
Welcome to
you
the
said you
globe.
didn't actually detect any curvature, you didn't detect any motion. So yeah, remember you experience a flat, motionless Earth. No belief required.
Stay stupid.
Yeah, GG's. You bricked yourself. This was a good clip, though. Thank you for your participation. I liked the bit where you spoke about how you could burn the wood and figure out what the sun was. That was really high level. Or the
I'm
bit
glad you
where
liked it.
the sun was bending around the black hole because of the numbers on the screen that you didn't understand. That was good too. You've really educated us this morning.
I'm glad to hear.
Anyway, who wants to pick up with Haunter here?
We're all friends here.
Correct. We're all friends on this lovely flat Earth. There's no need for emotional triggering. Less than.
I have a question. Do you don't believe in NASA and what they show to you?
Do you trust the US government?
Well, I trust NASA.
So you do trust the US government?
Sure, I guess you can say that.
What makes you trust them?
In this particular matter, I guess I trust them in this particular matter.
Yeah, why?
Well, there's videos, there is photos.
Yeah, why do you
Of the
trust that
Earth.
those are real?
Because it's not just those photos and videos that are there of
Okay.
the
Let's
Earth.
focus not on the photos and videos that could be fake. Let's focus on the real evidence that you've been given. What's that?
On the real evidence? What do you mean?
Like something you've observed, something you've experienced, something you've tested that tells you the Earth's a ball. Or at least that we can do as members of the public, not members of NASA. What can we do to prove it?
I mean, well, unless I might be high, I see when I look at the sea in my location, I see that the horizon line is not 100% straight. It's slightly in a curve. Yeah.
You think
So I
so?
mean,
Wait, so when you go to the beach,
at
you think you
least
see the horizon as a curve left to right?
not that curved. Okay, just slightly. You know,
How do you know it's slightly curved?
because I see it. It's like
No, they don't. Well,
it's
I
like
don't
a
see it.
okay.
Have you
I
got any
guess I must
measurement?
be.
How would you
I must.
measure that?
I mean, I look it with my eyes and I just see it.
You see
Unless
a
I might
curved
be,
horizon.
unless I might be seeing some kind of illusion effect or
Maybe it's
something.
the curve of your eyeballs or something, but the horizon's just horizontal. That's why it's called the horizon.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's the curve of my eyeball. Who knows?
Right. So how would you figure out if there is actually a curve? Has someone measured it? Ever?
Well, maybe Galilee. I guess I've
How
heard
did he
something
measure the
about that.
curvature? You think he measured the curvature? I'll just tell you now. He didn't measure the curvature.
Oh, okay.
Unless you do have a measurement by Galileo of the curvature that you can present.
Well, I don't particularly.
Okay. Can you think of anyone
Not that I remember at this moment.
So then it's kind of just a belief, right?
I mean, my belief is based on what I have seen on many sources, and
Yeah, the
I'm
photos
not
and the videos.
what.
What, like the images and the videos?
Yeah, and also the how do you call it in English? You know, this thing where you see if it's gonna rain or if it's gonna be sunny day and all that.
Yeah. Well, none of
Yeah.
that tells you that the oceans and the lakes are curved, though, does it?
Okay.
Yeah.
What
So
about
maybe
like the waves, the sea waves that that reach the coast? I guess if the Earth was flat, then I guess those waves wouldn't be able to reach all of the coasts, and some coasts would be stopped. I guess.
why would you say that?
Because if the Earth was a ball, then it will be able to reach all coasts.
Right. Okay. Let me just stop you
I,
there. When you say if the Earth was a ball, that's not a logical way to think about this. You need to think, how have we proven the Earth is a ball? And then we can start assuming that the things we see are because the Earth's a ball. We need the proof that it is a ball to begin with. Don't just assume it.
Fine then.
So how do we verify that assumption to begin with?
I guess we would use the scientific method.
Not really. Scientific method is about understanding cause and effect relationships. This is more of a what is question, so it's observation and measurement.
Yeah, but the question if is the Earth flat or is a ball, right?
Yeah, so it's observation and measurement of the surface.
Yeah, but in the scientific method, you also need to
No, scientific method isn't
observe
dealing with
and
the. Well, not really, because the scientific method is like controlled experimentation where you manipulate a variable to cause an effect. We're talking about the nature of the surface of the Earth, whether it's curving, convex, or whether it's planar overall. That's the specific question. And to answer that, it needs to be observation, measurement. Right?
Right.
So, what observation and measurements have been done of the surface of the Earth that prove to us we live on this big spinning ball that they've told us?
I have no clue right now.
All right. Well, that's what
It's
you need to look into.
Yep.
All right. Who else we got from the flat Earth side here that can pick this up? Dimbo, TW still in, AJ, Crit. See you're here. Quitzy. Anyone on? Demok, I see you're here. This guy might have questions, so feel free.
I have a question, really quick. Just wondering. What do you think the Earth is like? If it's not a ball, then what do you see the Earth as? A cube?
No, we're not claiming a shape.
Okay,
There's
but
no
if
shape to it.
it's
It just another.
no, but
Yeah,
if
we're
it's
not. It's not a shape claim. Saying that the Earth's surface is level or a topographical plane isn't claiming that it's a square or a circle or a diamond or whatever, right? Who even says it is a geometrical shape? We wouldn't know. It's
What
not. It's
else
not a
is it
ball
gonna
shape.
be?
We know that. Yeah. What else could it be? That's a good way to decide your worldview. It could be any number of things. What shape is a lake? Doesn't have a uniform shape. How do we know Earth's not the same? Right. It's not a sphere shape. We know that.
Okay,
No,
so
we know
it
it is a
might
sphere.
not. So it might not be any metrical shape that we know, right?
Yeah.
It
Well,
can
we're
be
not claiming.
any.
Yeah.
It can be anything that it has flat shape, but does not have any particular form. Is that it?
Well, I'm saying we're not claiming a shape.
Hello?
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, so who knows? You would have to explore the entirety of that surface and know all of its boundaries to be able to make
Been
such a
done.
claim, which we're not doing
Been
or
done.
claiming.
What are you talking about? Who's standing for the flat Earth theory here?
At the moment, I less than is a flat earther, and
I am not a flat earther.
Monster is a flat earther. Yes, you are a flat earther. Stop lying.
Welcome to the globe.
Yeah. So I less than is just trolling you. He's a flat earther.
Do you
but
have
yeah.
a job?
I'm absolutely not a flat earther.
Do you
Told
have
you
a job?
that.
Hello.
No, he doesn't have a job. He's full time.
Yes, I do.
No,
Yeah.
you have a job.
Funny stuff. So, come on, what have we got for the globe today, guys? Some evidence. Let's hear the best evidence today.
The best evidence is physics. It's science. It's the reason why you're
Okay,
using
science.
internet
Which-
right now.
Which scientist? Okay, which scientist proved it?
I'm not sure which scientist proved it. I know that there is
Oh,
a
right.
phenomenon.
So how do you know it's science?
I mean, listen. The basic thing with the ship, you know, like if you look at the horizon and you look at the ships, you're at the sea, and they, like, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So we go to the beach and we see the horizon, which happens to be a horizontal flat line. And we see a ship going out, and sometimes we'll see the ship appearing to sink bottom up. Right? And then we think that must mean that the water is curved. Right? Is that the argument? You see the boat sink, so you think
I mean, if you climb to Mount Everest, you don't see the whole world.
Thing as well, though, if that boat,
No,
boat
have you
wanted to
have you ever
Yeah, mate.
been on a
Excuse me.
plane?
Yeah, but stick to the boat, mate.
You know, especially Ryanair,
you
they
will be
fly so
different.
high. I guess it's too
you don't see any curve from a plane. One deck, were you trying to get in there?
He was on about the boat. I was just saying if the boat had to find out its position where it was on the ocean.
No, you actually do. You see a little curve. Like
Yeah,
you do see
they
it.
were-
If you're really high,
Sorry,
you
mate.
really see it.
Yeah, but the boat's trying to. Excuse me, mate. The boat's trying to find out its position of latitude. How will it do that?
Well, I didn't quite understand the second part of your sentence, actually.
Yeah, so the boat's at sea on the horizon. It's trying to find out its position on the sea
Yes.
level. He wants to work
Mhm.
out its latitude. How does he do it?
I don't know.
He'll use a sextant, won't he?
What's the idea of like why are you standing for the flat Earth? What does it change? It changed nothing.
I'm explaining to you that latitude's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement.
No, I'm
No, it's
asking
not.
you guys, what's the point in believing that the Earth is flat?
It's
What does it
measured flat,
change?
mate. It's measured flat.
No, it's not.
How it's measured flat?
Latitude. Latitude lines.
What latitude?
Latitude.
Even
on the
longitude lines get closer as you
I
get
mean,
closer
even
to the
even
poles.
if it's flat, so what? Like it's
Well-
flat, and so what?
So why are they lying to the kids and telling them it's a ball?
Because they're not lying. What's the point of lying? I mean, if the
Well, they're
Earth
saying
is,
if it is-
round,
if
you
it is
can
flat.
launch satellites,
If it is.
etc. You can advance science. If it's flat, so
These are
what?
people lizard people are controlling their minds and telling people that
Which
it's
one of
flat
those
Earth.
did you do,
Biden
Dimitri?
is a lizard, you know. Biden is flat.
Dimitri.
Biden has flat brain. He's
Scientology.
No.
yes.
All the Biden supporters are globers. So, Dimitri, which of those things,
vaccines are
Dimitri,
fake. Yes.
Dimitri, which of those things did you do to prove the globe?
I'm not doing anything to prove that
Oh,
the
so
Earth
you don't
is
know.
It's already
globe.
So you
proved.
don't know.
I
You
just gonna
believe
don't give a
NASA
shit.
stories.
No, I'm asking you.
just
You
believe
haven't
NASA
answered
stories.
my question.
So you're just another
What's
mindless believer in the globe story.
Brother, if you can go buy a bike, why do a bike? Why make it yourself? There's no point in it.
Oh wow.
You don't need to sail to sea again.
Bicycles,
If Columbus made it.
bicycles, therefore globe. So bikes only work on a globe. That's the argument.
I
Well
have
done.
just one question.
What?
Please answer it.
You
If
guys
the
are
Earth is
doing yourself
flat,
there.
or it's round, or it's a cube, what does it change? Does it why does it
Well, which
matter?
one is true? Why does the truth about reality matter? Is that really your question? You 10 years
Well,
old.
if you're not bothered about it, go.
Bro, you have a fucking
Of
wolf
course
on
it
your
matters. That's
avatar.
why you're here. Oh, bro,
You have
good
a fucking
argument. Good
wolf
argument.
on your avatar, bro.
Oh, good argument. Good argument. So you don't understand why truth matters. Yeah, you must be probably a Biden supporter.
You in the 6th grade, do you think that you're like a philosopher, a scientist? Are you a
So you don't
genius?
remember? You don't have any evidence. I asked you what you did to prove the
No,
globe. You said
I
you
do
didn't
have
anything.
evidence,
You're
but
just a
I don't
believer.
wanna
You're just a
persuade you
believer.
into believing that the Earth is round. I don't give a shit about that. I just don't
Well,
understand
of course,
why do people
you couldn't
care.
persuade yourself, Dimitri. Dimitri, you couldn't
No, I
persuade yourself
can.
that the Earth is a globe because you don't have any evidence. What evidence did
I
you
do have
use to
evidence.
convince
I
yourself
have
that the Earth is a globe?
the photos. I have those
The
physics
photos.
phenomenons.
Which photos? Which photos have you got?
Photos of Earth.
Post it. Let's see it.
I don't want to post it. I mean,
Yeah, let's see it.
you
said
can
this is
Google
the
that.
photo
You
that
can
proves
Google
the
that.
Earth's a ball. We
I
won't
know
see
that.
that.
I'm gonna show you those.
No,
You'll
those are
say
all
that they're fake, and
cartoons.
that's
Those
it.
are images. Those are images.
You'll
not
say that they're
photos.
fake. I understand that.
Oh well, how did you verify they were real?
Look.
Oh, you
I can
didn't. You just
verify.
believed
I'm not.
them. Like a
Listen.
gullible
Let me say.
believer.
Let me say. So both Americans and Soviet Union, they've made their own photos
Told
back
you some
then
cool stories.
during the
Told
Cold
you some
War.
cool stories. Yeah, you
Listen,
fell for
listen.
propaganda. Well
Let me
done.
finish. Let me finish. I think that if the Soviet Union faked those photos, the United States of America would certainly expose it,
Oh, really?
and
Yes,
vice
they
versa.
certainly would. That's your speculation. Unless they both gained from their gullible publics believing that they're going to space, so they take billions of dollars in tax. Unless they both
Why do
benefit
you
from
have a
that.
wolf on your
But no,
avatar?
why would the government lie? Why would the government lie? They'd never lie to me. The government loves me. Spoken like a
Why
little
would you put a
statist
wolf
cuck.
on your avatar?
Why would you be such a statist cuck? And base
How
your
old
entire
are you?
worldview on images and videos given to you by
Bro, you give your
US and
you give
Western
your
government. Yeah. Cry. I love the government. The United States and the Russian government showed me the pictures. That's why I know. Come on, guys. Got anything better than that? Man. These globies. Alright, carry on.
This ain't Texas.
What happened? We capped the imagination. Story time over. No globe has got any more cool stories? Must be a question, argument that's never yet been posed to a flat earther. We take up the challenge. Go on, do it.
Why are you so retarded?
That's no way to speak to your fellow globe heads.
Herder.
So you've reached the stage where you realize you can't actually argue for the globe, but you're mad about it, so you're just going to sit there and try and insult people? Is that it? Pretty weak sauce, bro. I mean, if you're going to talk shit, you need to at least have better arguments than you came with. Threw out the globe and the Bible all in one swoop. Rip.
No, bro, don't use religion. That's not even an argument for this, man.
No, that's what I'm saying. He said no. The Bible is not correct.
I said the Bible isn't a scientific manual.
Yeah, so it doesn't. It's not correct about the Earth, is it?
It doesn't say
Depends on your
nothing.
interpretation and understanding.
Well, it
No,
doesn't
bro, it
say that
doesn't
it's a
say
ball.
nothing.
You're saying it's a ball, so it must be incorrect in your opinion.
Where does it say it's a ball?
No, it doesn't say it's a ball.
Exactly. So that's why it's
Yeah.
not.
So the Bible
That's
must be incorrect then, because this guy believes it is a ball, and the Bible doesn't describe it as a ball.
The
Describe it as
Bible doesn't
motionless.
really describe it as anything. The humans that wrote it sort of had some assumptions
Well,
about
it says
it, but
the
their
sun and the moon
understanding
and
at the
stuff's
time
moving.
was incomplete.
So it's wrong when it says that the sun's moving, and that the sun
Not exactly, no.
is the thing moving. Well, it doesn't say that the Earth is moving, does it?
There's not really a claim against it, though.
Well, it says it's fixed on pillars.
It could be
Could be
interpreted
spinning
as
fixed on top of pillars.
an
Yeah, it makes sense.
analogy of the ground they're stood upon, and not the Earth as a whole.
No, it says the Earth, is fixed on pillars. With a firmament above, separating the waters above from the waters below.
This is also an analogy. The early humans thought that because water falls from the sky, that there must be a vast amount of water in the air. But we now know how evaporation works.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So you're
hydrogen
saying that the
cycle.
Bible isn't correct. The Bible's incorrect about that.
I'm saying the interpretation is cultural. The writings are cultural and of their time.
So they're not correct.
It's not a scientific manual. They're making analogies as to the nature of
It doesn't.
things because of how great they are.
Yeah,
That's all that there
so
is
you
to
don't
that.
think that it's presenting the Earth correctly in the Bible? That's what I'm saying.
I think they're making analogies according to the understanding available at the time.
Which would be incorrect compared to what you know today.
Yeah, sure.
So there you go. Yeah, the Bible's incorrect, and you're correct.
A couple of lines of it
Looking like a
are
true
culturally contextual.
Yeah. So you know better than the Bible.
Not exactly.
Well, you do. You know what the Earth is, and they didn't. They were wrong. You said.
But that's not saying I know better than the Bible.
Well, because in the Bible they wrote what's wrong, and you know what's right. You said.
It's just saying that you can interpret the scripture with the
Well, but it's
cultural
incorrect
context.
because their interpretation is of a motionless.
Yeah, but they're making analogies just to the grandness of it.
Do you understand, Eyeless and Rhesus Jesus? Are you aware that it's academically understood that the people of the time that the scriptures were written, their culture had a cosmological view, which was of a enclosed, motionless, planar Earth on pillars,
Cultural
etc.,
context,
etc.
yes.
Yeah, so that's
So
what's in the
that was their
Bible, and that-
literal. That was their literal cosmological view of reality.
Okay.
But that's
It was
incorrect. The
incomplete.
Bible's
And
incorrect.
they weren't
'cause, less
making a
than Jesus
scientific
knows better.
observation. They were making a contextual analogy.
It's okay, bro. You know better than the Bible. We get it.
Oh.
Fine, reframe it dishonestly. You're an idiot.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
You know that's not what I'm saying. You know full
You
well that's
are.
not
By
what I'm
saying you know that the Earth is a ball, you're saying you know better than that what's contained in the Bible that you maybe think.
I couldn't care less what you think.
Yep. It's all right. So we're not the arrogant ones, really. That'd be you.
No, you're arrogant. You know what I'm saying, and you're being arrogant about it. So yeah, you're the arrogant one.
No, I'm just pointing out the contradiction in
Of
you
course
guys.
you are. Of course you are. Yeah.
That would claim to accept, I don't know, the Bible, but then say, well, it's incorrect and I know better.
Not a scientific manual.
You know better because your teacher showed you those cartoons and you heard those vague stories on TV.
You're a grown adult that thinks the Earth is flat.
You're a grown adult that observes that the Earth is flat, but denies it because of the cartoons he was shown as a child. Yep.
That would be funny if both of you would be wrong. I'd be busting laughing about that.
Concave
You're-
Earth for the win.
Just imagine the Earth is neither flat nor a ball. That would be utterly defeat to both of you.
Well, we would still be the more correct ones because we're the ones pointing out that it's not the thing that most people believe it is. Whereas the globies would still just be the gullible globies.
I
Hey,
relish the day.
Cyclone, how do you deal with the 6 and a half
No, that
miles,
would be
1 degree
insane.
problem?
Oh, how do I deal with it?
Yeah, it's
Just like that.
Oh, you can't. Oh, okay.
Come on. Come on. Deal with what? What do you think? What do you think we need to deal with there? Less than.
His question.
Which is about.
I don't know, because you're too much of a
All
pussy
right.
to
So
hear it
you're
out.
mindlessly cheerleading because you're upset. I get it. No, Dogs is a known fluffer, so he just sits around on mute like our bitch until someone decides that they want to hear his unique brand of Australian Spiral, which he gives us every day. But we've got you guys in now for fresh spirals, right? We don't want to be handing out old, moldy, stale dog spirals. You're much more entertaining.
Thank you.
Welcome. So, Haunters, have you managed to find any of that evidence we were talking about that proves the Earth is curved or in motion?
Actually, I haven't done research here. I'm just listening to you guys.
Okay. Maybe less than Jesus can help you out. Maybe he knows.
You know, the Bible doesn't explicitly say anything about the Earth in specific in terms of its geometrical form. So I guess it should be considered to be an invalid source to prove the Earth is flat or
No, it
not.
does describe. It describes the Earth in multiple.
Okay, can you? I'd like the
I'll just look it up.
passage. Oh, I'd like the passage.
Okay, hold on. See if I can find you the reference.
You'd be helping me plenty for that.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, so let me copy it across. Okay, I've posted in the chat. There's 200. Take your
Okay.
pick.
Can you zoom that out? I barely can see. I only
With
see
5
one.
pixels.
Which
But
one can you make out?
I can barely see the verse, man.
Well, I can make them out.
What I can only see what is that Genesis 1:19?
Let's see. 1:19. Yeah, Earth created before the sun. Right?
The earth was created before the sun. Okay, and what does that tell you?
So you agree with that? Earth created before the sun?
Okay, but that's not the point. What
Well, it
does
is a
it
point.
tell to you? No. What does it tell to you if the earth is
Well, it
flat
says that
or
the
not?
Bible says that the Bible describes the Earth as being created before the sun. That's what it tells you.
Oh,
Yeah.
but it doesn't say that the earth is flat or if it's a ball. It's just saying
Well,
that
no, but in the
the
ball
sun was.
story, no, in the ball story, the sun came first.
What do you mean ball story?
In the heliocentric globe paradigm that you were probably taught.
No, I didn't get what you mean ball story, man. Are you talking about
The
Genesis?
globe.
Is that it?
No, the globe story.
But
In the globe
again,
story, the sun comes first. Not the Earth.
okay, but but that doesn't say that
So which
the
one is it?
the
Globe story
planet.
or Bible?
But that doesn't say that the planet is a ball or is flat. It
No, it's
just
not talking. It's not
says
talking about its shape. It's talking about the order of their creation. You understand?
okay, but but aren't we talking about if the Earth is flat or round? That's
Well,
changing the
yeah, we
argument.
were, but you asked for verses.
About if the Earth is flat or not. You're
Yeah, but
changing the argument.
this is about
Stick
the.
to
I
the
mean, this
argument.
one in particular is about the larger cosmology and origin.
Yeah,
There
but
are verses that use root words that share connection to the like when in reference to the earth, that mean planar, broad, wide, planar. There are verses where the original language uses those references to when talking about the surface. Not sure if it's talking about the surface as a whole or just regions or something, but like Isaiah 40 verse 4, it describes making the earth flat. Like go and make the earth flat, basically it's saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, just look at this. What I posted. It says, "Earth is a disc or a circle, not a ball." Isaiah 40:22. Earth measured with a line, not a curve. Paths are straight, not curved. Waters are straight, not curved. Earthquakes shake earth and does not move. Earth
Isaiah
is
what?
fixed and immovable.
Isaiah
Just read
what?
it.
Yeah, Isaiah's got some good ones. Yeah.
Isaiah what? Can you?
Isaiah 40 in particular, chapter 40 in particular.
Well, this one, the one that's saying it's a circle, is 40:22.
Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't appear here. Okay, I have to. Right.
And Revelation speaks of a great multitude of people coming up upon the face of the breadth of the face of the earth, right? Where it says breadth, it's a Greek word which shares a connection to root words to do with planar as well. So on the plane of the earth, they're basically saying
Isaiah
multitude of people
what?
came up onto
22.
Isaiah 22. There's a verse in Revelation, can't remember the verse of it.
Isaiah 40:22 or Isaiah 22.
What are you talking about? Those are different verses. I'm talking about a verse in Revelation. The book
No,
of
I'm talking
Revelation.
about. I'm talking
I'll post
about.
another one in the chat for you, Hunt, sir. This one you should be able to read. You see that?
Let's see that.
You see the one I posted, yeah?
Isaiah 40:22. Okay, and Job.
It just says the circle of the earth.
Yeah.
Earth is a disc, circle, not a ball. I mean, it's fairly close though, but sure.
Yeah, so circle is a flat shape. But I'm sure, you could say, oh, well, that's just what they thought or whatever, but I'm not
So is it a
interpreting what they
circle
thought.
or is it not? Is it a shape? Is this a shape that we're going to determine it is or not?
Well, I'm not clear. I'm just showing you what the Bible says. You're the one who, I mean, you either do or don't believe what the Bible says, and you've already said you don't really believe it, so.
Said it's not a scientific manual.
You said their worldview that they prescribed in the Bible is wrong.
Incomplete.
Incomplete. No, wrong, because it's not a spinning ball. Or it's not like they're saying it's a ball, but it doesn't spin, therefore it's incomplete. They're not saying it's a ball that spins at all. They're not saying they're in space. They're saying the Earth isn't moving.
They're making analogies to it to make wider points.
No, their worldview, as T-Dub pointed out to you earlier, is the Hebrew cosmology, which you can Google, and it's just a flat, motionless, contained Earth.
Okay, so in Isaiah 40, verse 22, it says, He sits above the circle of the earth. Its inhabitants are like grasshoppers. He stretches out the skies like a curtain,
So
spreads
he's
them out like
above.
a
So
tent.
this is another. Yeah, so think about this, right? So stretches like a tent to dwell in. A tent implies a roof, a ceiling. He's also above, right? Which is a definite up and down. Where is above on a
This is an
ball?
analogy.
In
It's
what
just an
direction is
analogy.
above
It's
on a ball?
contextual to the time.
No, this
And
was
when
their
did you ever
cosmology.
spend the night in a tent hovering in the middle of it?
Yeah, so that only describes a circle that's covered, and some god is above it, up and down. Nothing about a
An
globe.
analogy.
You don't even have up and down on a globe, remember?
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. You've got inwards and outwards from the center of your fantasy cartoon ball.
And upwards and downwards relative to your position on it.
Which would be inwards. I mean, you're on the side of a ball, and a guy's on the top of a ball. You've not got the same up and down, do you?
Relative to yourself, up is up and down is down.
Yeah, but in your imagination, they can be antipodal and playing football
Yes.
upside down from each other because of the cartoons you've been shown in school. No science, no observation, no measurements. So yeah, there you go, Haunters. There's like 200 you can look through.
Alright.
The Job reference is just a conversation between acquaintances, another analogy.
Hey, that's fine. I get it. You don't believe the Bible. That's cool.
The earth created before the sun, it doesn't say that the earth is flat or if it's a globe.
Yeah,
It's just
so when
say
the
that the sun was created before the earth.
Yeah, that's not what you're
I
taught in
mean the
school.
opposite.
That's not what they're teaching in school, though.
Actually, they don't say they don't say nothing about that. If the earth, the order
Yeah,
of
they do.
creation of the sun.
Yeah, you
Not
don't know
that
the heliocentric cosmology.
Well, at least they didn't teach me that. What? The sun was
You probably just
created.
weren't paying attention. Or they
What
didn't teach you it, but that is what they claim. Doesn't matter if they told you. That's the globe claim, if you believe in a globe.
Wait, are we talking the order of creation of the sun or the earth, or are we talking about if they teach me if the earth is a globe or not?
Well, you were
I
just
think
talking
we're
about the
mixing
order of
things here.
creation there.
Yeah, I was talking
We know
about
you were
that.
taught. I assume you were taught that the Earth is a ball.
Yes, I confirm that.
And what evidence did they give you?
I not that I remember, none. I guess.
Right. So why would you believe it?
Oh, they were just explaining how the system works in our.
Well, I could explain to you I've got a Ferrari and a Lamborghini in my garage, but wouldn't you want some evidence?
Pardon, I didn't get what you said. What?
You can claim anything. What you need is evidence.
Right.
And you just said they didn't give you any. They just told you a story.
I mean, they just explained how the galaxy works and stuff. They didn't went into that detail of
Yeah, so they told you a
if the
story.
Earth.
They told you a story about a place you've never been and they've never been. They've never seen it. They're just telling you the story that they were told with no evidence.
Okay, so are they lying?
No, most of them actually believe it, just like you do. Doesn't mean it's true.
Okay, so they're saying things that they don't know.
Well, yeah, they're telling you the Earth is a ball. They don't know that. It's just what they've been taught and told to teach you.
Okay, so would that make us all that we all have been deceived?
Well, depends how you want to define it, but you would have an incorrect assumption of where you live if you believed that. Yeah.
I mean, I think we would all be deceived if that would be the case,
Well, but they've
because
not intentionally. The person who told you
yeah,
wasn't
no, no, no,
intentionally deceiving you.
no. It's not. It's not if it was intentional or not. It's just we all have been deceived in a very strategic way. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean
Well,
that they did it with the purpose of actually deceiving me. They're just
okay.
they were
Well, then, if
just
you're
teaching
saying
me
we've
the
been
things that we
misled, if you're saying we've
what.
been misled, if you're saying we've been misled, then yes, we've been misled. It's not a spinning ball.
Okay, so how can we fix that?
Yes.
How can we prove?
Well, you need to go out and investigate the actual Earth, the reality, what's been observed, what's been measured, what's real, what can be confirmed.
Have you? I have a question. Have you, talked to someone that works in NASA or some space agency that can, explain to you that?
Well, I've spoken to people who've claimed to have worked for a space agency or a related company. Yeah, they couldn't
Huh.
explain it either. They would say, "Oh, I work on this piece of technology which they tell me is getting sent into space, and we get data back, which I'm told is from space." That's
Okay,
where
so
they
like
get as far as
it's
they go.
drones and stuff, yeah.
Hmm?
Okay, so you talk to people that made drones and stuff,
Well, no, some of them claim like they're making satellites.
satellites, sure. So gadgets overall, space gadgets.
Yeah.
Okay, but have you worked with someone that directly, monitors the Earth and the other planets or something, or the sun, perhaps?
What do you mean, like astronomers? Or
Yeah, yeah.
well, we've spoken to astronomers, yeah.
Okay, what do they say?
They say, well, the honest ones say, yes, we assume that the stars, the sun and the moon, the things we're looking at are the things that we assume they are, and that they are the distances we assume they are. They proceed on that worldview basis. They're not verifying that what they're seeing is what they believe they're seeing, like what a star is made of, how far away it is. They're not verifying that, they're assuming it in their observations.
Right, okay. I have a question. Do you believe the moon is flat?
I mean, I'm not making a claim as to any shape of the moon. I observe it to be a strange disk of light which goes through different phases. What shape it
Mm,
is, I wouldn't know because you'd have to go to it and check it out.
I mean, when I look at the sun and when I look at the moon, I do see a round shaped thing.
Yeah, they look about the same size, don't they?
Maybe, perhaps, yeah.
So why? So are they the same size?
Nah, that would be depend on the same. That would be depend on the distance.
Right. So how do we know the distance?
Uh, we measured it through observation.
What observation gave us the measurement of the distance?
Observation of the sky. Maybe also use gadgets
Right.
to.
So let's say we go outside and we observe the moon. How does that tell us how far away it is?
Perhaps maybe through its.
It's okay to say you don't know if you don't.
Yeah, not really sure, but
Well, I would
yeah.
say, well, so why would you believe or claim a distance then?
So what?
So why would you believe or claim a distance to it if you can't think of any way to figure out how to get the distance? Surely you should be looking up how they claim to have got the distance and seeing if it makes sense.
Yeah, I might just do that.
Well, probably should if you want to try and understand reality and where you live.
Yeah. Right. Or
Do you
maybe
want me
the
to?
Bible, or maybe the Bible is right. Maybe we are in a disc-shaped world, and that the sun
Maybe.
is a disc, and that the moon is a disc too.
Yeah, maybe.
At least that's what it looks like at the naked eye, isn't it?
Well, that's what it looks like. But I don't
Right.
know. Less than Jesus here tells us he knows better. Here, I've just sent to your DMs a link to a server with information. So if you click on that server link and scroll down to the additional information sections, you can research.
Alright.
You see it?
I've joined. Yes, I'm in the welcome page. There's a live stream going on.
Yeah. So if you scroll below that to the additional information section, you'll see it's all alphabetized. So it's got things like curvature, gravity, sun and moon, stars. You see those channels?
There's literally a channel named Military Technology in the midst of something that has nothing to do with military technology, I guess.
Right. So you're at the additional information channels.
Unless it
So
has to do.
you can look through those. You can look through those channels with a question about something. Like, what about the curvature? Go to C.
Okay.
And you find curvature, and you can look at the other side of the argument. Right.
Curvature. Oh, I see.
There you go. Take some time. Research.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this seems to be like really good information here. That's great.
Yep, you can spend a few weeks going through all that, so enjoy. Years, actually.
Yeah, I can see that. Years, indeed. Well, thank you very much. Honestly.
You're welcome.
But again, just to assure you, I don't think. Hey, but just to make sure, I don't think it's, you know, really good argument to use, like to the Bible to, verify something.
No, well, I would agree with you, but I only kind of brought that up to troll the other guy, but that's fine.
Okay,
it does. I mean, it does happen to not support a globe and could be read as being a flat, motionless, contained Earth, definitely. But I wouldn't use that as evidence either. I would look at observations and measurements, empirical evidence, right? Which is what you'll find on that server I sent you. So have a look. Long distance observations and laser tests under L.
Right. Okay.
Check those out.
What's up, Cyclone?
Hey, what's up, Miggy? Good timing. I'm just about to go on mute in a minute.
Oh yeah, you got to do something. Is there anybody in here?
But yeah, I was just speaking to the guy at the bottom. What's his name? Hauntzer?
Yeah.
So yeah, feel free to pick up with him.
Yeah, cool. What's his stance so far? Is he agreeable or?
Yeah, he's pretty
reasonable?
open. He sounds pretty curious. I've sent him to the server. He says he's going to have a look. So sounds all right.
It's kind of like a breath of fresh air when somebody comes in here that's at least reasonable, not so staunch in their position. And they claim to be open-minded and they're the opposite, stuff like that. Kind of like Jesse Path of Darkness, like him.
Oh, picked a good time to leave. Yeah, good chats, guys. Welcome, Hunter.
Yeah. Good chats. Yeah.
Good morning, Miggy.
What's up, man?
Not too much. How are you doing?
Okay, you're in here early, man. You're taking their morning shift now?
I had a
My goodness.
headache. I couldn't sleep.
Oh, all right. Well, hopefully that gets better. Just because you're a Glober, I don't wish bad on you.
Thanks.
There's everybody else, man. It's usually chatty in here in the mornings when I'm driving home.
I wonder if any other religious books other than the Bible, for example, the Quran or the Vedas or something, could say something about how the behavior of the earth and how it looks like and all that.
There's references to analogies, but it's not really something directly like as in, you know what I mean?
Okay,
A
so
cosmological aspect. Like it's more of like I think
yeah,
Job
yeah,
38:14 talks about like how the earth is spread out like a clay under a seal. I just look.
yeah,
That's one particular verse, and then it depends what translation you're using and all kinds of stuff like that. So it's
yeah.
not.
I see.
Hunters, I'm going to show you another image quickly.
I
Just because you're talking about religious scriptures, but if we talk about other previous cultures in general and have a look at what they thought about the earth, I'm not saying it's proof one way or the other, but it's interesting. So I'm just about to post this image here.
yeah, definitely it is interesting.
So did you see the image I posted?
Uh, oh yeah, I see.
So pretty much every culture previous conceived of the earth in a fairly similar way with variations on a theme, which is like a flat, motionless earth that's contained. And you can see the Greek, the Navajo, the Babylonian, the Mesa, the Japanese, the Persian, the Vikings, all these different cultures, right?
Yeah, they do have a similar
And the Hebrew
view.
cosmology, which is what would be in the Torah and the Bible and the Quran, they've all got the similar thing. I mean, a motionless, contained earth.
Mm-hmm.
So just something to think about.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So look into the older cultures and see what they were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot
Think
of
about it.
things that people don't realize that the Chaldeans long ago, came up with the Saros cycle, which is the uh, eclipse cycle for I think either lunar and solar eclipses, or just solar eclipses. It might be lunar too, but they're still using that today, and NASA's still using the Saros cycle. So, and they didn't think that the Earth was a globe. So, there's a lot of things that they're using from cosmology long ago that they're still using today that didn't have anything to do with the Earth being a globe. Um, the celestial sphere has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. So there's a lot of things that point to, and that was also back in the day when I think Babylonians were involved with that. So you got to look at history too. A lot of the stuff that they're using today was always being portrayed as just what we see in the sky and not particularly related to the ground.
Yeah.
AJ, are you still in the house? Or Wendick or Brit?
Anyways, guys, I think I'm gonna hop off. It was nice talking to y'all.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah. Have a nice day, yo.
Yeah, have a nice day.
Yes, I'll. You okay, pal?
Oh, I hear you. What'd you say?
I'm just driving myself. Yeah, I'm just. I'm out in the country today. I'm bad signal, so I'm just listening as best as I can.
I get you. Yeah, you're coming in spotty.
Yeah, sometimes I'm in, sometimes I'm out. Sometimes I shake it all about.
Yeah, I got it, man. Yep.
Hey, can I make a comment?
What?
Flat Earth is dumb. It's not flat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but you're all wrong.
Yeah, whatever, Crystal.
Yes.
You do your little spiel every morning, every evening.
I don't. Not every morning.
Mostly, I see you in here all the time. Sometimes you don't even speak.
Well, that's because I get muted whenever I speak.
Yeah, well, I wonder why.
I don't know. Can you tell me?
Yeah, you say dumb shit. I'm just being honest, man. You
No.
say dumb shit. Just like you just said. What contribution did you add to the conversation of the shape of the Earth? Zero.
I offered my opinion.
Did we ask for it? No.
Yeah, you did. Someone
didn't ask for
DM'd me and they asked me. No, someone DM'd me and asked me to say my opinion.
Well, yeah, DM's not vocal, so we couldn't hear them.
Ah.
So yeah, that's why.
Oh, okay. Do you know what shape the Earth is?
Unknown.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Have we ever
The
been to
surface is
space?
flat. Have we ever been to space? Well, we haven't done anything.
I mean, I have.
They have claimed to been to
Has
space.
NASA been to space?
No, they claim they've been to space. You can't verify they have.
Why not?
Well, seeing little pictures and videos is not verification.
Oh. Maybe to you.
Well, to everybody. When you say that
No,
you
it is to me.
verified that, well, yeah, that's because you live in La La Land. That's why.
I don't live in any land like that.
Yeah. You think that the Earth is a globe in the vacuum of space, and there's men flying around in a tin can above our heads that's going around the Earth every 90 minutes at 17,500 miles per hour, and it looks like they're floating inside of that tin can. That's you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, huh?
It does.
It's in a decaying orbit for over 20 years, and it still hasn't fallen to the Earth. Makes perfect sense. Yep. Yep.
Well, yeah, because it was far away.
Yeah. How far away is it, Crystal?
Oh, it's at least 100 kilometers.
At least
At least minimum.
minimum. Okay.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.